The date with the pop queen was discovered. The iron straight man Xin'an has transmigrated. His past self. A heartthrob from the performing arts department with multiple girlfriends at once. Good news, he has awakened a favorability system. As long as he earns others' affection, he gets rewarded. Bad news, to unlock the system's shop and make serious money, he must raise the favorability of certain key targets. Good news again, his predecessor had already won over the top diva of the entertainment industry, and she even texted him a hotel room number, inviting him to meet tonight. Bad news again, Xin'an didn't inherit any of his predecessor's memories or flirting skills. If he goes, he's bound to blow his cover. To avoid turning the diva's love into hate and revenge, Xin'an decides to unleash his ultimate move, sincerity. Xin'an, I'm sorry. I only like your money and connections. Diva. Ding. Key target's favorability increased. Shop unlocked. Huh? Why does it feel like she likes him even more now? And so begins Xin'an's wildly unexpected journey to superstardom. Chapter 1 just arrived and already neck deep in romantic debts. This is too much. Dongfang Academy of Drama. The bell rang, and the handsome boys and pretty girls of the acting department poured out of the classroom in lively clusters, chatting and laughing all their way. Xin'an walked toward the cafeteria with his two roommates. Among the crowd, he stood out effortlessly. Girls passing by kept sneaking glances and whispering about him. With his tall and straight figure, broad shoulders and long legs, and classic Chinese features soared like brows, starry eyes, sharp contacts, he had the unmistakable charm of a leading man. A face like his could easily pull off a domineering CEO in a romance drama or a valiant emperor or young general in a historical epic, the kind of main character face directors in the industry dream of. So although many girls secretly admired him, none dared approach. Guys like that never lacked female attention. Throwing yourself at him would only make you look desperate. Xin'an didn't fully understand the winding thoughts in those girls' heads, but he could hear the constant beeps in his mind from the system. Gained 10 points of general favorability. Gained 5 points of general favorability. And on and on. He was already annoyed. He mentally muttered, mute notifications for 1 hour. Finally, peace. But while he could mute the system, he couldn't mute his overly chatty roommates. Did you see this morning's trending topic? My Xiaohan's got a new drama again. She's working non-stop lately, one show after another. Did she buy a house in Xin'an or something? Well, the goddess is always stunning. Modern, historical, fantasy, just give her some good close-ups and I'm all in. The other roommate scoffed. Only brainless fans like you still watch her stuff. Her ratings are tanking. She used to have decent acting skills, but now she's just chasing paychecks, accepting whatever trash script they throw at her. Plot's a mess, costumes are tacky, it's so cringe I almost curled my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. And just like that, the two got into a fierce debate about artistic integrity versus commercial success in acting. As they neared the cafeteria, still arguing with no end in sight, both suddenly turned to Xin'an. Old Lu, which side are you on? Xin'an gave them a helpless smile. Pick a side. Heck, I don't even know who this my Xiaohan is. What could he do? He'd only just transmigrated here a few days ago and didn't he inherit any of the original host's memories. It felt like being forced to play a game of mafia and drawing the undercover card clueless and winging it. After some serious effort, Xin'an had finally managed to piece together the original social circle from his social media and chat history. He was barely managing to play his role as this elite drama school's heartthrob. But asking him to comment on a celebrity? Sorry, the loading bar hadn't reached that point yet. So he fell back on his years of corporate life wisdom, the sacred art of saying something that sounds deep but means nothing. I think it's a matter of personal values. Everyone has their own path. We don't really need to judge her choices. His roommates exchanged a glance, faces full of speechless disbelief. Bro, we agreed to roast together. How did he suddenly turn all neutral and rational? I bet he tried hitting on the goddess and got rejected. Now he's a changed man. No, I think those girls chasing him finally drove him nuts. Hearing them blatantly gossip about him like he wasn't even there, Xin'an wanted to roll his eyes, but what could he say? After all, when he first got access to the original phone, he too had been shook by the chaos in his predecessor's love life. Aside from a handful of male friends and relatives, the rest of the contact list was full of gorgeous young women. But surprisingly, the original host, despite all the attention, had turned most of them down with gentlemanly distance. Only a few rich ladies could get a polite response with enough red envelopes and gifts. The one exception was someone pinned at the top of the chat list, Flower Sister. He demarked her with just a flower emoji. In all their chats, he never used her name, always just sister. Ultra cautious. This mysterious sister was ice cold. No texts, no voice messages. She never responded to his good morning and good night greetings, sent like clockwork. Occasionally, she would post a photo, a tree by the road, a sunset sky, and sometimes a close-up of an eye or red lips. If Xin'an had been the one receiving them, he'd have thought, is this a warning? Like, I'm watching you, don't talk nonsense. But the original host. Certified flirt king. Even faced with this riddle-spewing ice queen, he could still drop poetic compliments like water from a lotus. Sister, eye selfie. Original, your eyes hold the stars and the seas, untouched and pure like lotus in clear water. Sister, gown selfie. Original, someone forgot to close their fairytale, the princess escaped again. Sister, sunset pic. Original, even the most stunning sunset can't compare to the blush on your cheeks. The compliments were not only eloquent but also timely, whether it was 2 a.m. or 6 a.m., he replied in under 3 minutes. Honestly, more reliable than most customer service representatives. Xin'an read through the long thread of chats and felt emotionally injured. He even lost his appetite for his favorite spicy bullfrog dish. He couldn't even call the guy a simp, that was too low tier. This man was the simp king and emperor among flirts. Who would have thought someone worshipped by so many girls had such a humble side? Reflecting on the harsh social hierarchy of love, Xin'an, a born single, straight-laced science guy, came to a conclusion. Love always flows toward those who least need it. It accumulates upward, forming a romantic food chain, something unique to Homo sapiens. The three finally got their food and sat down, eagerly digging in. Halfway through their meal, Xin'an caught a flash of movement from the corner of his eye. A girl walking past had dropped something from her pocket. Being the helpful citizen he was, he put down his chopsticks, bent over to pick it up, and jogged a few steps to catch up. Gently tugging her sleeve, he said, "Hey, you dropped this." "Eep." The girl jumped slightly and turned around, locking eyes with Xin'an. "Did I?" She rummaged through her pocket, came up empty, and awkwardly accepted the student ID he handed her. Sure enough, it had her name on it. She blushed, bowed her head, and mumbled nervously, thank you, if I lost this, I wouldn't be able to eat lunch. I'd have to ask someone else to pay, and if someone took a photo, people would say I was trying to flirt for free food anyway. You really saved me. You're so kind." Suddenly realizing something, she glanced nervously around, saw no one looking, and quietly removed her mask. Her tone turned sincere and anxious as she thanked him again, nodding like a pecking chick. Xin'an blinked, a little dazed. Before, with her mask on, he had only noticed her fair skin and striking brows, clearly a beauty. But now? Her full face was revealed. She wasn't just pretty, she was stunning. No makeup, yet more dazzling than girls in full glam. She had a high nose bridge and sharply defined features with a hint of exotic charm, clearly from an ethnic minority. It was almost surreal how such a gorgeous girl could panic over something so small like a flustered little hamster. Not wanting to embarrass her further, Xin'an quickly smiled and waved his hand. "No worries, happy to help. I'll head back to eat." Okay. The girl quickly put her mask back on and scurried away. Just then, the system in Xin'an's mind lit up. Key target Subiner discovered. Gained 2 points of key target favorability. Reward, favorability display function unlocked. You can now see others' favorability toward you through eye contact. Function not applicable to key targets. Favorability can be converted to points and accumulated. Note, key target favorability has a high conversion rate. Keep building favorability to unlock the points shop and exchange for rare rewards. Key target shop. Rare rewards. Xin'an was overjoyed. He had thought this favorability system was just a gimmick. Who knew it could level up? What kind of awesome stuff would the shop offer? Please let it be money. Straight up cash. Let me retire early and skip 40 years of grinding. He'd already suffered enough as a wage slave in his last life. This time, all he wanted was to lay flat. Chapter 2. Oh no, I've become the pop diva's takeout. Back in his seat, Xin'an picked up his chopsticks again and began eating, all while daydreaming about the future. How could he efficiently rack up favorability points? Do charity work? No money. Invent something groundbreaking to benefit humanity? Brain not quite up to the task unless the points shop sold a room temperature superconductor blueprint or maybe the grand unified theory. After mulling it over, he figured breaking into the entertainment industry was the easiest route. With his looks alone, he could attract a decent fanbase. Dress up nicely, walk a few red carpets, and he could just lie at home and passively collect favorability. Yep, to live a laid-back and luxurious life, he needed to become a top idol. As that vision grew clearer in his mind, Xin'an's face slowly lit up with a blissful smile. He even paused eating, totally lost in fantasy. This soul-lost expression sent shivers down his roommates' spines. They exchanged glances, then one of them winced and asked, "Yo, Laolu, you good? That girl from earlier steal your soul or something? I mean, she's got a great figure, sure, but you've seen plenty of women, haven't you? Don't tell me you're that smitten." The question snapped Xin'an out of his happy bubble. He turned to give his roommates a serious once-over. Their hardcore My Xiaohan fanboy was Xuyang, a big guy from the northeast, over 1.9 meters tall and all muscle. He detrained in Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, kept a buzzcut that emphasized his strong features, and oozed rugged masculinity. Walking down the street, he often got mistaken for a retired soldier. Not long after entering college, he started getting cast in roles like firefighter, cop, or special ops. Among the trio, he had the most acting experience. As soon as Xin'an met his eyes, a number popped up in his vision, 80. Was that high or low? Xin'an wasn't sure. The other roommate, known for being a professional contrarian, was Li Dongqing handsome, especially his eyes, which carried a broody, soulful vibe. His only drawback was his slim build. Paired with a female lead, he lacked romantic chemistry, looked more like a pair of sisters. A dyed-in-the-wool art house actor, he scoffed at sugary idol dramas and was dead set on making it big in serious cinema. And the number floating over his head was 110. Wait, 110. How high can this number go? Isn't it supposed to be out of 100? Whatever, favorability from guys was kind of useless anyway. Who cares if it's high or low? Still, since these two trusted him this much, Xin'an gave them another glance, thinking, what if the three of us debuted as a boy group? Would we have a shot? Idol groups are all the rage these days. But the idea fizzled out as soon as it popped into his head. A musclehead fanboy and an artsy contrarian? This group would crash and burn. Better to focus on connecting with sub-inner and unlocking more favorability system features. Pretty girls always had pretty friends, maybe one of them was a key target too. Unaware of the wild thoughts in Xin'an's head, Xuyang and Li Dongqing just found his gaze deeply unsettling. Every time he looked at them, they felt a wave of inexplicable anxiety. Is this that legendary eye contact kill? Where did Laolu learn that trick, and why isn't he teaching the brothers? Just as they were about to probe further, Xin'an suddenly asked, "Do you guys know a girl on campus named Sabina?" Huh? Sabina? Sounds foreign. Nope, never heard of her. Sounds like a game character, honestly. I'm already picturing an elven big sister. Useless. Absolutely useless. Xin'an sighed and ended the conversation, rubbing his temples. Fine. If you want something done right, he pulled out his phone and searched sub-inner, expecting to get flooded with irrelevant results. To his surprise, the top trending topic was sub-inner scandal on Weibo. He tapped it, and sure enough, the girl seemed to be caught in some major PR disaster. The first post he clicked was titled, "Scheming Girl's Cringe Move Tilder Throws Herself at a Guy in Front of His Girlfriend." Right at the top was a GIF. A thick curtain flung open as a man walked in. Sub-inner, with her head down, reached out on reflex to push through, except the curtain was actually the guy's long black down coat, unzipped and hanging loose. Cue an extremely awkward and hilarious scene. Sub-inner crashed straight into the guy's chest, stumbled back in shock, and almost fell. The guy and his girlfriend looked completely baffled, staring at sub-inner like what just happened. The staff nearby were just as stunned, frozen with mouths agape. The comments were a battlefield. Mocking. TSK, if she acted like this on screen, she'd have an Oscar sweep by now. Life really is a stage, huh? She nailed the clueless innocent white flower act. Cracking up. Wait, this kind of drama actually happens IRL. I literally sprayed rice out of my mouth laughing. My roommate pulled the same move once. Subinner's freaked out expression is exactly the same, not acting. Lucian rubbed his chin, recalling how spaced out she was earlier. Honestly, it did kind of add up. Sigh, poor girl. Just because she looks mature and seductive, people assume the worst. No wonder she's so on edge all the time. But since they weren't really acquainted yet, there wasn't much he could do. He just left a comment on the post. You people really love assuming the worst in others. Even the guy she bumped into didn't say anything, and here you are, flipping out like you've been wronged. Jealousy looks really ugly, you know. Then he turned off DMs and comment notifications. Vanish like a pro. Back in the dorm, Lucian kept surfing the net, binging on everything he could about the entertainment industry in this parallel world to avoid exposing himself. But honestly, it wasn't much different from Earth's scene. Popularity ruled, looks reigned supreme, manufactured drama everywhere, and quality work was hard to find. Probably because he had searched Subinner's name earlier, his Weibo feed started pushing more related content. One article in particular caught his eye. Subinner and her boss, My Xiaohan. My Xiaohan? Wasn't she Shu Yang's goddess? And she was Subinner's boss too. Now this deserved a deep dive. He skimmed the article, eyes flying past all the speculation and gossip, until he landed on a red carpet photo of My Xiaohan and instantly frowned. Why did that dress look so familiar? Suddenly, a light bulb went off. Wasn't that the same dress Flower Sis wore? No way. Panicking slightly, Lucian opened his chat history and pulled up the photo. Sure enough, the woman in the picture was wearing the exact same dress. She was taking a mirror selfie, so her face wasn't visible. He checked the previous photos of her eyes and lips. There was a resemblance to My Xiaohan, but he couldn't be sure. After all, it could just be stolen net pics. These days, catfishing with stolen photos was standard practice. But Lucian wasn't giving up. He reverse searched the images, nothing came up. Then he double-checked My Xiaohan's Weibo. Those specific photos weren't posted there either. Estimation, 40% chance it's her. He compared My Xiaohan's Weibo selfies with the chat pics. Several were taken in the exact same setting from slightly different angles, on nearly identical dates. Confidence level up to 60%. My hands are getting a bit shaky now. Finally, Lucian made up his mind. He created a burner account and posted on a photo search forum. Can anyone tell me who this gorgeous woman is? I'm dying to know. Replies came flooding in. Post 1, bro, you just got internet in your village. That fox-like gaze and petal lips scream My Xiaohan. You're asking for a source. Post 2, same here. I recognize her from just a nostril. My Xiaohan's beauty is one of a kind in this industry. Post 3, post 2 trying to kill me with laughter and inherit my credit card debt, huh? But yeah, she's insanely recognizable. No wonder you're obsessed. Try this Bilibili compilation, pure HD goddess content. Lucian scrolled slowly, his heart finally settling. Yeah, this was 99% confirmed now. Previous host, you absolute legend. No wonder you were simping so hard. You're truly an inspiration to all of us. But the problem was he didn't have that kind of game. If he screwed up and pissed off the pop diva, how was he supposed to survive in showbiz? Worse, if he ever got famous and she leaked their chat history, he'd become the internet's favorite joke. People would greet him with, whose fairytale book came unzipped and let the prince escape. No. Absolutely not. He couldn't have that kind of blackmail hanging over him. Forget it. He'd just pretend the whole thing never happened. Ghost her. Let it fade away. Yep. He didn't even know who Flower Sis was. Resolved to go full ghost mode, Lucian set his phone on his chest and lay down, eyes closed, feeling an odd sense of calm wash over him. And then, buzz. A strange notification chime he'd never heard before. Wait, could it be? Flower Sis, Dongfang Bagilai Hotel, room 4801. A hotel room number. What the hell? Is she ordering takeout? Wait a minute. No way, I am not the pop diva's takeout, right? Cold sweat. Everywhere. Chapter 3 I Don't Believe You Have Empty Eyes. That night, at the subway station, Xin'an stood in front of a huge billboard, staring at my Xiaohan in the picture with an expressionless face. This is an advertisement for a top luxury brand, which has arrogantly occupied all the advertising spaces in the most prosperous subway station in Dongfang City. Looking around, it can be said to be an offline film festival of the Queen My Xiaohan. In the advertisement, my Xiaohan has a cold face and her delicate fox eyes look directly at the camera, indifferent but unable to conceal her charm. She is wearing a smart and simple business suit. She either raises her wrist to reveal an exquisite watch, or turns slightly to place her new leather bag in the center of the picture. This top-tier queen debuted as a child star at the age of 7 and has been increasingly popular ever since, with countless classic works. She is only 27 years old now, but has 20 years of work experience, making her a well-deserved senior in the entertainment industry. It's true. I really want to beat my peers to death. Xin'an couldn't help but sigh, wondering what he was doing when he was 27 years old in his previous life. It seemed like he had just graduated with a master's degree a few years ago and was being severely beaten by society. He lived frugally in order to buy a house and lived an extremely stingy life. They are already successful and famous, with so much money that they can't spend it all in several lifetimes. It really makes people jealous. Although he accepted the invitation tonight, Xin'an was still not prepared. How should he face this top diva? He also wanted to let it go, but he was afraid that if his attitude changed too quickly, my Xiaohan would hold a grudge against him and he would get into big trouble in the future. After all, he still wants to continue staying in the entertainment industry, accumulating favorability step by step, and making a lot of money. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Disputes between men and women are taboo in the entertainment industry. If they are exposed in the future, it will be all over. But what should he say after they meet? He didn't know how his previous life got along with my Xiaohan. If the difference was too big and he was considered to have changed his mind and no longer loved her, then it would probably end badly. It's so difficult. He is the worst at getting along with the opposite sex. Why give him such a hellish start? Hey! All roads lead to BE. Whenever you are in doubt, just ask the almighty netizens. After Xin'an thought fruitlessly, he fully demonstrated his excellent habit of asking questions without hesitation. He opened his mobile phone and searched for The Secret of Love. After thinking about it, he changed it to The Secret of Love. The situation was critical now and it was too late to learn slowly. He had to do something quick, accurate and ruthless. The first result in the search results is sincerity is the ultimate skill. Is it sincere? Xin'an touched his chin and suddenly felt that he understood a little. He often heard female colleagues complain that men's mouths are deceitful ghosts. I think women must hate men lying. If that is the case, does it mean that as long as he is telling the truth, he is definitely on the passing line and there is room for maneuver? After all, he had heard female colleagues say, as long as my husband is willing to tell me the truth, I can tolerate all this. Fortunately, he didn't lie to me, so I'm willing to give him another chance. That's right, that's it, he got it. Xin'an got it. Sincerity is the secret to love. At this moment, Xin'an felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Why hadn't he figured out such a simple truth before? Now, he had to set out immediately and end this game with sincerity. He walked into their hotel's luxurious lobby, and under the guidance of the waiter, he took the private elevator and came directly to the huge entrance door. Ding dong tilde. The door was opened, and my Xiaohan, wearing a snow-white bathrobe, leaned against the wall, looking at Xin'an outside the door with a smile. You're here. The bathrobe was large and loose, revealing her dark green silk skirt underneath. Under the light, her fair skin looked like fine jade. It seemed as if she had just taken a shower. Her face was rosy, her eyes were full of spring water, her lips were pink and soft, and her whole body exuded a strong heat and fragrance. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with the ends still a little damp, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Xin'an. What should I do? It seems like his defense was broken as soon as we met. The queen's sister was too sincere, she just killed the competition. Seeing him standing there stupidly, my Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, reached out and pulled him in, teasing. Why, you haven't seen me for a long time, don't you recognize me? The door closed behind him, Xin'an's heart was in his throat, and his breathing became faster. The air conditioner in the room was turned on very warm, so the fragrance became even more fragrant. It was a rose scent with a sense of herbal freshness, like a stubborn wild rose blooming alone between heaven and earth, proud and charming. My Xiaohan brought him to the sofa, narrowed her cunning eyes, and looked him up and down. You are very talkative online, but why are you silent when we meet in person? Forget it, let's have a drink and relax. She turned and walked towards the wine cabinet, tapped the bottles with her slender fingers, and finally selected a bottle of red wine, poured it into the decanter, and picked up 2 high-heeled glasses. She raised her wrist slightly, and her posture was exactly the same as in the subway advertisements, except that this time, what she showed was not the cold watch, but her graceful self. Only then did Xin'an recover from the shock of the first meeting. His throat rolled, and he kept repeating in his mind, "Sincerity is the ultimate skill." He began to explain. "Because you look so different now than you do after putting on makeup." Clang! The cup in my Xiaohan's hand fell heavily on the coffee table, making a crisp sound. She lost control of her expression for a moment, and her hand unconsciously exerted force, almost breaking the slender handle of the cup. Is this person sick? What does he mean by saying that she is ugly without makeup? Is this still Xin'an? Has he been kidnapped by the black fans? Without waiting for her to respond, Xin'an lowered his voice and continued. You look very, charming right now, so I'm a little nervous and shy. If he looked like the capable guy in the advertisement, Xin'an would not have lost his composure like this. He would have just acted in a businesslike manner, shaken hands with my Xiaohan first, handed her a business card, and asked the queen's sister to take care of Xiaolu in the future and to recommend some suitable resources to him. Charming, nervous, shy. My Xiaohan repeated these words unconsciously, looking up at Xin'an's face, not missing any micro-expression. After staring at him for a long time, until his eyes began to wander, my Xiaohan finally determined that this was not an act and that Xin'an was indeed very innocent. She couldn't help but chuckle, poured herself a glass of wine, and used the action of drinking to cover up the upturned corners of her mouth. No way, it seems like the innocent boy has grown up. This is too much fun. He becomes stiff all over after a little teasing. If she takes the initiative a little more, one volcano erupt on the spot. Seeing my Xiaohan finally looking away, Xin'an dared to look away, stealing glances at the other's expression from time to time. Seeing that she had a smile on her face and a relaxed posture, I guess she was not angry. As I looked at her, my eyes couldn't help but linger on her lips. After being soaked in red wine, the color was a bit like candied whores, which made people inexplicably feel that they should taste very sweet. Feeling Xin'an's gaze, my Xiaohan put down the wine glass, raised his right eyebrow, stood up and poured another glass of wine. This bottle tastes good, you should try it too. Being called suddenly, Xin'an felt as if he was back at the company dinner table. He shuddered all over and immediately raised his hands to take the drink. Unexpectedly, my Xiaohan gently pressed his hands down and took a sip herself. What is this operation? If you don't want to give it, then forget it. There's no need to mess with people's mentality. The next second, the fragrance of flowers hit him, a cold little hand pinched his chin, then a soft touch came on his lips, and the wine slowly flowed into Xin'an's mouth. Not daring to look directly into those watery eyes, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly, his throat rolling, and silently swallowed the wine that was said to taste good. But he couldn't taste anything now. He only felt his heart beating like a drum, his whole body was hot, and his cheeks and ears were hot enough to warm milk. At this moment, wine happened to flow out from the corner of his mouth and was about to flow down his neck. The gentle breath on my face suddenly disappeared, and my Xiaohan's hoarse voice sounded in front of me. Open your eyes and look at me. Xin'an frowned and opened his eyes, only to find that the other person was leaning over to look at him. His posture was quite bad. He only needed to look slightly downward to take in the entire spring scene. He quickly averted his gaze and raised his hand to wipe away the spilled wine, but a cold hand covered his fingers, gently but unquestionably pressing them down. I'll do it. After saying that, my Xiaohan slightly turned her head and kissed his chin, then kissed lightly all the way down, like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly and steadily following the trace of the wine. This is too exciting. Xin'an felt as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards. The place where he was kissed was burning hot, repeatedly scorching his sanity. No, he can't make any more mistakes and can't continue to add negative information. He suddenly grabbed my Xiaohan's shoulder and pushed her away. My Xiaohan, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, was stunned for a moment, then instead of getting angry, she smiled, crossed her legs lazily, folded her arms across her chest, and looked at Lu Xin'an leisurely, waiting for his explanation. Please wait a moment. I came here mainly because I have something to tell you. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Xin'an took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then met my Xiaohan's gaze with a fearless attitude. In his heart, he kept shouting, sincerity is the ultimate weapon, to cheer himself up. I'm sorry, I just like your money and resources. Chapter 4 Great, I have plenty of money and resources. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. My Xiaohan changed her face like a Sichuan opera performer. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, and her expression became cold and distant. She raised her eyes and stared at Lu Xin'an in silence. Lu Xin'an forced himself to look at her calmly. The room was warm as spring, but he had goosebumps all over his body. He also understood that if these words were posted online, they would be criticized to pieces, and he himself would be nailed to the pillar of shame as a gold digger. But other than this, he really couldn't think of a better way to solve the current dilemma. The predecessor did not meet my Xiaohan very often, and their relationship was mainly maintained through the internet. The interaction mode between the two sides was mainly my Xiaohan sharing, and the predecessor flattering and providing emotional value. In my Xiaohan's opinion, it might be just like raising an electronic pet. It looks good, behaves well, speaks nicely, so what else does it need? When he is in the mood, he can just call it to his side and play with it. For a top diva like her every move will be watched by people. If she is not careful, negative news about her will fly everywhere, seriously affecting her commercial value. Therefore, it is not easy for her to find a satisfactory electronic pet. The product positioning of the predecessor is actually very competitive. If the time travel had not happened, the relationship between the two would have been very good. But the problem is that he traveled through time. After changing the core competitiveness of the Lu Xin'an product has disappeared. He has neither the ability nor the motivation to continue licking the goddess. With the favorability system, he can make money doing anything, so there is no need to force himself. In addition, Lu Xin'an did not want the pie that my Xiaohan painted for his predecessor. He did not want the favor of the goddess, but only wanted real money and real resources. So this tamari pet relationship should not be maintained. The key lies in how to make everyone end the matter in a decent manner without hurting each other's feelings, and preferably also to use this opportunity to discuss cooperation. After all, Lu Xin'an has no background and has been auditioning constantly, but has never had a good role. His biggest opportunity is the top-tier queen in front of him. If he can seize it, his path in the entertainment industry will be much easier, and he can also retire early. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Xin'an still felt that with his poor acting skills, it would be better for him not to make up a story, but to just tell the truth and make his attitude clear. No matter how beautiful or young the woman opposite you looks, she is actually a veteran who has been in the entertainment industry for many years. She can definitely tell the authenticity at a glance. Sure enough, after looking at Lu Xin'an for a moment, my Xiaohan did not get angry, but just looked a little disappointed. She sighed and asked, "Is this truth or dare?" "I'm telling the truth." "No, I'm not playing games." Lu Xin'an spoke instinctively, but halfway through he realized the ambiguity and quickly began to explain. Har 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 tilde, my Xiaohan suddenly laughed out loud, sweeping away the disappointment on her face. She looked as proud as a child who had succeeded in a prank. After she finished laughing, she continued to look at Lu Xin'an, her eyebrows relaxed, a smile on the corners of her lips, and said happily, "That's great. I have plenty of money and resources." As soon as she finished speaking, the system in Lu Xin'an's mind began to give crazy prompts. Discover the key target, my Xiaohan, gain 3 points of favorability from the key target, and successfully open the points mall. Currently accumulated 5 points of key object favorability, 300 points of public favorability, total redeemable points 500.3 points. Currently, performance abilities that can be improved, lines, body shape, expression, and martial arts. Currently, singing abilities can be improved, singing skills, vocalization methods, and timbre control. It costs 100 points to permanently increase each specific ability by 1 point. Each major ability is temporarily increased by 1 point, and 10 points are spent per minute. When the points reach 1000, you can purchase a song blind box or a script blind box. In order to hear this series of information clearly, Xin'an did not say anything, but lowered his eyes and pretended to think. Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, my Xiaohan tilted his head in confusion, frowned and asked, "Are you so surprised? You don't think I really have deep feelings for you, do you?" Massive amounts of information poured into his brain at the same time, and Xin'an was trying hard to sort out the current situation. First and foremost, he won the bet. My Xiaohan was not angry and even helped him open the points mall. I didn't expect my Xiaohan to be a key target. This system's selection criteria is really based on appearance. The second is the content of the points mall. Although you cannot give money directly, it can improve your performance and singing skills. You can even receive songs and scripts later. It is simply a must-have artifact in the entertainment industry. Now, he felt more confident and was no longer afraid of turning the table against my Xiaohan. After all, he didn't make any mistakes in principle. At most, he was a bit of a scumbag. As long as he has works to his name, who would pay attention to these small problems? Can a scumbag of a talented man be called a scumbag? He is called a romantic and dashing man. Therefore, he ignored my Xiaohan's sarcasm and spoke calmly. "Yes, the resources you have are beyond my imagination and are what I need most now." Tilde. My Xiaohan did not comment, but her smile deepened. "So I think we can be frank. I hope you can help me develop in the entertainment industry and provide me with the necessary opportunities. I believe my performance will not disappoint you, and I will definitely give you the corresponding rewards later." Very good, very confident, but I don't want the rewards later, I want the rewards now. Xin'an's heart sank. Could she not escape the fate of being taken advantage of in the end? Forget it, my Xiaohan is so beautiful, being seduced by her doesn't seem to be a loss. No, this is a matter of dignity, a matter of bottom line. I can't just give in like this. Please explain it in detail. I have 3 conditions. First, you have to sign with my company. The contract period is 5 years, and you have to start making money for me now. So this is what now means. I feel a little regretful. No, I can't be tempted by beauty. There are too many temptations in the entertainment industry. I must control myself. Xin'an cursed himself in his heart, and then agreed decisively. After all, this request was reasonable. My Xiaohan's company was just established this year. There are not many artists under her name, and the only well-known one is Xin'an. The company mainly relies on my Xiaohan to attract projects, and then squeezes in other artists from the company to take advantage of it. If you don't sign with her company, it would be strange to accept her resources, which will definitely cause controversy. Second, you have to be my boyfriend and continue to show concern and care for me. During the cooperation period, you are absolutely not allowed to cheat on me. Otherwise, I will not let you go. This is a bit difficult. Xin'an frowned painfully. When he thought of those cheesy love words, he felt like life was meaningless. I searched the previous words online and basically used them all once, so I couldn't keep them going afterwards. He made up his mind and decided to reject this request. Unexpectedly, my Xiaohan's mouth twitched and she looked at him with disgust. Who asked you to post those greasy things? Every time I happily post pictures, you make me so embarrassed that I don't want to say anything. Don't post them in the future. Just communicate normally and say whatever you want to say. It turns out that she was not aloof, but speechless. Xin'an suddenly felt a little sorry for her predecessor, who worked so hard, yet was so sad. Okay, I'll try my best. But if you dislike me so much, why do you still want to be my girlfriend? When this was mentioned, my Xiaohan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Because other people are worse than you are at most embarrassed, but they are disgusting. The younger ones treat me as their mother and want me to feed them resources, while the older ones want to be their father and teach me how to do things every day. Okay? I'll pay attention. That's a good attitude. Third, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything illegal, nor will I force you to do anything. The capitalist's words are the real lies. Xin'an silently despised my Xiaohan in his heart, but he was not afraid that my Xiaohan would really make excessive demands. At worst, the two of them would break up, and who knows who would lose more in the end. He was not afraid of wearing shoes when he was barefoot. Even if he could not make it in the entertainment industry, he could become an internet celebrity and earn money for retirement. On the contrary, my Xiaohan had a big family and a big business, so if something went wrong, the loss would be huge, and he might even go into debt. Okay, it's a deal. Well, I wish us a happy cooperation, Tilda. My Xiaohan stood up and handed Lu Xin'an a glass of wine. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly and smiled meaningfully. The ambiguous atmosphere from before was no longer there. At this moment, the alarm on the cell phone rang. My Xiaohan reached out to turn it off and put down the wine glass. Then, she couldn't wait to pick up the blanket and drape it over her shoulders. She held Lu Xin'an's wrist with one hand and took him to the terrace outside the window. The time has come. I'll show you something nice. Chapter 5. At this moment, thousands of lights shine for you. Oriental Bagli Hotel is located close to the river and faces the bustling city skyline, with an excellent view. As a wealthy man, my Xiaohan naturally lives in a luxurious suite located on the top of the 48-story building. There is a private elevator leading directly to the top, covering an area of nearly 400 square meters. It is equipped with all kinds of facilities, and a professional hotel team is available to provide services at any time. It is hard to say whether this is a large flat with a river view or a hotel suite. All I can say is that if you have money, you can do whatever you want. It is not enough to enjoy the ultimate view brought by the glass curtain wall in the room. The Queen prefers the completely unobstructed experience of the terrace. But the wind on the top floor was too loud. Lu Xin'an sat on the sofa on the terrace and couldn't help but zip up his pants to the top, shrinking his neck to resist the cold wind. He put his hands in his pockets and even pulled his trouser legs down, for fear of freezing his ankles and getting rheumatism in his old age. My Xiaohan, who was wearing thin clothes, was fearless at all. Her slender and straight legs were exposed to the wind, which made Lu Xin'an frown. Do female celebrities have special anti-freeze skills? No wonder they can wear backless evening gowns on the red carpet in winter. Seeing Lu Xin'an's cowering look, my Xiaohan curled her lips and laughed. You are still a 20-year-old boy. Isn't it said that if a boy of your age falls into the water will become hot? He may be harsh in words, but honest in actions. She sat down next to Lu Xin'an, curled up her legs, squatted on the sofa with her knees hugged, reached out to spread out the blanket, and wrapped them both up. The thick wool blanket still carried the scent of green wild roses. It covered Lu Xin'an's head, successfully blocking the cold wind and making him slowly warm up. The specific heat capacity of water is very large. It is unlikely to achieve the effect you mentioned by relying solely on human body temperature, and when people relax, their desire to share begins to grow stronger. Ever since their relationship was clarified and he was asked to say whatever he wanted to say, Lu Xin'an completely let himself go and instinctively began to refute my Xiaohan's unscientific remarks, causing the other party's mouth to twitch. Before he could finish, a cold little hand came out from under the blanket and pinched his cheek, successfully muting the microphone physically. Don't teach me yet, look at the screen over there. My Xiaohan lowered her voice, her face full of joy, and stared at the distant buildings in a daze, as if she was a little girl seeing a Barbie doll in the window. The excitement and love in her eyes sparkled in the night sky. She has been successful for so many years, what else is there to make her so excited? Lu Xin'an was puzzled and followed the other person's line of sight, looking towards the tall buildings by the river. The LED light curtain walls of those buildings are some of the most expensive billboards in the city. The display effect is comparable to that of mosaics, and the shapes are also strange long strips. However, due to the unique geographical location, the advertising fees on them are astonishingly high. It is said that it costs 500,000 yuan for half an hour. Before, Lu Xin'an had never paid attention to the contents here, and only regarded them as spots of light in the city night scene. But now, all the giant light screens are filled with my Xiaohan's figure. At this moment, thousands of lights are shining for her. The classic roles she has played are edited together and played alternately, including an elegant fairy who is not tainted by the mundane world, a chivalrous woman who takes pleasure in avenging her enemies, and an independent and capable career woman. They played it in chronological order, condensing my Xiaohan's 20-year acting career into these few dozen minutes and quickly reviewing it. Many of the characters were not famous, and some were even just minor supporting roles. But they were all recorded by fans one by one. Looking at the roles she had played, my Xiaohan had a happy smile on her face, and tears filled her eyes unknowingly. After all the characters were played, huge words appeared on the big screen, spelling out a sentence: "Happy birthday, my Xiaohan, we will always support you." Wow! Even the unromantic Lu Xin'an couldn't help but sigh at this moment. They actually contracted all the large screens. This must cost at least $1 million. They were really inhumane. But the surprises were far from over. After the big screen finished playing, dense spots of light suddenly lit up in the dark night sky in the distance. Those light spots flashed with colorful lights, rose to high places, and then suddenly went out together. When they lit up again, they had actually formed words and patterns: my Xiaohan, cake pattern, happy birthday. Drone show. Cool tilde. Seeing this, Lu Xin'an suddenly became excited, even more excited than my Xiaohan beside him. Who can resist such precise control of hundreds of drones flying in formation? It is simply the aesthetics of flight control and a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The drones then formed a formation again, forming a three-dimensional cake pattern, which slowly rotated in the air. On it was today's date, 11.12, my Xiaohan's birthday. Then came the fans' fancy confession to my Xiaohan. Always be your audience, star pattern. Come on, Xiao Xiao, flash pattern. Be brave and be yourself, huge crown pattern. Thank you for lighting up my ordinary self. Love never stops, love pattern. Giant silhouette of my Xiaohan. These confessions flashed in the night sky of Dongfang City, like a grand blue and purple meteor shower. Lu Xin'an took note of it silently. It turned out that she liked this kind of inspirational flattery. He went back and searched for hundreds of them as a backup. Was he still afraid that he couldn't appease her? My Xiaohan had already covered her mouth, crying with such emotion that she couldn't speak. She just held up her phone silently, taking pictures of everything her fans did for her. Even though her fingers were frozen red in the cold wind, she remained motionless. For no reason, Lu Xin'an thought of the little match girl, then he burst out laughing and threw this ridiculous association out of his head. My Xiaohan was so rich, how could he freeze to death from hunger and cold on a snowy night? But there is a high possibility that her hands will get frostbite. Thinking of this, Lu Xin'an reached out and held my Xiaohan's hand in his palm, silently warming her. This sudden action caused my Xiaohan to look up in surprise. She looked at Lu Xin'an with red eyes, as if she had met him for the first time. His lips moved but he said nothing and turned his head back to look at his phone. No matter how affectionate a confession is, there always comes a moment when it comes to an end. After an unknown amount of time, the drones no longer appeared, and the big screen returned to showing normal commercial advertisements. The whole city was still prosperous and dazzling, but there was no trace of my Xiaohan anymore. It was like a display of electronic fireworks, leaving nothing behind except the video on the phone. My Xiaohan lowered her head and uploaded the video to Weibo. Even though her hands were frozen, she still edited it carefully for a long time before finally finalizing the text and clicking the publish button. Thank you for your company along the way. I will continue to work hard to bring you better works. Unexpectedly, just after she posted on Weibo, her phone turned off due to low battery, and she didn't have time to accept the flood of messages from fans. Without that small piece of light, the entire terrace was suddenly swallowed up by the night and returned to absolute silence. The only sound that could be heard was the whistling wind on the top floor. Going back. Seeing my Xiaohan sitting there blankly, Lu Xin'an asked. No, I want to sit here for a while. Good. He stopped talking and just stayed with my Xiaohan quietly. After a while, my Xiaohan suddenly laughed bitterly. Do you think I'm ridiculous? On my birthday, although so many people spent a lot of effort to celebrate my birthday, the only one who stayed with me was you, a guy who coveted my money and resources. It looks like a sea of flowers, but in reality there is nothing. At the end of her words, my Xiaohan turned her head to look at Lu Xin'an, her eyes colder than the wind on the 48th floor, and she waited quietly for his reply. Chapter 6. I want to relieve your sorrow. Lu Xin'an met that gaze and saw the sorrow and self-pity in it. He suddenly felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but want to say a few words. Yeah, that's right. He affirmed my Xiaohan's self-mockery without hesitation, and then said with a smile. But I feel the same way. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at the densely packed crowd on the viewing platform by the river. Many of them are like this. We don't even have a bunch of flowers and brocade. You have so many people who like you. No matter what side of you they like, you are much better than us, aren't you? When we have birthdays, who will remember them except our parents? You have so much, why are you still complaining? If you need something, go find it yourself and fight for it. Don't complain about it and make ordinary people like us angry. She wanted to seek comfort, but instead she got scolded. My Xiaohan opened her eyes wide in surprise, her face full of disbelief. After she realized what was happening, she couldn't help feeling aggrieved and turned her head away angrily, not wanting to look at Lu Xin'an anymore. Although her mind told her that Lu Xin'an was right and she really had no right to complain, emotionally, she still couldn't accept this blunt criticism. After all, she was a superstar, and she was also Lu Xin'an's financial backer. How could he be so disrespectful to her? Forget it, just tolerate him for now and see his commercial value. If he can neither make money for the company nor provide emotional value to her, then kick him out and fire him. Lu Xin'an stared at her angry back, slowly calmed down, and felt a little regretful. He couldn't help but scold her just now. They had just reached a cooperation a few minutes ago and confirmed their relationship as fake boyfriend and girlfriend. Now he turned around and scolded the sponsor for being autistic. It seemed really inappropriate. So he coughed awkwardly and took the initiative to show his goodwill. I forgot to tell you, Xiaohan, happy birthday. Tilder, my Xiaohan responded indifferently without even turning his head. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. So, I will sing a song for you. Can you sing? This successfully aroused my Xiaohan's curiosity. She reluctantly turned half of her face, glanced quickly at Lu Xin'an, and then immediately turned her head back, determined not to calm down so quickly. Lu Xin'an couldn't help laughing when seeing this. This is too cute. My Xiaohan had released a few songs before for the so-called overall development, but the quality was very average and did not make any splash. Therefore, she always unconsciously admired those who were good at singing, because people always like things they don't have. I'm not a very good singer, but I really like this song. I've practiced it for a long time, and practice makes perfect. I guess I can sing it well enough. Lu Xin'an scratched his head awkwardly and said modestly. He is not good at singing and mainly listens to music, so he can only sing one or two songs he often hears. He is the type of person who, after singing classic songs in KTV, starts to act as the atmosphere group. Although he doesn't go off tune too far because of muscle memory, he's short on breath and lacks control over his voice. He can only sing with his loud voice, which barely sounds good. After hearing what Lu Xin'an said, my Xiaohan knew that he definitely had no professional training. The fire of expectation that had been ignited before was almost extinguished. So she raised her head, looked at the sky, and nodded indifferently. Okay, sing it. Seeing her attitude, Lu Xin'an suddenly felt uncomfortable. He knew that she had seen good people in the entertainment industry, but she shouldn't be so uninterested. Humph, he must let my Xiaohan be shocked by the earth music. Almost without hesitation, Lu Xin'an decided what song to sing, and he sang his favorite, Xiao Chou. The arrangement of this song is not complicated, but it is melodious and soothing, and the lyrics are extremely amazing. It is like a prose poem that is full of aftertaste, and can easily penetrate the listener's defenses and reach the deepest loneliness and sadness in their hearts. The most valuable thing is that it writes about sorrow, but in the end it can end in relieving sorrow, giving people a gentle but firm sense of strength. It was well received by young people as soon as it was released, setting a record of over 10 million single-day playbacks for a single. On countless lonely and anxious nights, it was this song that accompanied Lu Xin'an to sleep. As long as she shed all her weak tears on the pillow, she could put on her armor again the next day and be the Don Quixote of life. So at this moment, Lu Xin'an felt that the most suitable gift for my Xiaohan might be this song, Xiao Chou. In order to successfully recommend the song and not lose face for the divine song, Xiao Chou, in his heart, Lu Xin'an decisively used the favorability he had accumulated and gave himself a buff. He silently said in his mind, improve singing ability by 10 points, last for 4 minutes. 400 points have been deducted, and 100.3 points remain. Cough cough. Lu Xin'an cleared his throat and felt that he was in better condition than ever before, as if there was a huge bellows in his chest cheering him up. My Xiaohan couldn't help but turn her head and looked at Lu Xin'an, who had a serious face, with interest. With no musical instruments or accompaniment at hand, Lu Xin'an tapped his knees with his fingers, gently keeping the beat, and then slowly opened his mouth, and his deep, magnetic male voice spread across the quiet terrace. When you walk into this playground, carry all your dreams and thoughts with you. There are different colors of makeup on different faces, and no one can remember what you look like. Hearing this, the smile on my Xiaohan's face gradually disappeared, and her eyes revealed a bit of confusion, followed by full of bitterness. The amusement park, all kinds of makeup, no one remembers what you look like. Har, this guy is so cruel. However, the first few lines of the lyrics hurt her a little. It was as if they were written just to mock her. 1 cup to the morning sun, 1 cup to the moonlight. Awaken my yearning and soften the cold window. So I can fly against the wind without looking back. Don't be afraid of rain in your heart or frost in your eyes. As the song gradually reached its climax, my Xiaohan put aside the initial pain and completely immersed herself in the melodious melody, rising and falling with it. She couldn't help but repeat the lyrics in her heart, flying against the wind without looking back, rain, frost. It was written so beautifully, as if it said nothing, and yet as if it had told the whole story. What kind of person could write lyrics like this? What did he go through? A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past. Although I never believe in the saying that mountains are high and rivers are long. Life is too short to dwell on it. When she sang to this part, my Xiaohan couldn't help but shiver. It was not because of the cold, but because a strong tingling sensation suddenly arose in her heart and quickly spread throughout her body, making her stiff for a moment. It was as if someone had scratched the depths of her soul with a feather. The force was extremely light, but it caused endless ripples and made her body tremble uncontrollably. Life is short, why keep thinking about it? Why keep thinking about it? She stood there in a daze, her expression blank. Her mind was like a revolving lantern. The past scenes flashed by quickly, those promises, those old friends, the ignorant throbbing, where are they now? There were so many people around her. Who are they with now? What do they look like? Why, she can't remember anything. When she came to her senses, her face was already cold, and she reached out to touch it, only to find that the tears that had previously dried up had burst out again and could not be stopped. My Xiaohan was so upset that she could only let her tears flow freely. She frowned and stared absent-mindedly at Xin'an's calm profile. Suddenly, she wanted to see his face, to see what his eyes and expression were. Is he sad too? But Xin'an was fully immersed in the singing at this time. He did not feel sad at all, but was full of joy. He had never felt that his voice was so beautiful and his breath was so full. Even when he was singing a cappella, it was full of stories, which made him unable to help but close his eyes and listen attentively to his own singing. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness and dispel the confusion. Well, I always leave in a hurry after dawn. Sober people are the most absurd. As Xin'an sang the last sentence softly, my Xiaohan shuddered as if she had been hit hard. Her whole body suddenly became weak, and she felt a strong sense of dizziness in her mind, as if she was drunk or too tired. Her brain was lacking oxygen, and her entire head became extremely heavy, slightly spinning around her neck. Finally, she could no longer support herself and fell directly onto Xin'an's shoulder. As soon as Xin'an finished singing, he couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely proud. After improving his singing ability, he felt that he was able to control his voice with ease. His breath was long and abundant, and his voice sounded much better than before. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was immersed in his own low and clear voice, and began to secretly regret not recording it. There were no songs of Mao Bui to listen to in this world. How could he get through the long nights? He could only be self-sufficient. After being narcissistic, he turned around and prepared to accept my Xiaohan's admiration. Such a beautiful song, wouldn't he be able to win her over and gain her favorability? But unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a furry head bumping into his shoulder. What's wrong with you? Frightened, Xin'an quickly reached out and put one hand on my Xiaohan's forehead to prevent her from getting hurt. He then put his other hand around her shoulders and helped her onto the back of the sofa. At this time, Xin'an discovered that my Xiaohan's eyes were swollen from crying. The red and swollen eyelids looked a bit like a sad frog. The tip of her nose was also red from crying in the cold wind, and she looked like a pitiful rabbit spirit. It's just listening to a song, it shouldn't be that serious. Is this what it means to faint from crying in the physical sense? Chapter 7. My room is quite big. Since she had already been seen in her miserable state, my Xiaohan simply stopped pretending and just collapsed on the sofa, looking up at the night sky, sobbing and asking, "What's the name of this song?" Relieve your sorrow. I wanted to give you a birthday gift to relieve your sorrow, but I didn't expect that it would make you even sadder. Xin'an scratched his head in distress, thinking that he was really not good at getting along with girls, always adding fuel to the fire. I had hoped to gain favorability through singing, but now it seems that's impossible. Even the name is so poetic. Whose song is this? I've never heard of it before. It's so beautiful. Has he signed with a label? My goodness, you're crying like this and still thinking about signing people to make money. If you don't succeed, who will? Xin'an was speechless. This is a song I tried to write before, but it has not been released publicly yet. But it has been popular on Earth for several years. Really? You have this kind of talent? Tell me earlier, do you have any other works? Can you put together enough to make an album? Originally, my Xiaohan was still in a daze, but when she heard about this hidden gem, she immediately perked up, excitedly took out her dead cell phone, her eyes shining, and it seemed that she was about to start a direct recruitment by the boss. Xin'an silently looked away, not daring to look at my Xiaohan, and said guiltily. That's all, there's only this one at the moment. I haven't learned the others yet. Oh. I'm sorry, what a pity. My Xiaohan was stunned and embarrassed when he heard this, thinking that he had touched Xin'an's so spot and accidentally exposed the truth that he had run out of ideas, so he immediately changed the subject. But you sing very well, and your voice is good. If you are interested, you can spend some time training for it in the future. It will be a plus if an actor can sing the theme song of a TV series. Okay, I'll practice. Xin'an replied calmly, and then the two of them fell into silence again, and no one spoke. Anyway, thanks for the song. I feel a lot more relaxed now. It's the best birthday present I've ever received. In the end, it was my Xiaohan who broke the silence first. She turned her head to look at Xin'an and smiled gently and calmly. This smile was different from the teasing when they first met, nor was it the confidence during the negotiation, nor was it the sadness when she just made fun of herself, but a kind of satisfaction and happiness. If you like, I'll bring my guitar and sing to you on your birthday next year. For some unknown reason, Xin'an couldn't help but make a promise. As soon as he said this, he felt a little regretful. Who knows where everyone will be next year? My Xiaohan's schedule is so full, she will most likely celebrate her birthday on the set. Given her status, the crew will definitely celebrate her birthday. Would he have to go over and sing for her like a gigolo? This is so embarrassing. We are all working people, why do we still make promises like those that only appear in youth campus dramas? Help, another dark history has been added. Gain 10 points of favorability with the key target, my Xiaohan. The current points balance is 1100.3, you can draw a B-level song blind box or a script blind box. 10 points of favorability. The points increased by 1000 points in an instant. Xin'an was shocked. No, sister, the reason why your favorability is increasing is too weird. You are not moved when I sing so handsomely, but you are crazy moved by the childish promise I made casually. It is true that a woman remains a girl until she dies. It seems he needs to go back and catch up on his youth campus novels. Maybe we'll both be filming next year, so are we going to meet on the Magpie Bridge? You can only say this to comfort the little girl, don't use it on me. Hearing Xin'an's promise, my Xiaohan looked indifferent. She glanced at him, then silently looked away, looking at the city lights in the distance. But everyone has a cell phone these days, so if you want to sing, I won't stop you. Don't use it on you? That's not how you describe your favorability, okay? It said it likes it. Should we say that her acting is worthy of a queen? There is really no flaw at all. Xin'an stared at my Xiaohan's profile unwillingly, but so that she looked calm, even her eyelids were relaxed, and she stared into the distance in a daze with her eyes half open. No, are your ears turning red? Xin'an narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully for a moment under the light. He found that the color of the ears had indeed become darker, forming a sharp contrast with the fair and flawless cheeks. He couldn't help but stretch out the back of his hand and gently touch my Xiaohan's ears. He immediately felt an obvious heat at the place of contact. As expected, physiological reactions cannot be faked, she is indeed shy. Hey, what are you doing? My Xiaohan was so scared when her sensitive ears were touched that she almost jumped up. She suddenly distanced herself, covered her ears with a vigilant look on her face, and glared at Xin'an fiercely. Oh, nothing. I saw your ears were red, so I thought you were cold. But they were quite hot. Do you have a fever? Xin'an explained with an innocent look on his face, the smug look on his lips almost unable to be suppressed. This time, my Xiaohan was a little embarrassed. She bit her lower lip, said nothing, stood up, tore off the blankets from the two of them, and strode into their house. Har har, he won. Lu Xin'an grinned behind him and followed him into their house. As soon as she entered the warm room, my Xiaohan threw away the blanket and leaned lazily on the sofa. Her slender and well-proportioned legs naturally stretched out from the hem of her bathrobe, so white that Lu Xin'an couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing Lu Xin'an's gaze passing over her legs intentionally or unintentionally, my Xiaohan's smile deepened. She changed her posture and crossed her legs. This time, the short skirt, which was not long to begin with, immediately slid down her thighs, and her bathrobe was completely open to both sides, revealing a pair of white and beautiful legs. Who can stand this? Lu Xin'an couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat and forced himself to look away. But my Xiaohan still felt it was not enough and continued to give out shocking news. It's getting late, and the subway is about to stop running. I remember your school is quite far from here, so why don't you stay here? My room is quite big tilde. This is too much. They actually use this to test carders. Which carder can withstand such a test? Where is their integrity and shame? Where is their moral bottom line? Lu Xin'an felt like Tang Monk who fell into the spider cave. He was being tested every moment and couldn't stay there for even a moment. But what my Xiaohan said was right. The subway was about to stop, and a taxi back would probably cost several hundred yuan. After all, their school was in the suburbs. In order to completely break up with those ambiguous objects and avoid being dug up with dirty tricks in the future, he almost emptied his savings to barely pay back the red envelopes and gifts. Now there are only a few hundred yuan left in his card for living expenses. How can he afford a taxi? He can't ride a shared bicycle back home. After much thought, this is the only option. Har har, your room is quite big, but I prefer to sleep on the sofa. The living room is more open. I like sleeping in an open place. It makes me feel safe. If you are attacked at night, run away immediately. Oh, you are special. You like to sleep on the sofa. My Xiaohan raised the corners of his mouth, smiling with his lips but not his eyes, and there was a hint of gnashing of teeth in his eyes. It's up to you. You can sleep in the bathtub if you want. After saying that, she waved her hand and went back to the bedroom. Seeing that she didn't insist too much, Lu Xin'an breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a pillow, picked up the blanket that my Xiaohan had thrown aside, and fell asleep comfortably on the sofa. This leather sofa has an excellent texture. When you lie down on it, you feel that every part of your body is supported and you can completely relax. In addition, it is very spacious, so you don't feel cramped when sleeping. After a while, Lu Xin'an smelled the fragrance of wild roses on the blanket and fell into a sweet dream. But on the other hand, my Xiaohan's sleeping condition was a bit worrying. Chapter 8 Why are you so skilled? My Xiaohan works on the crew all year round, with an irregular work and rest schedule and often has to stay up late. In addition, female stars generally have extremely strict body management and a very low body fat percentage, so her physique is very weak and cold hands and feet are commonplace. Today I spent half a day on the terrace enjoying the breeze, experiencing great joy and great sorrow, and was extremely exhausted. I was so pissed off by Lu Xin'an, that tactless guy. Now she was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Sometimes she thought of the scene of Fan celebrating her birthday, and sometimes she thought of herself showing weakness in front of Lu Xin'an and being scolded. She felt happy and angry at the same time. Finally, she recalled the way Lu Xin'an was concentrating on singing, and she felt an inexplicable numbness in her heart. I was really confused and irritated. But at this moment, my feet were as cold as ice and no matter how I tried to warm them up, they wouldn't warm up. After a few hours, she still had no desire to sleep and was on the verge of complete insomnia. My Xiaohan simply curled up into a ball and tried to warm her feet with her hands, but after doing so for a long time, not only did her feet not get warm, but even her hands started to feel cold. She withdrew her hand in annoyance, and suddenly remembered that when she was holding up her mobile phone to record the video on the terrace, her hand seemed to be just as cold. How did she warm up at that time? It seemed like Lu Xin'an used his hands to keep her warm. How is it possible? How could that wooden-headed guy be so considerate? My Xiaohan buried her face in the fluffy and soft goose-down quilt, trying to completely drive out the absurd thoughts in her mind. But the scene at that time became clearer and clearer. Lu Xin'an's hand was so warm, and so big that it easily wrapped around her hand completely. Can I wrap my feet as well? That way my feet should be warm too. If my feet are okay, then what about my waist? Can his hands hold my waist easily? Wait. My Xiaohan suddenly woke up and realized that she seemed to be imagining something incredible. She covered her face fiercely, and her heart was mad. Why would she fantasize about that kind of idiot? Is it because she is too lonely? No, if she falls in love with that kind of idiot, she will be pissed to death. No, it's impossible for her to like Xin'an, so why should she worry about being angry to death? Yes, she was just playing around with Xin'an and kicked him away when she got tired of him, but why did she agree to celebrate his birthday together? The more my Xiaohan thought, the more confused her mind became, and the further away from sleep she felt. Damn it, it's all that bastard Xin'an's fault. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and sat up suddenly, looking through the door and straight at the sofa in the living room. Tormented by insomnia and wild thoughts, my Xiaohan's fragile sanity completely collapsed. She calmly stood up, picked up her quilt and pillow, and strode out of the room. In the dark night, my Xiaohan used the light from outside the window to see Xin'an's sleeping face. This guy is quite handsome when he is not talking, my Xiaohan muttered to herself, he looks like a quiet handsome man. She stared at Xin'an's long and thick eyelashes, and couldn't help but become playful. She squatted down and blew gently into his eyes. The sleeping Xin'an frowned, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he instinctively raised his hand to touch his face, then he shrank his neck, buried his face in the blanket, and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Humph, his sleep quality is so good that it makes people jealous. My Xiaohan snorted indignantly. If it were her, she would probably wake up when someone approached, but this guy was sleeping like a dead pig. She simply stopped hesitating, put down her pillow, lifted the blanket on Xin'an, bent down and got in. Then she stretched out her arms and pulled the duvet on the ground over the two of them, then sighed with satisfaction. Other people's beds are just warmer. Xin'an slept very calmly, lying on his side with one hand tucked under the pillow and the other on his chest. He only took up a small half of the sofa, so there was no contact between him and my Xiaohan, with a narrow gap between them. Listening to Xin'an's rhythmic breathing, my Xiaohan's heart gradually calmed down. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she was about to be swallowed by sleepiness. However, her feet were still very cold, and she still couldn't fall asleep. After tossing and turning for another half an hour, my Xiaohan finally couldn't resist the temptation of the heat and silently stretched her foot towards Xin'an's calf. As soon as her cold feet touched the other person's warm skin, she couldn't help but hum comfortably. The temperature was just right and it was very elastic. I heard before that there was a famous corrupt official in history who had to have two beautiful women put their feet in their arms to warm them before he slept. She thought it was outrageous, but now it seems that the corrupt official knew how to enjoy himself. How about telling Xin'an tomorrow that the third request is for him to use his belly to warm his feet? Just when my Xiaohan was daydreaming and about to fall asleep, Xin'an suddenly raised his hand and hugged her in his arms. She was so frightened that her whole body froze and she almost screamed. What happened? Xin'an woke up. In fact, instead of waking up, Xin'an fell completely into a beautiful dream. In his previous life, he lived alone and adopted a dog. Although the dog was a long-haired dog, its hair was fine and soft, like human hair, and was very comfortable to touch, but it was not warm. Therefore, every time the weather got cold, the dog would quietly jump onto the bed and get into his quilt. At first he would teach the dog a lesson and forbid it to go on his bed, but the cunning dog always came in after he fell asleep and he couldn't stop it at all. He also didn't have the heart to lock the dog in the toilet or cage, so in the end he could only silently accept the fact that his bed had become a doghouse. At this moment, he dreamed that the dog he hadn't seen for a long time came into bed again. Since he came here, the thing he was most uncomfortable with was not having this little guy around him. So when he saw the dog in his arms, he didn't despise it. Instead, he happily hugged it and skillfully stroked the hair on its back with his fingers. Oh, your hair has grown a lot. Why do you feel so cold? Did you go out? Xin'an gently stroked the dog's back and whispered. I'm gone now. You have to follow your grandparents carefully. Don't poop around in the house or they'll beat you. Don't pick up food outside or you'll get an upset stomach. Don't fight with other dogs. With your tiny body, who can you beat? Also, I miss you so much. In the future, can you come here to keep me company? I'll make a lot of money to support you, even for 10 lifetimes. At the same time, my Xiaohan stiffened her body and felt Lu Xin'an's hand gently stroking her hair first, then along her spine, all the way down. His technique was gentle and skillful, as if he had done it countless times. Is this guy awake or not? Is he pretending to be asleep to take advantage of her? My Xiaohan's heart slowly lifted up and she didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing that the hand was about to reach her sensitive parts, she could no longer bear it and prepared to push Lu Xin'an's hand away. But the next second, the big hand suddenly lifted up, then moved to her neck and began to stroke her from the head. Over and over again, it is full of soothing meaning, like a loving mother coaxing her child to sleep. Oh, is that all? No, what is she expecting? Wait, why is Lu Xin'an so skilled? What has he touched before? My Xiaohan had a lot of questions in her mind, and couldn't help but have many guesses in her mind. Is it a child? Does he have brothers and sisters? Or, his own child? Well, it's unlikely. Maybe it's his girlfriend, he often comforts his sad girlfriend or something like that. Damn, his innocence is indeed pretended, but in fact he is very skilled, the body's instinctive reaction cannot be deceived, he is so skilled even in his dreams, who knows how many times he has practiced it before. Just when she was feeling conflicted, she suddenly heard Lu Xin'an whispering something. He can even talk in his sleep. My Xiaohan suddenly became excited and stretched her neck to get close to his mouth, wanting to listen to what he said. I miss you so much, can you stay with me? My Xiaohan's brows furrowed as he listened. Who was he dreaming about? How deep was their affection for Lu Xin'an, who could actually make her say such nauseating words? I can support you for 10 lifetimes. Hiss, my Xiaohan gasped in shock. Lu Xin'an was so stingy that he didn't even want to spend money on taxi fare and would rather sleep on the sofa here, but he was willing to support someone else for 10 lifetimes. Was this person his savior? Could this be the legendary White Moonlight? My Xiaohan, who has been starring in idol dramas for many years, immediately began to associate that perhaps many years ago Lu Xin'an was not the irritating guy he is now. He was just a young and enthusiastic boy, but the girl he liked chose to be with someone else because of financial reasons. This made Lu Xin'an completely evil and he became a prisoner of fame and fortune. He would do anything to make money just to transcend his powerless self in the past. Wow, this plot is quite interesting. What kind of heroine should be paired with him? With her head full of idol drama stories, my Xiaohan fell asleep unknowingly. In her dream, she saw Lu Xin'an holding a guitar and singing to someone. When she approached, the person turned and looked at her. She immediately opened her eyes wide, trying to see the other person's face clearly, but only saw a pair of huge black-framed glasses. Chapter 9. Please use money to humiliate me. The next day, Lu Xin'an was awakened by the sunlight. He forgot to draw the curtains yesterday. At this time, the light shone in from the 270-degree panoramic window, making the entire living room as bright as heaven. He struggled for a long time before he managed to open his eyes. He was ready to get up and look for a way to close the curtains. But as soon as he moved, he found something soft in his arms moving as well. Could it be that his dream has come true and the dog really comes to accompany him? Lu Xin'an lifted the quilt in surprise, only to find a person in his arms. Under the black hair was the delicate face of my Xiaohan. She had been sleeping with her head buried in the quilt for a long time, and a blush appeared on her little face. Cut. He covered himself with the quilt in disappointment. It turned out that it was not a dog. Hey, wait! Who is this? My Xiaohan? Why is she on her bed? Oh no, on the sofa, oh no, it's her sofa. She shouldn't be here anyway. Was he attacked at night? Lu Xin'an touched his clothes in fear and found that they were intact and his buttocks did not hurt, so he felt relieved. His action startled my Xiaohan. She raised her head dazedly, squinted her eyes at the sky, and muttered. It's still early, I'll sleep a little longer. Then he dived back into bed and fell asleep. Lu Xin'an sat alone, looking disheveled in the wind. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Xin'an covered his face with his hands weakly and sat dejectedly on the sofa. My Xiaohan was wrapped in a quilt, sitting cross-legged in a daze, like a hermit crab. She slept too late yesterday and couldn't wake up at all now. You said, your feet are cold, so you use me to keep them warm. Tilda. She admitted it confidently without even frowning. No, what do you think I am, a foot warmer? You are too. My Xiaohan frowned, annoyed by Lu Xin'an's nagging, picked up the phone, and tapped a few times. I've transferred the money to you. I treat you as my gigolo. Okay, stop nagging. Click on the control panel over there to close the curtains. Thank you. After saying that, he leaned to the side, fell down and continued to sleep. Xin'an was choked for a moment, and silently opened his phone. Flower pattern, transfers 200,000 yuan to you. 200,000. 200,000. Is this so much just for warming your feet? Is it too late for him to offer his services now? No, Xin'an, oh Xin'an, you have to have a long-term vision and not be captured by the petty gains of the moment. All the gifts given by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. This is just her way of breaking your bottom line, to wear down your self-esteem and make you completely a slave to money. You should transfer the money back now and then scold her harshly. Thank you, boss. I'll leave now. Please contact me if you have anything else. Xin'an quickly clicked the panel, and the electric curtains slowly closed, and the room suddenly became dark. He picked up his coat, turned around and walked out, saying goodbye warmly as he walked. What a joke, self-esteem is worth. How can warming the feet of a beautiful woman be considered humiliation? It's obviously a reward. In his previous life, he was scolded by his boss every day, and in the end he couldn't make so much money. The queen is really beautiful and kind. At this moment, my Xiaohan's muffled voice suddenly came from under the quilt. Go to my company tomorrow to sign a contract, and then work like a slave for me to make money. Your good days are over. It was clear that a good day was about to begin. Xin'an stopped, turned around and smiled. Okay, got it. Besides. Xin'an just raised his foot and stopped again. What else? Can this person finish what he said at once? Doesn't he know that starting and breaking consumes the most fuel? Have you ever been in love before? My Xiaohan's voice sounded very ethereal, as if it came from the distant horizon. No, I've been single since birth. The relationship between my predecessor and her doesn't count as his, so he refuses to acknowledge her. Seeing his decisive answer, my Xiaohan curled the corners of her lips in the quilt and felt much better. It seemed that there was no invincible white moonlight. Humph, I knew it. It's useless for a guy like you to be so annoying even if you look handsome. Okay, go now. Can this person still talk properly? He has to be sarcastic, right? Xin'an's mouth twitched, but the next second, the system prompt suddenly sounded, gained 3 points of favorability with the key object, my Xiaohan. My goodness, is this person the legendary Tsundere? The more he speaks harshly, the deeper his love is. Considering the 10 points of favorability that fell out of the blue last night, Xin'an finally concluded that my Xiaohan was an extremely arrogant person when it came to relationships. No wonder she was so lonely. An ordinary girl's Tsundereness could be considered cute because everyone knew that she was just being stubborn. But the arrogance of a successful person like my Xiaohan is pure heartbreaking, because no one is as rich, pretty and capable as her. No wonder she has no friends around her. Who can withstand such endless humiliation? Well, I will guide him slowly in the future. Managing upwards is also a science. After sitting on the subway for nearly 2 hours, Xin'an finally arrived at his loyal upper bunk and lay down directly, too tired to move a finger. Hey, you didn't come home at night, old Lu. Look at you, lying in bed so early in the morning. You must be exhausted. Xu Yang poked his head out from his seat and smiled meaningfully. The only one who can deliver the news to you as soon as you receive it should be the goddess. How come you finally got the Western scripture? I guess so. Xin'an turned over and looked at the top of the blackout curtain. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what the relationship between him and my Xiaohan was. He wanted to talk only about money and deals. But my Xiaohan was unwilling to let him go and wanted to maintain their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Now that the relationship has been confirmed, as a pure love warrior, he wants to treat my Xiaohan well and insists on not having sex before they have a mutual understanding of each other. That's why he tried his best to restrain himself and chose to sleep on the sofa. As a result, when he woke up the next day, my Xiaohan actually took the initiative to get into his bed, threw him another 200,000 yuan, and called him a gigolo. It was such a fierce move that he was dizzy and couldn't figure out what my Xiaohan was thinking. Did she want him to be a sex partner, or to be a mistress, or to have a pure love relationship with her? But no matter which one, he seems to make a lot of money. Alas, don't think about it anymore. Xin'an once again chose to give up, live life to the fullest, and enjoy the present moment. As long as he doesn't get infected with the disease, he doesn't care what kind of relationship she wants to maintain. Well, next time I see her, I will bring HIV and syphilis test strips, as well as family planning supplies. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. After figuring it out, Xin'an was in a good mood and began to sort out the gains brought by the system in the past 2 days. He silently said in his heart, "Inform the current points accumulation and explain the contents of the blind box in detail." The current points balance is 1,400.3 points. You can spend 1,000 points to redeem a B-level song blind box or script blind box. There is a 74% chance of getting a high-quality work, a 25% chance of getting a best-selling work, and a 1% chance of getting a classic work. Songs and scripts can indeed bring huge profits, but his singing and acting skills are too poor now, so it is unlikely that he can sing or act them himself. He can only sell them to others, and the money he earns will be much less. Moreover, there is no accurate market price for this thing. Unless it is a classic masterpiece, it depends a lot on appearance. If the other party doesn't like it and lowers the price, then he will lose a lot of money. He is still a nobody in the entertainment industry and has no bargaining power, so this kind of transaction is difficult to do. Plus, Xin'an recalled his experience playing the card-drawing mobile game. Every pool was crooked, and he would get the guaranteed prize every time. With this kind of luck, it's better not to touch the blind box for now. If he spends all his points and urgently needs to improve his abilities, he can only go back to being my Xiaohan's bootlicker. After all, the points are still too few, but it is too difficult to accumulate points by pleasing my Xiaohan and Sabina. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Whoever tries to rescue will end up sinking. The most urgent task is to participate in the projects, no matter whether they are big or small productions, and to first establish his reputation and attract fans. After having the starting resources, he will use the points to vigorously improve his abilities, forming a virtuous circle, opening up the situation step by step, and finally winning the Grand Slam of Best Actor, and then having tens of billions in box office revenue. He will become successful and famous, and become a top star. When the time comes, he will throw the money in my Xiaohan's face and say to her, "Now, it's your turn to be my canary." Chapter 10. The waters of the agency are so deep. The next day, Xin'an changed into his most handsome outfit, carefully styled his hair, and even sprayed some perfume. As the rich woody scent spread, he felt like a walking domineering president. Xu Yang, who was brushing his teeth, glanced at Xin'an and said vaguely, "Why are you dressed so exquisitely? You'll be totally out of shape when you squeeze out of the subway. Besides, your perfume is too strong. People will scold you on the subway." Li Dongqing, who had just climbed out of bed, also started to complain. "Humph." Xin'an smiled confidently, took out his phone and tapped it a few times. "Who said I'd take the subway? I'm taking a taxi today." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to his roommate's sarcasm and strode out of the dormitory, leaving behind a room full of "Brother Fu V me 50" and "Brother Fu, please guide me." The feeling of having money is confidence. The taxi stopped in front of the office building. Xin'an followed the navigation and successfully arrived at the company's front desk. After reporting his name, he waited at the front desk for the person in charge of signing the contract to come. Dongfangison Culture Media Company, Limited. Xin'an looked at the company name and muttered to himself, "Xin'an, the heart of art. That's quite ambitious." A few minutes later, a sophisticated and capable middle-aged woman came over and enthusiastically shook hands with him. "Hello, you must be Mr. Xin'an. I am Liu Ling from the company's contract department. You are here to sign the contract today, right? Please follow me, the contract is ready." "Okay, thanks." Xin'an shook hands with her politely, and the moment they looked at each other, he saw that the other person's favorability level was 50. This is someone who is used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women. He is definitely an experienced scout. After obtaining the favorability display function, Xin'an seized every opportunity to explore the rules of favorability. He found that among strangers they met for the first time, women's average favorability towards him was much higher than men's, generally concentrated around 60, while men's was concentrated around 40. Among them, young women had the highest favorability, and young men had the lowest. Obviously, it's all because of his handsomeness. However, after he successively used methods such as wearing a mask, a hat, sunglasses and dressing sloppily to lower his appearance, the average favorability of men and women gradually converged, concentrated at around 50. After seeing him, the agent in front of him had a favorability rating of exactly 50, which shows that she is not affected by his appearance and is calm and composed. She is indeed an excellent worker. After receiving the contract, Xin'an read it carefully. Liu Ling on the opposite side did not urge him, but just lowered her head to process messages on her mobile phone. This contract is quite standard, without any unfair clauses. The profit sharing is also quite friendly to newcomers, 60% to 40%, 60% for Xin'an and 40% for the company, for a period of 5 years. Although he was somewhat unwilling to accept this profit sharing ratio, it was because he didn't have any outstanding works at the moment. After hesitating for a moment, Xin'an decisively picked up the pen and signed. Seeing how happily he signed, Liu Ling couldn't help but look up at him. At this time, her favorability had risen to 60. It turns out that this sister likes straightforward people. Xin'an silently took note in his heart and couldn't help but sigh that the favorability system is really easy to use. Every action he takes when interacting with others can get timely feedback. My mother no longer worries that I will offend all my colleagues because of my low emotional intelligence. Liu Ling glanced at the contract, filed it away, stood up and said with a smile. You came at the right time today. We are going to have a regular meeting soon. I will take you to attend and meet the people from different departments. While walking towards the meeting room, Liu Ling introduced to Xin'an. Our company's model is slightly different from other agencies. It's not one-to-many for artists, but many-to-many. All artists' business affairs are managed by one business team, and publicity is also handled by one team. So you can rest assured that even if you are a newcomer, the team leading you are the most professional. Har har, that's great. Xin'an put on a business smile and praised politely. But I already had a feeling in my heart that this model was probably specially set up to prevent artists from leaving with their management team. After all, many artists nowadays are unwilling to work for others once they become famous. They often choose to resign with their current team and set up their own studio. This way, they can achieve a seamless transition without delaying making money. However, in the many-to-many model of Xin'an media, artists do not have their own exclusive teams, so it is naturally impossible for them to be packaged and taken away. Once the contract is terminated, there will inevitably be a vacuum period, and all resources and channels have to be re-established and maintained. Competition in the entertainment industry is so fierce that if someone who has just become popular disappears for a few months, it is very likely that this person will no longer be found and his popularity will plummet. Therefore, if the artists of Xin'an media want to resign, they may have to first consider whether their own abilities are strong enough. Oh, forget it. You'll be exploited no matter where you are. I'll try to make a name for myself first before I think about these things. When I opened the door of the conference room, I saw quite a few people already sitting inside. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with seat signs. Business, entertainment, packaging, people from all departments were present. It was obviously a large meeting. Next to the table, there were many chairs, and many young artists were already sitting there, like students who came to listen to the class. They all lowered their heads and played with their mobile phones. When they saw Liu Ling and Xin'an come in, they just looked up and continued to play with their phones indifferently. Xin'an didn't care. They were all colleagues and would probably have to compete for resources in the future, so there was really no need to be too cordial. He found a seat in the middle and sat down quietly. Liu Ling walked to the conference table and sat down in the contract signing department. As time went by, more and more people came in, and those who knew each other started chatting with each other, but there was always a vacuum around Xin'an. From time to time, people around him cast their eyes in his direction, looking him up and down without any concealment. Among them, there was a particularly strong gaze that could not be ignored. You don't need to watch to know that these male artists are more hostile to him than those strangers he meets on the road. After all, Darwin once said, the competition for survival among one's own kind is the most intense and the most terrible of all competitions for survival. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open a crack, and a head of long, smooth black hair slipped in first, followed by a gorgeous white face. This is it. We are not wrong. Subinner muttered something quietly, then squeezed in through the crack in the door and looked around for a seat. Here comes Subi. Isn't she in the group? Why is she here today? Please move aside and make a vacant seat. I'll ask her to sit over here. Her arrival made all the young artists in the company excited, simply because she had been very popular recently, so popular that she seemed to be on the verge of becoming the second sister of the company, second only to my Xin'an. My Xin'an has been famous for too long and her status is too big to be approached, but Subinner is relatively inexperienced. As artists from the same company, they still have a chance to get along well. If they market their sisterhood, or create a few scandals, wouldn't they be able to reap the benefits? Xin'an was also attracted by the noise. He raised his head and happened to meet Subinner's eyes. The other person obviously recognized him, smiled at him, then walked towards him decisively, sat down in the empty seat next to him without hesitation, leaned forward, and greeted Xin'an enthusiastically. "Wow, have you also signed with this company? That's great, we can film together in the future." When the other artists saw the familiar attitude between the two, they put down their hands silently just as they were about to raise them. Whispers suddenly sounded around them, and the eyes that were looking at Xin'an became sharper. Chapter 11, Hold onto the Queen's Thighs, Wu Takes Off. Subinner was an extremely sensitive person. She immediately realized the change in the atmosphere, sat up straight, and wrinkled her face in distress. "I'm sorry, I'm easily disliked by everyone, and I think I've got you into trouble too. Why don't I just sit in the corner?" As he said this, he was about to stand up and leave. No, this girl must have misunderstood the situation. Wasn't he the one being envied? Why did Subinol leave? He wanted to take the opportunity to improve his favorability. Xin'an quickly grabbed Subinner's sleeve and spoke to stop him. "No, that's not the case. Just sit here. I don't know much about the situation, so I'd like to trouble you to introduce it to me." "Oh? Didn't Liu Ling introduce you? Why do you need Subi to help you?" Just at this moment, a familiar scent of wild roses came from behind Xin'an, and a cold voice sounded behind him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the back of Xin'an, and they were so surprised as if they had seen a huge explosion. "Sister Xiaohan, you're back today too." Only Subinner looked happy. He rushed towards my Xiaohan and gave her a warm hug. Xin'an turned his head expressionlessly and met my Xiao's cold eyes. She raised the corners of her mouth and gave Xin'an a meaningful smile. Then she took Subinol's hand and walked towards the conference table. "There's a big project for you to attend this meeting. Please sit in the front." "Okay, Tilda." Subinner was like a little Pomeranian being led home by its owner, following him with cheerful steps. Xin'an was left sitting there, enduring everyone's inquiring gazes. Those young artists, especially the male ones, have started to go crazy inside. It's okay that Subinner knows this guy, after all, she has never been arrogant and is easy to get along with. But my Xiaohan seemed to know him. In the past, Sister Xiaohan would go straight to the conference table and not bother to look at the young artists here. But today, she came over and smiled at this guy. That was the smile of the Queen my Xiaohan. How could this guy be worthy of this? How could he be worthy of this? Why should he be worthy of this? Could this guy be some kind of relative? Has he known my Xiaohan for a long time? No wonder the director of the contract department personally brought him here. Damn it, this unfair world. Xin'an sat there, looking calm and composed, with his back straight, and he didn't seem to care about the solemn atmosphere at all. In fact, he really doesn't care. No matter what they think, as long as it doesn't interfere with his making money, it's fine. Since he has become an artist, why would he be afraid of others' jealousy? After everyone arrived, the meeting officially began. Each department reported one by one, like reading the names of dishes, listing the 3 new endorsements signed by Subinol, what commercial activities they would participate in later, and the 4 crews that had recently contacted them. Finally, they were ready to participate in this big investment. Such a complex list needs to be repeated many times. Of course, the smaller the star, the less there is to say. My Xiaohan and another shareholder, Zhang Yangwen, who was a senior broker, were responsible for reviewing the documents. They would occasionally ask a few questions, but most of the time they would just nod silently and approve them. The company's agents are very experienced and know how to strengthen the artist's positioning, so the arrangements they make are basically problem-free. As he listened, Xin'an became distracted, because he had basically never heard of the brands, directors and investors mentioned in the meeting. This experience was like his first time sitting in on a laboratory group meeting. He didn't know what was going on and just wanted to sleep. "I think Xin'an can go to this variety show." Just when he was gradually becoming distracted, a cold voice suddenly mentioned his name, which perked him up. He looked in the direction of their voice and met my Xiaohan's disdainful gaze. The person in charge of the report was the agent of the entertainment department. She frowned and glanced at Lu Xin'an, then looked at my Xiaohan and explained in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. This variety show focuses on improving the acting skills of new actors, so it is in great need of traffic. This time they approached us mainly to get Subi and Xiaohan to participate and bring them traffic. Now if Xiaohan doesn't plan to go, it may be difficult to get newcomers from our company. The general manager of artist operations nearby also helped explain. This is a plan set up by Director Shi. As you know, he has a strong control desire and will not allow us to randomly insert people. Subi's going this time is a win-win situation. He gets traffic, and we improve our popularity. If we also feel at ease, I'm afraid they won't want to suffer a loss. Lu Xin'an listened carefully for a long time before he roughly understood the current situation. What he meant was that even if he gave it for free, the program crew wouldn't want it, so he felt like he was at a disadvantage. This is really too much. Do you think he is like the green onions in the vegetable market, stuffing him around? Don't look down on the young people because they are poor. You will regret it. Zhang Yangwen has been my Xiaohan's agent for many years. Even though she has become a shareholder of the company, she is still responsible for my Xiaohan's schedule. She spoke without question. This variety show is too low level. It was created by Director Shi to promote his new talent and new drama. It's definitely not going to be very popular. Not only will Xiaohan not get a suitable salary if she goes, but she will also lower her status. There will be no big budget acting variety shows looking for her in the future, so she can't go. After hearing what their boss and immediate superior had said, the two agents said nothing more and just nodded in agreement. Okay, let's communicate again. Who said I won't go? I'm going. This variety show is quite interesting. I'm tired of filming all the time, so let's change the taste. Besides, Director Shi has done me a favor. My first hit idol drama was filmed by him. Let's just consider it as returning the favor. My Xiaohan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke and agreed directly. Unexpectedly, my Xiaohan overturned Zhang Yanwen's decision on the spot. The two workers below looked at each other, not knowing who to listen to for a moment. Zhang Yangwen frowned slightly, without saying anything, but just nodded slightly at the two of them, and they immediately understood what he meant. Since Sister Xiaohan is willing to be a mentor, then it will be easy for us to discuss. Xin'an just arrived and her schedule is still open, so it's settled. The variety show will start filming in a month. Xin'an, is that okay with you? Everyone immediately looked at Lu Xin'an. Some were curious, some were jealous, and some were indifferent. Some smart people have already started to speculate, did my Xiaohan agree to be a mentor just to get Lu Xin'an to participate in the variety show? That's impossible. With her notoriously bad temper, would she sacrifice herself for a newcomer? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Xin'an calmly accepted these complicated looks, smiled faintly, and responded decisively. No problem. The agent looked at other colleagues and asked, is there anyone else who has time? I'd like to go and talk to them too. The others shook their heads. This variety show was expected to take 2 to 3 months to shoot, which was too long and the others simply didn't have the time. The matter was about to be finalized, and the agent showed a relaxed smile on his face and prepared to turn the page of the PPT. At this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded. Wait, I also want to participate in this variety show. The agent stopped turning the pages, sighed, forced a smile, and looked over. Guaharan, aren't you going to film Secret Love Makeover soon? You don't have time. I don't want to be in that group. It's another youth campus drama. I'm about to throw up while filming it. The contract has been signed. If you withdraw now, you will have to pay liquidated damages. Tell me how much it is and I'll pay you. Lu Xin'an originally wanted to remain aloof and not go to watch, but after hearing this, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and turned his head to look behind him. He really wanted to see who this guy who was being paid to work was. Unexpectedly, the other party was also looking at him. When their eyes met, sparks flew in the air. The other party did not hide his hostility at all and stared at Lu Xin'an with a bad look. Favorability, 0. This was the first time that Lu Xin'an saw a 0 favorability rating in the eyes of others. He estimated that this was mainly because favorability could not be negative. Chapter 12 Improving Acting Skills is urgent. This young man named Guaharan is very handsome. He looks like the literary senior in school who likes to wear white shirts. No wonder he was filmed in the youth campus drama until he vomited. But at this moment, Senior Wenyi was staring at Lu Xin'an fiercely, wishing he could go up and punch him twice. Where does such strong hostility come from? Lu Xin'an is really confused. This is probably the first time he has met him. On the other hand, the agent was almost crying. This was not finding an artist, it was clearly inviting an ancestor. He said, "I'll pay for it," so readily without thinking. The crew was about to start filming, and the male lead suddenly broke the contract. The producer and director must be very angry. The grudges here could not be settled by paying money. It is possible that he will be banned in the future. Zhang Yangwen frowned, not hiding his dissatisfaction, and asked sternly, "Haoran, have you thought it through? This is not a question of money, it's a question of professional ethics. If you behave like this, which crew will dare to hire you in the future?" Guaharan stiffened his neck, not retreating at all, and answered confidently, "It doesn't matter if a crew of that level doesn't want me. Once my acting skills improve and I become famous, won't these crews line up to find me?" Do you really think that you can become an acting talent by participating in a variety show called Acting Academy? You haven't gotten smarter since you went to college. You're giving up your reputation for a variety show with unclear circumstances. Do you want to quit your job? The agent was so angry that he almost cursed. "If I still can't become popular this time, I will go home and inherit the family business, and I won't have to endure this bullshit anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the agent was choked and could no longer speak. She spent all this time worrying about him, but forgot that his retreat also led directly to Rome. "Okay, it's great to have the courage to fight to the death. You can go too." My Xiaohan, who had been watching for a long time, suddenly spoke up and agreed with a smile. Although she didn't remember who this Guaharan was, it was obvious that he had a grudge against Lu Xin'an. In order to ruin Lu Xin'an's good deeds, he was even willing to give up his own career. This is so interesting, she can't wait to see Lu Xin'an get humiliated. Xiaohan, stop fooling around. Haoran, calm down first. This is related to the company's reputation. You can't just say no and not do it. There are still a few days before the show's cast is confirmed. Let's discuss it privately and move on to the next topic first. Finally, it was Zhang Yangwen who stepped forward and made the final decision, ending this farce. Guaharan sat down unwillingly, but his eyes were still fixed on Lu Xin'an's back, which really made him feel what it meant to feel like a thorn in the back. I have to go back and look through my phone carefully to figure out how I had offended this guy. He has such a huge hatred for me that it's like I was cuckolded by him. The content of the subsequent meeting had nothing to do with Lu Xin'an, so he continued to let his mind wander. It was not until the meeting was over that he came back to his senses, stood up, and followed the crowd out. "Lu Xin'an, wait a minute, I have something to tell you." My Xiaohan called out to him at this moment, and the glares that had finally disappeared came back again, and the number of people was increasing. "Sister, can you please stop trying to make your presence known? Can't we just chat on the phone? Do you really have to make him offend all the artists on his first day on the job?" Lu Xin'an made a bitter face and dragged his feet to my Xiaohan, waiting for her to speak. Unexpectedly, she did not stand up, but showed a sweet and cunning smile like a fox, hooked her finger, and motioned Lu Xin'an to come over and listen. Show off endlessly, right? You say that the relationship is confidential, but your actions seem to make it public. What kind of mentality is this? You have made enough money and want to quit, but I haven't even started making money yet. But no matter how much Lu Xin'an cursed in his heart, he did not dare to contradict his boss on the surface. He could only bend down and listen attentively. Seeing that he cooperated obediently, my Xiaohan smiled even sweeter, her lips gently opening and closing like a lover's whisper, but in fact what she uttered was a cold threat. "Keep your distance from Soapy and don't create any scandals, or you'll be dead." Lu Xin'an's mouth twitched, and he responded silently. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, "You've been staying at the same place these days, right?" My Xiaohan didn't understand, but nodded with a playful smile. "I live there all the time. If you miss me, come over anytime. I'm waiting for you, Tilda." Ignoring her teasing, Lu Xin'an nodded in understanding and left decisively. But as soon as she walked out the door, she saw Subinner looking around in the corridor, as if looking for someone. When she saw Lu Xin'an coming out, she trotted over to meet him, her bright face full of curiosity. "You finally came out. By the way, are you close to Sister Xiaohan?" She smiled so gently at the end. "What was she saying to you?" "I said she was threatening me, do you believe it?" Lu Xin'an answered weakly. This scared Subinner. She looked around quickly and was relieved when she saw that everyone had left. She seriously reminded Lu Xin'an. "You just got here and you don't know yet, so don't say anything careless. If someone hears you and makes up all sorts of rumors, it will have a very bad impact. Besides, Sister Xiaohan is so gentle, how could she threaten anyone? Your joke is not funny at all." "Well, another crazy fan of my Xiaohan. Where can he go to seek justice? The enemy's acting skills are too good, and we are isolated and helpless." "Alas. Yes, I was just kidding. I didn't say anything. I was just told to improve my acting skills and not embarrass myself on the show." "Oh, that's right. As expected, Sister Xiaohan is so gentle. She even cares for a newcomer like you." Har, do you believe what you said? Please take off the filter. Speaking of improving acting skills, I heard that a teacher in the academy has opened a problem acting research center. People who have been there say it's good and that this teacher is very good at teaching. I'm going to give it a try. Do you want to come with me? Research center? This familiar naming style greatly improved Lu Xin'an's favorability and gave rise to a sense of trust. Go, I need some acting guidance. Okay, let's go together tilde. So the two of them added each other on WeChat and waved goodbye. That afternoon, Subinner's message came. "A little Subi, I have made an appointment. It's tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If you have friends, you can come along. It will be more convenient to act with more people. Wherever my heart is at peace is my hometown. Okay, I'll ask my roommate, thank you tilde. A little Subi, hey, you're welcome, I'm very socially anxious, it's great that you can go with me." Lu Xin'an couldn't help but burst out laughing. When he first met Subinner, he thought she looked noble and cold, but he didn't expect that she was actually a real soft girl in private. Alas, such a good person really shouldn't be troubled by rumors. What my Xiaohan said makes sense. He should pay more attention in the future. Old Lu, what are you doing? You are laughing so lasciviously. What else can I do? Flirt with girls. Xu Yang and Li Dongqing, these two bad friends, never miss any opportunity to bully Lu Xin'an. What? We are all going to be in this circle in the future. We should be careful with what we say and do, don't we? I am talking about business. There is a problem acting research center in the academy. I heard that the guidance is very good. Do you want to go together? It will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hey, Brother Lu, you have so many ways. How do you know that I need to improve my acting skills urgently? I'll go, Brother Lu, please guide me. When Xu Yang heard this, his eyes lit up and he moved closer with his 1.9-meter tall body, and gave Lu Xin'an a shoulder massage in a servile manner. Why do you need to improve so badly? Are you going to join the group? Oh, no, it's not like that. A director I worked with before introduced me to a variety show called Acting Academy. I heard the instructors are pretty awesome, and if I perform well, I can directly join the big directors group, so I have to hurry up and prepare for it. You're going to that variety show too? What a coincidence. I'm going too, and the girl I'm going to be coaching with tomorrow is going too. What a coincidence. I'll have to hold on tight to Brother Lu's thighs. Okay, call me daddy. Okay, my dear son. You? I won't go. I have something to do tomorrow and I have to leave Dongfang City. Li Dongqing interrupted the two peoples chattering calmly, then gritted his teeth and said coldly. There was an idiot who broke his contract at the last minute and left the crew. The producer was so anxious that he went to my teacher and wanted to find someone to play the male lead. The teacher recommended me. I was speechless. If the teacher hadn't been nice to me, I would never have starred in such a brainless idol drama. Wow, is there a kissing scene? Idol dramas usually have that, right? Master Li's first screen kiss, we must be the first to watch it. Tell me quickly, what's the name of the TV series? I don't remember. It seemed to be about secret crushes. What was it called? Secret Crush Pendulum. Or Secret Crush War. Oh, forget it. I really don't remember. It can't be called Secret Love Transformation. Hiss, fate is really indescribable. Xin'an had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 13. You came to school in a Barbie pink Ferrari. The next morning, Xin'an and Yang were waiting at the agreed place more than 10 minutes in advance. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past few days. Xin'an put the breakfast he just bought into his coat and kept it there. He ate one thing after another, and when Subinner came trotting over, he had just swallowed the bun in his mouth and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "I still have some." "R." Subinol blinked her unusually large eyes and looked Xin'an up and down. He had nothing in his hands, so where did he get his breakfast? But he still agreed hesitantly, "Okay, give me some, I don't eat much." So Xin'an opened his coat like a vendor selling pirated CDs, took out a bag of steamed dumplings and stuffed it into Subinner's hand. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 tea eggs. "I heard that you female celebrities don't eat carbohydrates. I have protein here, so it's enough." Subinner stared blankly at Xin'an's actions, feeling a little confused for a moment. How could this handsome guy be so down to earth? It's easy to choke when eating eggs, so have a cup of soy milk. Another cup of warm soy milk was stuffed into Subinner's hand. Holding the cup of soy milk that still carried Xin'an's body temperature, Subinner couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed very happily, revealing 8 bright white teeth. His cheeks were a little red due to the cold wind, making him look even more innocent and lovely. "Har har, you look like my mother, but thank you, I'll just have eggs and soy milk." As she said that, she put the steamed dumpling back into Xin'an's hand, lowered her head and began to peel the egg shell. The weather was too cold, so she had to eat it while it was hot and not let Xin'an down. Xin'an was a little distracted by her smile, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. When she's not smiling, this girl looks like a Russian queen, wearing a jeweled crown and holding the power of life and death. But when she smiles, it's as if she's back in her hometown, having just experienced a bumper harvest, holding fruits and vegetables in her hands, and smiling so hard that her eyebrows are not visible. The cool and beautiful face and the simple temperament can be integrated so well in one person. He is really versatile and is born to be an actor. He looked down at the steamed bun in his hand and suddenly felt that he couldn't eat it anymore. Since he decided to become a star, he also had to pay attention to his body management. The steamed bun had too much oil and he couldn't eat it. So he turned his head to look at Yang and decisively stuffed the remaining breakfast into his hands. "Son, eat more. This is the time for growth." "Thank you, you are so filial, you are worthy of being my good son." Subinol sipped the soy milk, smiled and watched the two chattering. Her heart was warm. Such peaceful and simple campus time was too precious to her. After a while, seeing that both of them had finished breakfast, Xin'an looked at the time and asked, "Now that we're done eating, shall we go?" "Well, there's another person, he's almost here." Subinol picked up his phone, glanced at the message, and explained with a little hesitation. "Because it was difficult to make an appointment with this teacher, I contacted him through the company's channels, and then the company asked him to come along." Before she could finish, a sharp brake sound suddenly came from the road next to her. A Barbie pink sports car pulled up beside them. When I looked closely, I saw the familiar galloping horse logo. Wow, Ferrari. I didn't expect it to exist in this world. The car window was rolled down, and the driver was a sweet girl with bangs and big eyes. Her eye swept over the 3 people, then stayed on Xin'an for a moment, her expression looking very complicated. Xin'an looked at her and was horrified to find that her favorability had reached 230. What was going on? The ex-girlfriend of his predecessor? An old love? Or a crush for many years? No matter which one it is, it seems terrifying. Just as they were looking at each other in bewilderment, a man got down from the passenger seat. He wore a pair of black sunglasses on a cloudy day and an exaggerated black windbreaker. He held his head high, looked down at people, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards Xin'an and the other 2 with a step that showed he didn't recognize any relatives. However, when passing the front of the Ferrari, he was not paying attention and hit the edge of the car, almost falling down. "You idiot, open your eyes and look at the road. Do you know how difficult it is to repair the paint on your car? If you scratch it, you have to pay for it." As soon as the sweet girl opened her mouth, she exuded the familiar Sichuan and Chongqing arrogance, which frightened the three people on the roadside so much that they shivered. The guy with sunglasses quickly took off his sunglasses that were in the way, bent down and looked at the front of the car. "It's all right, it's all right, it's all right. You go first." Only then did Xin'an recognize that this person was Guaharan from yesterday's meeting. Could it be that this girl is his girlfriend and has a crush on me? No wonder Guaharan hated himself. This is indeed a bit sad. After comforting the girl, Guaharan immediately regained his arrogant look, walked in front of the three people, ignored Xin'an and Xu Yang, and looked at Subinner with a frown. "It's fine that Xin'an is here, but who is this big idiot next to him? He's not from our company, right? Why is he here to take our class? Well, I thought it would be easier to play with more people. Xu Yang is also going to participate in this variety show, so we can learn from each other." Subinner was not good at dealing with this kind of situation, so he could only smile awkwardly and try to explain. "Huh? He wants to attend too. Then we can't let him take our classes for free. That would just make things difficult for us and help our competitors for nothing." When Guaharan heard that Xu Yang was also going to participate in Acting Academy, he was so angry that he wanted to pry open Subinner's head to see if it was full of bubbles. He shouldn't be so naive. We are all in this circle, so don't be so narrow-minded. Xu Yang and you are not the same type of actors, so you can't be considered a competitor. Besides, if Subi hadn't contacted you, would you have come to class? What qualifications do you have to complain? Subi, time's up, let's go. Seeing that Guaharan was never going to stop, Xin'an could no longer bear it and directly scolded him. Then he looked at Subinner and signaled her to ignore this guy and just leave. Subinner smiled apologetically at Guaharan, then took out his cell phone and started navigating. Guaharan was left aside by a few people and his nose was crooked with anger, but he had no way to refute and could only follow with hatred. Not long after walking, they arrived at the legendary Problematic Acting Research Center. This is an ordinary 3-story villa with an exquisite small garden. Before entering the door, several people were attracted by the various green plants and ornaments in the garden. These plants are well taken care of, the leaves are shiny, the flowers are plump and fresh, there are no dead flowers on the branches, and there are no dead branches or leaves on the ground. It can be seen that the owner is a person who has a great interest in life. After ringing the doorbell, an elegant middle-aged man immediately came out. He was probably in his early 40s, with a high hairline, slightly drooping eyes, and thick smiling lips. He looked very gentle and kind, which made people feel good about him. "You are here. Welcome, welcome." He walked quickly forward and opened the gate. His voice was very charming, as deep and soft as a cello. "Hello, Teacher Yang, your yard is so beautiful, and the plants are growing well." As a contact person, Subinner had important social responsibilities, so even though he was socially phobic by nature, he mustered up his energy and took the initiative to speak up and give compliments. "Har har, that's because I have a lot of free time. I stay at home every day and can only take care of the flowers and plants." Teacher Yang didn't have any teacher airs. He laughed at himself, which made several people laugh too. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. When they reached the tea room on the first floor, Teacher Yang poured them tea and started chatting with them in a friendly manner. "Tell me about your situation first." Several people introduced themselves one by one. The 4 of them are all students at the Drama Academy. Guaharan is 1 grade higher than Xin'an and the other 2 and has more acting experience. But as he himself said, all they shoot are youth campus films, which are really boring. These days, youth campus dramas have been overused. They don't reflect acting skills and are hard to become popular. I really don't want to act anymore. In every movie, I'm either a gentle senior or a cold male god. There's no point. Teacher, I want to act in realistic themes, or suspense, spy wars, anything is fine, just don't act in campus dramas anymore. Yes, I see. Teacher Yang nodded and looked at Subinner. Subinol actually only acted in 1 TV series, playing the vicious second female lead in a modern romantic idol drama. The reviews of that drama were not good, but Subinol successfully became popular on the short video platform with her amazing looks. People edited out her clips and drooled over her looks. Her popularity continued to rise, and any video of her could reach tens of millions of views. After that, she frequently attended popular variety shows and slayed everyone on the red carpet with her beauty, leaving behind countless classic photos, further consolidating her status as a red carpet killer. What followed was an overwhelming amount of bad reviews, with netizens criticizing her for having no acting skills, loving hype, and having no works. Every word she said was heart-wrenching, and Subinur's popularity plummeted, but there was nothing they could do because these were all facts. At this time, facing Teacher Yang's gentle gaze, Subinur lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Teacher, I want to play the ugly girl." Chapter 14: The Troubles of a Beautiful Woman. R. The other three boys were immediately surprised and looked at Subinur in disbelief. What is this girl thinking? Everyone envies her natural face as a leading lady, and she looks effortlessly beautiful, but she wants to play an ugly girl. Only Teacher Yang smile deepened, his eyes revealing understanding and sympathy. Without saying a word, he just nodded slightly at Subinur, motioning her to continue. My appearance is so distinctive that the roles I'm given are all very similar, either a vicious rich girl or a domineering female star. These roles themselves are not well designed, they only throw tantrums and fight for men, and don't require any acting skills at all. But I want to prove my acting skills, and I think that only by removing the factor of appearance can I show my acting skills. Subinur originally lowered her head, not daring to look Teacher Yang in the eye, but as she became more and more excited, she slowly raised her head, staring directly at Teacher Yang with a serious look on her face. Xin'an on the side felt distressed when she heard this. She didn't expect that such a beautiful woman would have such troubles. Her acting career was limited by her looks, and her efforts were overshadowed by her looks. She was surrounded by ubiquitous prejudices, which made her want to prove herself more and more, even at the cost of giving up her greatest advantage. I see. After hearing this, Teacher Yang did not comment but just looked at Xin'an. Xin'an's experience is also very simple. He had acted in several unknown web dramas before. No acting skills were required, just a good look. As a time traveler, he is a complete newbie in the film and television industry. He only has some muscle memory from his predecessor and can express basic emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The rest is nothing. He looked at Teacher Yang calmly and said with a smile, "Teacher, I don't have any artistic pursuits and my acting skills are very poor. Please see what role I am suitable for and give me quick guidance in that direction. I just want to be famous and make money." As soon as these words came out, Gwaharan burst out laughing and looked at Xin'an mockingly. "You are very honest. You don't try to hide your vulgarity and badness at all." Subinur immediately retorted unconvincedly. Who in the entertainment industry doesn't want to be famous? He is ambitious. Xu Yang also chimed in, "Yeah, that's not how you are. Don't act so noble." Seeing that he was outnumbered and couldn't win the argument, Gwaharan snorted coldly and shut his mouth tactfully. Xin'an ignored him and continued to look at Teacher Yang. He saw that the favorability in the other person's eyes was slowly rising from 50 to 65. It can be said that the effect was quite significant. As expected, sincerity is the killer skill. The better an actor is at acting, the more he realizes the value of sincerity. Finally, it was Xu Yang. No one expected that although he looked brainless, he was actually the most sober and organized among the group. All the directors I met said that I was born to play roles like soldiers and policemen, and that I came to the entertainment industry to serve in the military. Not only do I look good, but my personality is also that of a typical rough guy, so it was not difficult for me to play the role. There are many pretty boys in the entertainment industry now, and there are not many strong men like me. But the audience likes criminal investigation dramas and military themes, so I am going to follow this track, where there is less competition. But the problem is that in order to make this kind of TV series well, the protagonist is often very complex and three-dimensional, and smart, but I can only play a foolish young man. I can't play anything more complicated. So in those big productions, I can't be the protagonist, I can only be the apprentice who holds the protagonist back. Teacher, I hope you can teach me how to play a smart person. This speech analyzes the company's own positioning, advantages and competitive environment, as well as the market demand for TV dramas and the characteristics of the characters. The final teaching needs are also quite clear. Such an accurate analysis made Xin'an and others look at him with admiration, especially Xin'an, who said he was cheated. "I thought you were a stupid son, but you secretly took the smart pills behind my back." Even Teacher Yang showed an appreciative smile and praised. "I think you are very smart now, and your analysis is very good. Hey, that's what the director told me, I repeated those words. Xu Yang scratched his head shyly and frankly admitted that his work was not original. No, being able to listen to advice is also a manifestation of intelligence. Teacher Yang smiled meaningfully, then stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, let's start with the first performance. This is a research center for problematic acting, so I need to see your acting skills first before I can give you guidance. His eyes wandered among the few people, and finally landed on Guaharan. Howren, you go first, your question is relatively simple. Mine is easier? Teacher, what is my problem? How did Teacher Yang know his problem before the performance even started? Guaharan was quite unconvinced and asked immediately. If I tell you now, you won't listen. Let's act first. Faced with this somewhat offensive behavior, Teacher Yang still had that warm and cheerful look on his face and said with a smile. Guaharan curled his lips and stopped talking. The question is to find something. You go out first, I will hide this chicken cup in the house, you come to find it. R. What kind of question is this? He is here to act, not to escape from a secret room. Is this teacher okay? Is he playing a trick on him? Just as Guaharan was about to open his mouth to question, he saw Teacher Yang's expression darken and his smile faded. His smiling eyes actually revealed a cold anger, as if he was not a teacher, but a ruthless gangster boss who would send his men to kill Guaharan, the troublemaker, in the next second. Such a strong sense of oppression frightened Guaharan so much that his breathing stopped. He quickly swallowed his words and walked out of the room silently. As soon as he turned around, Teacher Yang immediately smiled and looked friendly again, as if what had just happened was just an illusion. Xin'an and the other two who witnessed the whole process opened their eyes wide and looked at each other in shock and suspicion. Only then did they confirm that they were not hallucinating and that Teacher Yang was indeed angry just now. This flexible acting skill can be called Sichuan opera face changing. As expected of a famous acting coach, he can tame Guaharan, the troublemaker, with just a little showing of his skills. You know, this rich second generation who is not afraid of anything, confronted the company boss in public yesterday, debated with a group of scholars, and made his agent very angry. When it came to Teacher Yang's hands, with just one look, he instantly became a little lamb and obeyed obediently. We should really let the company's agents come to see this scene, I guarantee they will be shocked. As soon as the door was closed, Teacher Yang quietly put the chicken cup into his pocket, then paced back and forth for a few minutes before shouting out the door. Okay, come in. Guaharan, who had been waiting outside the door, ran in impatiently, glanced around the furnishings in the room, and finally locked onto the bookshelf where something was most likely to be hidden. He began to rummage through the drawers and cabinets, searching high and low. His movements were quite rough, and he was too lazy to put the books he took out back and just threw them aside. Xin'an couldn't help but frowning when he saw this. Was he here to rob the house? But even after searching through almost every bookshelf, Guaharan still couldn't find the chicken-glazed cup. He was sweating profusely and looking more and more anxious. Xin'an and others who knew the inside story couldn't help but look at Teacher Yang, but they saw that he had a calm expression and was just concentrating on watching Guaharan busying himself. Does Teacher Yang have a grudge against him to play tricks on him like this? Several people swallowed uneasily, silently began to sympathize with poor Guaharan, and began to worry that they should not have offended the teacher in any way. Chapter 15 is Performance a pursuit of process or result? Not long after, Teacher Yang called Guaharan to stop, and calmly took out the chicken-glazed cup from his pocket and held it high so that Guaharan could see it clearly. At that moment, Guaharan's expression became extremely wonderful. He was confused for a moment, and then his whole face quickly turned red. Every muscle in his neck was exerting force, his fists were clenched tightly, and anger surged up quickly, rushing straight to his forehead. His facial muscles were twisted and deformed, his lips were opening and closing, and a classic Chinese curse was about to come out of his mouth, which scared Xin'an and Xu Yang so much that they moved their steps slightly, wanting to stand in front of Teacher Yang to prevent Guaharan from suddenly attacking and hurting others in his impulse. Fortunately, Guaharan still had some rationality. He finally swallowed the curse words, took a few deep breaths, and barely calmed down. In the end, he just gave Teacher Yang a bitter smile. Seeing that he had calmed down, Teacher Yang said calmly, "You go out first, and try again." Hiss. Xin'an couldn't help but take a deep breath, and had a deeper understanding of killing people and destroying their hearts. Is this going to happen a second time? Young people are better than strong ones, teacher. Let's take it easy. But none of the three dared to question out loud, and could only watch silently. This time, after the door was closed, Teacher Yang walked to the bookshelf, put the book back, and casually hid the teacup in the corner, covering it with the book. Hiding like this will definitely be found right away, what's the point? Xin'an couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this a game of hitting someone with a club and then giving them a sweet date? Is the teacher studying acting or PUA? As if he had heard their thoughts, Teacher Yang smiled faintly and whispered, "Don't worry, he still can't find it." The second time he came in, Gwaharan was even more impatient than before. He just casually moved the books and opened the drawers. He went straight to the next level before finishing one level, which made Xin'an and the others very anxious. "The teacup is right next to you, brother. You can see it if you turn it over a little more." After searching the bookshelf, Gwaharan wanted to turn around and look through the chest of drawers next to him, but was stopped by Teacher Yang again. "Okay, stop. Where do you think the cup is hidden this time?" Gwaharan's mouth twitched immediately, his face full of dissatisfaction. "I think it's still in your pocket." Teacher Yang smiled when he heard this, turned out his pocket, opened his palm, showed it to Gwaharan, and then said to Xin'an, "Xin'an, go and help him find it." When Xin'an heard this, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Hiss, does he have to do this job? He is a little afraid of being taken out on. When the time comes, all new and old grudges will be settled together, and the chicken glazed cup will probably fall on his head. Although he was afraid, Xin'an still walked to the bookshelf and easily took out the chicken cup that Gwaharan had been looking for. Seeing the cup right there, Gwaharan's face turned green as if he had eaten a row of flies. "Do you understand your problem now?" "I don't understand. What does looking for a cup have to do with acting?" Feeling severely humiliated, Gwaharan could no longer suppress his temper and started cursing. Teacher Yang shook his head regretfully, but remained patient. "Think about it again, what is the topic I gave you? Looking for something, what's wrong?" Gwaharan frowned, very impatient with the other party's pretense. Xin'an seemed to have suddenly grasped something key. He widened his eyes and looked at Teacher Yang in surprise. The other party also noticed his gaze, smiled with satisfaction, and nodded at him. "You seem to understand. Tell me about it." Subiner and Xu Yang immediately cast curious glances at him. They were a little surprised. Could it be that Xin'an reacted even faster than his senior Gwaharan? Gwaharan's face was full of indignation. He snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and waited to see him make a fool of himself. Although he was one grade higher than Xin'an, he had also heard of the name of this school hunk. However, in the eyes of this group of people, this hunk was just a straw man. This guy's academic performance is so appalling that even the teachers are helpless, saying that he has wasted his natural good looks. He looks smart, but in fact, the only thing on his mind is love. He acts entirely based on instinct, and when he gets a little emotional, his expression becomes unbearable to look at. As for performance theory, I guess he hasn't even read a book on it. But unfortunately, there is a brand new soul living in Xin'an's body now. Although he does not understand the theory of acting, he knows the truth of the world and can draw inferences from one instance to another. Smart people can always find the connections and commonalities. I think what the teacher meant was that Gwaharan was too impatient and too concerned about the results, while completely ignoring the process. Hearing the two key words, result, and process, Teacher Yang smiled with satisfaction, and the favorability in his eyes quickly soared to 75. He nodded approvingly and motioned Xin'an to continue. The topic is to find something. Haran just needs to act out the process of finding something. He can be a police officer searching for evidence, picking up each item and looking at it carefully before putting it back. He can also be an ordinary person looking for something at home. As long as you can make sense of it, it's fine. After all, the teacher didn't say what the specific role setting is. Hearing this, Gwaharan's face gradually turned pale. He realized then that when he heard the topic, his first reaction was to find the cup. He completely forgot that this was a performance topic. In Mr. Yang's description, he never mentioned that he wanted to find the cup. But he only focused on the cup from the beginning. And Haran wasn't acting, he was really looking for the cup. So Haran's first problem was that he ignored the process and went straight to the result, being too eager for quick success. Acting requires taking into account both the process and the result. An actor cannot just burst into tears or get angry, but must act out the character's psychological changes to make it realistic and allow the audience to empathize with the character. This is also reflected in his self-analysis just now. He did not take into account his own conditions and characteristics. He simply pursued popularity and acting skills instead of seriously thinking about the path to success. In essence, he was eager for quick success. That's why Teacher Yang saw his problem before he performed. These words were so heartbreaking that Gwaharan looked depressed. He lowered his head helplessly and said nothing. He didn't even have the energy to refute. Because no matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that Xin'an was right. Subinner was very excited and kept pulling at Xu Yang's sleeve excitedly. His sleeves were almost deformed by her pulling, and Xu Yang could only nod repeatedly with a look of approval on his face. He also secretly raised his hand and gave Xin'an a thumbs up. This reaction made Xin'an feel the long-lost joy of being the top student in the class. At that time, he had not yet entered university and had not yet been beaten by the chosen ones. He was still a happy small-town test-taker, highly admired in school for his test scores. Unfortunately, he later discovered that there was a universe between everyone's starting lines. The college entrance examination was his last glory. Teacher Yang also nodded with satisfaction and commented, "You said it very well, that's what I wanted to say." Then the conversation changed. "But you said this was his first question, which means there is a second question. Chapter 16 You are very spiritual, I like you very much." These words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gwaharan, who was already depressed, felt like he had been hit hard. His body even swayed slightly, and his shoulders collapsed completely, like a half-dead willow tree. Xin'an glanced at him reluctantly, but continued. "Yes, this is just my personal opinion. If we just want to point out that Gwaharan is eager for quick success, then the first time he found the cup would be enough, but the teacher asked him to look for it a second time, and he was sure that he still couldn't find it the second time. I think this reflects his second problem, which is, he is not good at analyzing the reasons for failure. There is no evidence that the cup was in the teacher's pocket the second time. But because of the first time, Gwaharan's attitude changed when he looked for it the second time. He was convinced that the cup was in the teacher's pocket, so he slacked off in his actions. At this point, Xin'an stopped looking at Teacher Yang and looked at Gwaharan instead, looking at him with disappointed eyes. If you've made a lot of youth campus dramas and none of them have become popular, you conclude that it's a bad subject. But with the development of film and television, which subject hasn't been made badly? The key is whether the content is good and whether it can meet the needs of current audiences. Your appearance determines that you are suitable for this type of film. If you can't become popular, it may be the script, the director, or your own acting skills. You didn't analyze the specific situation, but simply generalized. This shows your lack of thinking. Then, Xin'an gave Gwaharan an encouraging smile. If you can correct it, you will improve quickly. Listening to this sincere and detailed analysis, hope gradually ignited in Gwaharan's eyes, and his back straightened involuntarily. He looked at Xin'an seriously, with a grateful smile on his face. And the favorability level in his eyes was also constantly rising, rapidly rising from 0 to 70, and it seemed that the drama of Gwaharan has been wandering all his life, and only regrets that he has never met a wise master, was about to happen, and she immediately worshipped him as her righteous husband. Xu Yang suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If this brainless rich second generation also clings to old Lu's thigh, wouldn't he have the same personality as him? No, he can only be the brainless one in the team. Subinner's face was filled with relief, as if she was a caring old mother who had finally made the two quarrelsome children in the family reconcile. But unexpectedly, the next second, Xin'an's mouth corners raised, and his smile gradually changed from encouragement to ridicule. "So I think what your agent said is right. You didn't get smarter after going to college. Why don't you stop participating in the acting academy and go back to school to grow your brain? Stupidity is a disease and needs to be cured." After he finished speaking, Gwaharan was stunned where he stood. Then he began to tremble with anger, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. He wished he could break Xin'an's nose with one punch. This was really too much. Teacher Yang could scold him, but who was Xin'an? He was just an unknown person in the entertainment industry and a grade lower than him. How dare he mock him like this? Xin'an smiled as he watched Gwaharan's favorability level drop rapidly and soon return to 0. The system will only reward increases in favorability, but will not punish decreases in favorability, so the most efficient way is to reap the rewards. Once the favorability increases, do some tricks to lower it back down, and then raise it again next time you have a chance. By harvesting repeatedly, you can get rewards continuously. Unfortunately, because Xin'an had enough room to improve his favorability, he was chosen by Xin'an and became the first leak. Seeing that Xin'an was about to go berserk, Xu Yang took a step forward, staring at his movements, ready to strike at any time. For Xu Yang, who was over 1.9 meters tall, to subdue Xin'an was as easy as a German shepherd suppressing a little teddy bear. At this time, Teacher Yang spoke, his voice full of comfort. Howren, I know you feel bad. It hurts your self-esteem when someone points out your problems, but I want to know, when you heard these words just now, were you thinking about how to solve the problem, or were you just angry? This question confused Xin'an. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Of course I'm thinking about solving the problem. Okay, then can you repeat what Xin'an said? Teacher Yang smiled gently and looked at Xin'an intently, looking forward to his performance. But Xin'an disappointed him again. Well, he said I wasn't paying attention to the process, and didn't understand the questions, and then, well, he said I was stupid. Seeing that he was stuttering and unable to say anything, Teacher Yang shook his head helplessly, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. Howren, my ability is limited, and I may not be able to help you. I will return your tuition to the company. Let's stop here for today. Is this an order to evict us? Subinner widened his eyes in surprise and couldn't help but look at Teacher Yang, but so that he looked serious and reluctant, but without hesitation, and it was obvious that he was not joking. Looking at Xin'an again, he was completely shaken by the blow. No wonder, he has been frustrated since he started performing. First, he was teased by the teacher, then he was ridiculed by Xin'an, and finally he was even kicked out of the class. Under this series of blows, he, who was already arrogant, probably had the idea of giving up being an actor again. Even Xu Yang felt a little reluctant. To be honest, Xin'an was not bad in appearance. He was handsome and tall, the type that was very popular among female fans nowadays. If he met a good crew, he might be reborn. It's just that he acted too arrogant today, no wonder Teacher Yang didn't want to teach him. But if we give up at this point, it would be a bit of an exaggeration, just like college entrance examination candidates have to go to Qingbei. If Teacher Yang is unwilling to teach, there are many teachers in the academy who can guide acting, so we can just change one. Xin'an's fist slowly loosened, as if he had lost the last bit of strength. He bowed deeply to Teacher Yang and thanked him. Teacher Yang, thank you for your guidance. I now understand. Just as he was about to collapse completely, Xin'an suddenly interrupted him. Now that you know it, you have to change it. Don't let me look down on you. Let's go to the variety show and compete again to see if what I said is right or not. The implication of these words was actually to issue a challenge to Xin'an. Subinner blinked and immediately understood that Xin'an was using a typical method of provoking the opponent. Only by making Xin'an hold his breath could he overcome this low point and prove himself in the show. Although it is used very deliberately, it is indeed the best and most effective method at the moment. Although Xin'an was irritable, he was not stupid. He also saw Xin'an's good intentions, and his eyes suddenly became complicated. He stared at the other party for a moment, then smiled with relief and nodded. Okay, it's a deal, I will definitely beat you in the variety show. After saying that, he said goodbye to everyone and left decisively. Teacher Yang, who witnessed all this, laughed heartily. He raised his hands and clapped. Good. You did a great job. He looked at Xin'an with admiration. You are very smart, I like you very much, have you ever considered coming here to be my teaching assistant? Chapter 17. You can't imagine the joy of being an actor. Teaching assistant. Xin'an's eyes lit up, and he asked with a look of joy. Are there any wages? Of course. I will give you my tuition fee in proportion. Don't worry, it is definitely higher than any part-time job you can find now. That's not necessarily true, my hourly wage as a part-time foot warmer is several tens of thousands. Xin'an muttered to himself, but was still very excited. My Xiaohan's thoughts were too hard to guess, and I was afraid that she wouldn't be able to work as a foot warmer for long. It would be more reassuring to make money by relying on her own skills. That's great. I can study here and get paid. Of course I'm willing to come. Seeing that Xin'an had the opportunity, Xu Yang next to him was not to be outdone and raised his hand to recommend himself. Teacher, please look at me. I also want to be a teaching assistant. I'm willing to pay for it. The way Mr. Yang taught Guaharan just now had completely shocked Xu Yang. Whether it was his patient and thoughtful guidance or his amazing acting skills, he was the best acting instructor Xu Yang had ever seen. In addition, he was the actor who played that man. He has not signed with any company. He came here purely to cling to Subinner. If he wants to receive guidance in the future, it may be extremely difficult. Only by becoming an assistant teacher can he truly obtain stable happiness. Teacher Yang looked at Xu Yang and smiled gently. Then we'll have to see how your performance goes first. After hearing what he said, Subino, who was about to speak, immediately stopped, shut his mouth obediently, and waited for Teacher Yang's arrangements. Then, Teacher Yang pondered for a moment and looked at Subinner. Your trouble is that your appearance limits your acting options, so you want to play an ugly girl, right? Well, your topic is that you are a gorgeous dancer who wants to seduce the emperor. Then, he gave Xin'an a look, indicating that he should go up and act with Subinner. How could the newly appointed assistant teacher Xiaolu dare to disobey? He immediately moved a chair to the center of the living room, spread his legs, sat down, leaned back in the chair, propped up his arms, held the teacup as a wine glass, and tried his best to imitate the tyrant in the movie, put on a slightly drunk look, and looked at Subinner with lustful eyes. His acting skills were very poor. He seemed very arrogant, but in fact he could not let go at all. The action of shaking the teacup was like shaking a test tube. He was too tense and exerted too much force. He did not have the arrogance and laziness of a tyrant at all. Xu Yang, who was standing by, laughed at this. Except for the lustful eyes, nothing in Lao Lu's performance was up to standard. Even Teacher Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling that he had a long way to go. He knew that Xin'an's acting was not good, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. How did he pass the art exam with his level? Did the admissions teacher only look at the face? But having someone to act with did help Subinol reduce the difficulty of her performance and gave her clear guidance. She lowered her head, adjusted her expression, took a deep breath, and then looked up again with a business smile, sweet and charming. Because she is from a minority ethnic group and is good at singing and dancing, she can play the role of a dancer with ease. She raised her hands, hung them around her waist, and then began to spin and sway gracefully. After each turn, her eyes were fixed on Xin'an, and her gaze aroused endless reverie. Her soft black hair fluttered behind her with her movements, like silk slowly spreading out. She moved lightly with lotus steps, stretched out and retracted her arms gracefully, her body kept spinning, and finally she slowly came to Xin'an. At this time, Xin'an had already attracted all his attention to Subinol. His eyes were fixed on Subinol's face. He was completely immersed in it, and even his acting became more natural. Seeing Subinol approaching, he unconsciously stretched out his hands, wanting to embrace the beauty in his arms, but in the next second, he found that the beauty nimbly dodged and escaped from his arms, and slowly moved away. This made him a little annoyed and he wanted to take his hand back, but unexpectedly, Subinna chuckled, gently grabbed Xin'an's arm, spun around, and rolled straight into his arms. For a moment, the two were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. When he lowered his head, he could look directly into Subinner's bright and gorgeous eyes. There seemed to be endless spring water in those eyes, which made Xin'an immersed in them and forget to breathe in his obsession. Xu Yang on the side was gritting his teeth with jealousy. Why wasn't it his turn to act with a beautiful woman? The beautiful woman took the initiative to seduce him. Isn't this really the benefit that Teacher Yang gave to Xin'an? Damn it, he also wanted to get close to the beautiful woman. Seeing Xin'an's dazed look, Subinner was greatly encouraged and gradually let go of her hands and feet. She slowly raised her hand, stretched out her index finger, and gently stroked Xin'an's cheek, all the way down until it touched his lips, and then paused slightly. Sensing her hint, Xin'an quickly pretended to be eager for sex and stretched his neck to kiss her. Sure enough, Subinner turned his head away, dodged the kiss, chuckled and got out of Xin'an's arms, trying to give Subinner another try. At this moment, Teacher Yang suddenly spoke. Stop, that's enough. Following the order, Xin'an immediately restrained the obsession on his face and stood upright. Subinner did the same, putting his hands in front of him, rubbing his fingers nervously, waiting for the teacher's evaluation. Teacher Yang first looked at Subinner and asked softly. What do you think? How do you think you performed? I think I acted well, because I have studied dance for many years, and my figure and appearance are in line with the requirements of a stunning dancer. As for seduction, judging from Xin'an's reaction, I think I should have performed this effect. Yes, this role can be said to be your comfort zone. Teacher Yang nodded in approval, then looked at Xin'an. What do you think, are you tempted? It would be a lie to say I didn't. When she rolled into my arms, I felt my heart skip a beat. Xin'an smiled brightly, not hiding her feelings at all, causing Sabiner to cover her face with her hands, feeling so embarrassed that she was about to smoke. Then he paused and continued. But I don't think she has reached her full potential. Oh? Why do you say that? Teacher Yang was not surprised at all and asked with a smile. There is nothing wrong with her acting like this, it fits everyone's imagination of a seductive dancer, wanting to resist but still willing, throwing herself into someone's arms, etc. But it fits the imagination too much, it seems very routine, and it doesn't reflect her acting skills. As Sabiner listened, he became more and more confused. Seeing that she was puzzled, Xin'an sorted out his thoughts and began to explain in detail. In the classic works of the past, those impressive beauties all had their own charms. These charms came from within, derived from their experiences and personalities, rather than catering to men's expectations. The character you just played was too much in line with the stereotype and lost the qualities that make her a stunning beauty. After his analysis, Sabiner seemed to understand something and frowned as he fell into deep thought. Teacher Yang's eyes showed admiration. He waited quietly for a while before asking. How about it, do you have any new ideas now? Hearing this, Sabiner came out of his thoughts, looked at Teacher Yang, then smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, I think I understand what you mean, teacher. You want to tell me through this topic that I can't play a real beauty just by relying on my natural looks. A real beauty needs more support from acting skills. My previous understanding of beauty was too superficial, and my acting style was too routine and not outstanding enough. I can't even do well in the roles in my comfort zone, but I want to challenge myself. It's not a wise move. Seeing that she understood it immediately, Teacher Yang smiled with satisfaction and added. The reason why you don't like those roles is, on the one hand, because the scripts are too bad and the characters are poorly designed. On the other hand, it's because your acting skills are not good enough to support better scripts, so big productions won't look for you. So I think you shouldn't give up your advantages and go out of your way to play an ugly woman, but you should dig deep into your plasticity and develop a unique temperament. Then, people who want to film you will line up in foreign countries. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Sabiner was amused by the teacher's exaggerated words and bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. An actor is a combination of talent and hard work. Everyone has his or her own path that matches his or her appearance and temperament. Don't just envy others' paths. Only when you walk your own path farther and longer can you be a good actor. These words were a common teaching to the three people present. The three of them understood what he meant and nodded in thanks. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Chapter 18, I have to make up for the classes I skipped. Then, it was Xu Yang's turn to perform. His performance is neither difficult nor easy. It is to use the three identities of special forces, police and firefighters to act out the scene of calling family members before carrying out dangerous tasks. This is a typical sentimental scene. Some people will act like they are breaking down and crying, some will pretend nothing happened, and some will give up on the call after struggling for a while. As a viewer, Xin'an felt that all three were reasonable, as long as they fit the character's image and did not deviate from the plot. But now as an actor, he clearly feels that academic actors seem to prefer restrained emotional expression. So in their minds, pretending nothing is wrong is more natural than crying, and giving up making phone calls is more restrained and tolerant than pretending, and has a higher level of sophistication. Therefore, this question is not difficult. As long as you are a student at a drama school, you know the rules and can at least get a passing score. But it is indeed not easy, because Teacher Yang specifically asked Xu Yang to play three different identities. Obviously, he wanted to see the depth of Xu Yang's understanding of these identities, which would test Xu Yang's previous observations. And Xu Yang certainly lived up to his title of serving the military in the entertainment industry and gave a wonderful performance. He first pretended to be a policeman making a phone call and simply chatted about family matters. Then he said, I may be back late today, you and the children should go to bed first, and then hung up the phone decisively. Teacher Yang smiled and nodded. Then he acted out the role of a firefighter making a phone call. After the previous person finished making the call, he walked forward, hesitated for a moment, then turned around decisively, started putting on his equipment, and rushed to the fire scene. The complex emotions contained in it made Xin'an couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xu Yang, who looked silly, could be so delicate when acting. The most interesting thing is that when it was the turn of the Special Forces soldier to make a phone call, he chose to stand still, smiled and shook his head, and said to Teacher Yang, "Teacher, your question is not very reasonable. Special Forces soldiers cannot make phone calls before carrying out dangerous missions. There is a risk of leaking secrets." Har har. Good. Hearing his question, Teacher Yang was so happy that he couldn't help but raise his hands and applaud excitedly. "You are really suitable for this path. Where did you know these details?" Xu Yang couldn't help scratching his neck when he was praised by Teacher Yang. He smiled innocently and explained casually, "Many of my relatives are engaged in these jobs, so I have some understanding of them. In addition, when we were filming, the director would also guide us, and after a while, I remembered them." "Okay, very good. Let me tell you this, if you continue on this path, be strict with yourself, and don't make mistakes. I guarantee that you will have a lot of film offers in the next 20 years. If you're lucky, you'll definitely be able to produce several classic works." "Really? Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher. But I still have the same question. How can I act like a smart person?" "Har har, what do you think is the gap between you and smart people?" Teacher Yang looked at Xu Yang with a smile and patiently guided him. "Well, I always speak faster than my brain, so I often say the wrong thing. I am also very emotional, and my thoughts are written on my face. Now that you've realized it, why haven't you changed it?" This. Xu Yang was speechless for a moment, and was completely confused. Yes, he wanted to play a smart person, and he knew where the problem was, so why didn't he change it? This didn't make sense. Seeing that he was stumped, Teacher Yang did not force him, but looked at Lu Xin'an. His assistant, although his acting skills are terrible and he knows nothing about acting theory, has a strong observation ability and can always spot problems at a glance. It is really puzzling. With such ability, how can he still act so badly? What was he doing before? Lu Xin'an stroked his chin and said tentatively, "I think it's because I don't understand the relationship between performance and nature." What does this have to do with anything? Xu Yang was completely confused. What was Lu Xin'an's idea? Why could it be concluded here? Weren't they discussing smart people and stupid people? Teacher Lian Yang didn't react for a moment. He frowned and thought for a moment, but still said nothing. "I don't really understand, Xu Yang, what are you struggling with? The actor's personality and the character's personality are two different things. No one says that only smart people can play smart people." At this time, Subinner spoke weakly, and she looked at Xu Yang seriously. "I have met many excellent actors whose personalities are very different from their classic screen images. They said that when they are acting, they will magnify part of their own personality to better adapt to the role. I think that being straightforward and smart is not contradictory, and it may even reduce the criminal's vigilance." Reduce the criminal's vigilance, Lu Xin'an was amused by this. Subinner was too good at comforting people. Xu Yang frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and nodded to thank Subinner and Lu Xin'an. Then he looked at Teacher Yang with an unprecedented firmness and confidence. "Teacher Yang, I think I have figured it out. I have limited myself. I have been too obsessed with classic film and television images and ignored my own possibilities. Thank you for your guidance." At this point, everyone has finished their performances, and Teacher Yang has gained a fairly deep understanding of them, so it's time to assign homework. Teacher Yang glanced at the three nervous people in front of him and smiled slightly, and instructed them one by one. "Subinol, your basic skills are pretty good, but they lack highlights. So I will make a list of movies for you. When you go back, study them carefully. Watch the key clips frame by frame, and then analyze how these beauties show their beauty. Finally, choose a clip that suits you and imitate it. Perform it for me in class next week." This was a fairly standard performance learning process, and Subinol nodded in agreement seriously without any bargaining. "Xu Yang, I think you should know how to improve yourself. Next time in class, design a scene that shows your character's intelligence and perform it for me." How come the difficulty increased so much all of a sudden? Xu Yang was secretly shocked. He still had to design the plot. Isn't this the job of a screenwriter? As if she had heard his thoughts, Teacher Yang smiled slightly. A character is often jointly constructed by the actors and the crew. The screenwriter will not design the character in such detail. Many classic film and television images contain small movements or catchphrases designed by the actors themselves, which often determines the quality of a character. This time, Xu Yang was completely convinced. He lowered his head and agreed with great sadness. Finally, it was Xin'an's turn. What kind of homework would the teacher give him? He couldn't help but feel anxious. Teacher Yang looked at Xin'an and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Xin'an, to be honest, I regret hiring you as my teaching assistant. I can't understand why you act so badly when you have such strong observation skills and life experience. You feel like a complete layman. Didn't you major in acting? Well. Xin'an stood there awkwardly, speechless. Teacher, I worked in a big factory before and never had any experience in acting. Do you believe it? But it's not too late. The foundation of acting is always experience and thinking. You have a good foundation, and you just lack some methods and practice. Let's do this. You read books first and master the basic theories first. Read Stanislavski's and actors' work first to lay a framework. I will ask questions in class next week. Also, during this week, pay attention to your life and record one of the most distinctive people and his performance every day. Next time in class, I will pick a few for you to imitate. Your foundation is too poor, you must work harder to catch up. Okay? Xin'an agreed weakly. Xu Yang on the side couldn't help but laugh secretly. Har, I told you not to listen in class, and you skipped classes every day to flirt with girls. Now look what happened, you have to make up for all the classes you skipped. Subinner looked at Xin'an with concern and quietly gave him a cheering gesture. Sorry, she couldn't help. Okay, let's stop here for today. Everyone go back and tidy up. After giving instructions on the homework, Teacher Yang gave a light clap of his hands, officially declaring the first class over. After leaving Teacher Yang's house, Xin'an and the other two felt a little dazed. Today's acting guidance class had completely refreshed their worldviews. I suddenly understood a little bit what it means that life is like a play, and a play is like life. Xu Yang took a deep breath and sighed. Son, don't be like this. I'm a little scared of you suddenly becoming so smart. Your father has always been very smart. I was just trying to save your face before. From now on, I will start to exert my strength. Seeing that they were about to start crosstalk again, Subinol couldn't help but ask. Teacher Yang is really amazing. Do you know what roles he has played? I want to go and see. What? You don't know? He is Yang Wensong. He played the famous gangster Chen Mingqiang more than a decade ago. He was my childhood idol. R. Subinner and Xin'an exclaimed in unison. Chapter 19, Your market is full of hidden talents. Did you remember? He has indeed changed a lot, but you can still tell that he is the same person. Xu Yang's face was full of smiles. He narrowed his eyes slightly and recalled Yang Wensong's handsome image back then, and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it was because he was so popular that many people admired him, imitated him, and then ran off to join the underworld, causing a very bad influence. In the end, all gangster movies were banned. Maybe it was because of this that he gradually faded out of the film and television industry and switched to teaching behind the scenes. I'm sorry, I was playing the piano and dancing when I was a child, and I didn't watch TV much. Subinner couldn't help it, and interrupted Xu Yang weakly. Me too. Xin'an quickly agreed. Sorry, the world he grew up in was different from everyone else's. Facing the two people who knew nothing, Xu Yang gnashed his teeth in anger. He would not allow anyone to not have read Brother Chiang's story. He was the most handsome big brother in his mind, and he would always be the big brother. He must let these two people appreciate Brother Chiang's charm today. Elbow, follow me into their house. Xu Yang, who was eager to preach, grabbed the two people, one in each hand, and took them directly to the empty classroom. Then he pushed them into their seats and walked to the multimedia device. After some fiddling, he finally opened the video. The movie is called Breakthrough, which tells the story of Chen Mingqiang, a vegetable vendor, who was oppressed and weak in the beginning, but gradually grew into a powerful underworld boss and was finally punished by the law. Hiss. This familiar vegetable market, the familiar 3 stages, and this familiar film title all made Xin'an couldn't help but think of another fishmonger, Brother Chong. Does your vegetable market have an English name called Arkham? How come there are so many talented people and each of them can be the boss? The film is very well made, especially the portrayal of the characters. Every stage is full of details. When he was a hawker, Chen Mingqian got up early and went to bed late. He would actively offer cigarettes to the managers and always smile. He also took the initiative to deliver the best vegetables to people every day. However, he found the vegetables he had previously delivered in the community trash can, and they were not even unpacked. After becoming the big brother, he values friendship and loyalty, but is often backstabbed by his former brothers. He spends the whole day walking between black and white, like treading on thin ice. Although he seems to be doing well on the surface, he is actually extremely anxious, because he finds that facing a bigger evil hand, the so-called big brothers, are nothing more than tools that can be replaced at any time. So he wanted to climb up, from a tool to a master. From then on, it becomes a gangster story in another sense. At the end of the movie, when the death penalty comes, Chen Qiqian collapses to the ground powerlessly, shaking uncontrollably. All his past glory and disgrace become meaningless at this moment. The so-called heroism and big brother style also disappear at this moment. People will eventually face their greatest fear, death. Par. When the film ended, the three people in the quiet classroom applauded. They had never seen such acting before. It was as if Chen Qiqian was Yang Wensong, his past, and a part of him. There was no trace of acting at all. It was more like a documentary than a documentary. I suddenly understand what Teacher Yang meant by texture. Subinol murmured. There is a lack of such works in the current entertainment industry. After revisiting the classic movie, Xu Yang became more and more disgusted with today's TV series and movies. There is a greater lack of actors like Teacher Yang. Xin'an sighed heavily and asked himself, as Teacher Yang's teaching assistant, shouldn't he also have some artistic pursuits so as not to disgrace Teacher Yang's reputation? Oh, forget it, don't think too much. When the granaries are full, one will know etiquette. When one has enough food and clothing, one will know honor and disgrace. He must first have enough food and clothing and have the right to choose before he can pursue his artistic ideals. Thinking about this now is digging his own grave. After so many years of social abuse, Xin'an is best at keeping a calm mind. Right now, his top priority is to quickly improve his acting skills, lay a solid foundation, and strive to gain a sense of presence in variety shows and gain a wave of favor. If he can win the appreciation of a big director and shoot a big production, he will make a fortune. Since Teacher Yang is so awesome, there will definitely be no problem if you follow his guidance and study hard. The goal is clear, the method is clear, and the only thing left is to do the exercises, which is what he is best at. Ace test taker, apply to join the battle. In the days that followed, Xin'an, Subinner and Xu Yang met in the library every morning to study hard. In front of Xin'an was the well-known acting textbook, Self-Cultivation of the Actor. He scratched his head and read hard, trying to understand these mysterious concepts. Attention, communication, emotional memory, imagination, experience and performance. Is this all in Chinese? What are you saying? Xin'an first skimmed through the entire book and made a mind map. Then he began to read it carefully, adding examples and trying to understand various new concepts. At this point, he was confused. This book was too abstract. It made the performance seem like psychic, with empathy, experience, and imagination. Could actors read minds? How could he understand and experience completely unfamiliar experiences and psychology? He couldn't possess them. Xin'an only felt that his firm materialistic scientific view had been greatly challenged. He did not believe from the bottom of his heart that people could experience the lives of others and that it was impossible for people to communicate with each other's joys and sorrows. He really wanted to find someone to ask, but was afraid of disturbing Subinner and the others' studies. At this moment, Mai Xiaohan's message suddenly popped up. Mai Xiaohan suddenly received an express delivery today. When the security guard brought it to her door, she was a little hesitant to accept it. She hasn't bought anything recently. Could it be that a perverted fan sent it to disgust her? I found the express delivery slip and took a closer look, and discovered that the recipient was actually Canary. Mai Xiaohan reacted immediately. This was a counterattack to herself for calling him a gigolo that day. What a childish guy. He specially confirmed his itinerary after the meeting. It turned out to be for sending a courier. TSK, her expectations were in vain. But it is also progress. He knows to prepare some little surprises, which is worth encouraging. Humming a song, my Xiaohan began to unpack the express in a good mood. The box was not big, but it was quite heavy. What could it contain? Cosmetics, clothes, or jewelry? But I didn't expect that when I opened the express box, there were 7 or 8 colorful hot water bottles inside, all of which were the most primitive water-filled hot water bottles. What does this mean? On top of the hot water bottle, there was a card written by the store. Others wrote blessings or confessions, but Xin'an wrote something different. It's better to rely on yourself than on others, and signed it, the resigned foot-warming maid. Good man, he asked her to warm her feet with a hot water bottle, and she resigned. He is really tough. I didn't see him being so tough when he was collecting money. My Xiaohan was both angry and amused, and immediately took a photo and sent it to Xin'an. There's a guy who calls himself a foot warmer and sent me a bunch of hot water bottles. What do you think? Chapter 20, No Calendar in the Mountains. When Xin'an opened his phone, he saw my Xiaohan's deliberately dumb message. He chuckled smugly and replied immediately. He must be a caring and warm-hearted man. He has really thought about everything. First, he took into account that you often fly around the country, and ordinary rechargeable hot water bottles or hand warmers are inconvenient. This kind of water-filled one is the lightest. Second, he took into account that you have many houses, so he bought a few more so that you can have one in each house. Oh, if I had such a considerate friend, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night. My Xiaohan lowered her eyes and watched Xin'an bragging about himself, then slowly narrowed her eyes, curved the corners of her mouth into a smile, and couldn't help but start acting along. Wow, I didn't realize you were so good at understanding people. You can see so much of their inner thoughts just from a gift. Your academy is so short-sighted. How can you continue to be a student? You should hire you as a teacher right away. That's great, it may be because I am very similar to him, so I can empathize with him. Speaking of trying to understand the character, are you free now? Is it convenient for you to call? I am struggling with a question about acting. It is very academic and theoretical, and I think only an excellent actor like you can answer it. When she mentioned understanding the characters, Xin'an suddenly thought that among the people he knew, besides the veteran actor teacher Yang, the person who was most capable of answering questions and resolving doubts was my Xiaohan in front of him, right? Not only does she have extensive acting experience, but she is also a top student who graduated from the Capital Academy of Drama, where the academic atmosphere is very strict. I think she must attach great importance to the study of basic theories. On the other side, my Xiaohan raised his eyebrows in surprise and didn't react for a moment. He was just joking. Why did the style suddenly change and he started studying theory? However, Xin'an had already given her the title of excellent actor, so my Xiaohan couldn't back down no matter what, so she readily agreed. Okay, call me. It's our responsibility as seniors to support the growth of young actors. Give you some sunshine and you will be brilliant. Xin'an laughed dumbly, then got up and walked to the stairwell of the library and made a voice call. The call was connected, and my Xiaohan's lazy laughter came from the other end. I didn't expect you to be so serious and actually start studying theory. Tell me about it. Her voice was a little distorted through the phone, a little hoarser than that night, causing Xin'an's heart to beat faster for no reason. He took a deep breath, relaxed his tight throat, and spoke seriously about his confusion. I attended Yang Wensong's acting class with Subi before. After class, he asked me to read The Actor's Self-Cultivation, but there is one thing I still don't understand. My Xiaohan listened attentively and responded. Then she suddenly had a question. Xin'an and Subi went to class together? When did their relationship become so good? He didn't listen to her warning at all, right? Well, forget it, let's talk about business first, and ask him about his crime later. Xin'an on the other end of the phone never expected that my Xiaohan had already made a note of him in her notebook, and was still narrating seriously. Experimental performance seeks to experience and observe the prototype of the character, and perform based on the experience. But how do we observe the experience? We can never understand others. How can we test whether the content of our own experience and observation is correct and effective? After hearing this, my Xiaohan was silent for a long time, so long that Xin'an thought the other party had disconnected. Then she chuckled. Is there anyone in your family who does scientific research? Why do you talk exactly like my professor relatives? All you talk about is testing, correctness, effectiveness, and rationality. This time, it was Xin'an's turn to remain silent. To be honest, he was also a scientific researcher. I think you think acting is too scientific. It's not that rigorous. It's essentially art, not science. After my Xiaohan finished laughing, she began to answer his questions seriously. Well, let me give you an analogy. I think the performance process is like taxidermy. You peel off the animal's fur, then use plastic foam to make the body, and finally cover it with skin. And the so-called experience is actually the process of getting the fur. What the audience sees and feels is also this layer of fur. As for the bones and muscles inside, as long as they look right, who knows in reality? You are too concerned about whether the inner meaning is correct. In fact, it is not important. Actors observe and feel with subjective thoughts, and so do audiences. In the final analysis, actors are only responsible for providing audiences with a character specimen. Whether the structure is correct or not is the job of psychologists, not actors. In the art field, meeting the audience's expectations and arousing their empathy are more important than being correct and truthful. Xin'an listened carefully and felt his mind suddenly become clear, and he had a tendency to have an epiphany, but there was still one thing he didn't understand. But I see many actors pursuing to play out the inner thoughts of the characters. Does that mean they need to experience the inner thoughts of the characters? Who can experience someone else's inner thoughts? I think it's more like a post-event explanation. First there is an action, then we start to speculate what he was thinking at the time, and finally give a guess that the audience can accept. The more empathetic this guess is, the more satisfied the audience will be. I think I understand. Xin'an murmured. After all, the world of art does not need to be correct, it only needs to touch people's hearts. You still have some understanding. I have something else to do. I'll hang up first, Hilda. My Xiaohan on the other side hung up the phone readily, but Xin'an fell into deep thought. He stood in front of the window for a long time before turning around and returning to his seat. With the help of my Xiaohan's animal specimen theory, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The techniques that he originally thought were extremely mysterious could be applied to the process of making specimens, and became simple. As a result, he studied more and more enthusiastically, and his whole body was in an intense flow state. He didn't feel the passage of time at all, until Xu Yang patted his shoulder and called him to eat. Only then did he wake up from his dream and reluctantly put down the book and tablet. At the same time, my Xiaohan's assistant had arrived at her doorstep, ready to go with her to the capital to attend a fashion event. When there are no new dramas released, celebrities mainly rely on these fashion events to show their faces, coupled with some hot search marketing, to maintain their attention. Therefore, even a famous queen like my Xiaohan is not immune to this. After all, she must maintain her popularity in order to drive the development of the entire company. When entering the elevator, my Xiaohan suddenly thought of something. He pushed the suitcase to his assistant and turned to run towards the door. I forgot to take something. Please put your luggage in the car first. I will be down in a moment. The assistant calmly put the luggage away, then leaned against the car door, quietly waiting for my Xiaohan to come down. But when she saw my Xiaohan's outfit, she felt sick. Since when it became popular in the entertainment industry to take photos of celebrities at the airport for daily marketing. If celebrities' red carpet outfits are high-end advertising spots for luxury brands, then their airport photos are their daily soft advertising for selling products. They aim to create a long-lasting appeal and make fans believe that the celebrities love to wear this brand, and thus they will buy as much as they can from it. Therefore, even if the schedule is very busy, celebrities will carefully choose their outfits and strive to achieve effective going out. My Xiaohan is no exception. Today she wore an extra long camel coat, paired with a black inner layer and knee-high boots, and a pair of exaggerated sunglasses. She looked like a female president who was dominating the business world, domineering and charming. It was definitely a stunning outfit that would go viral on the internet. It's a pity that the female president, who was supposed to be carrying an expensive handbag, actually had a big red hot water bottle in her arms. So red, so plain and simple. Chapter 21. The cold ends and the year's end. The next day, Xin'an and Xu Yang were eating in the cafeteria. Xu Yang had finished his plate early and was browsing his phone while waiting for Xin'an. Oh my god! My goddess is so bold in her dressing. This outfit is so avant-garde and trendy. Avant-garde? Trend. What has my Xiaohan come up with? Lu Xin'an raised his head in confusion and looked at Xu Yang. As a fan, Xu Yang was naturally not stingy in recommending his goddess to others, and immediately handed the phone to Lu Xin'an. This is a tweet from an entertainment marketing account, with a very explosive title. She actually went out with a hot water bottle. Has this goddess also fallen out? The article begins with a few high-definition street photos, showing my Xiaohan wearing fashionable and sharp clothes and holding a big red hot water bottle in her hand. Puff. Lu Xin'an couldn't help but burst out laughing, then immediately returned the phone to Xu Yang, fearing that he would burst out laughing on the phone next time. You call this avant-garde? Of course, every accessory of the goddess must be designed. This hot water bottle looks like a hot water bottle, but maybe it's a new leather bag from a designer. There have been leather bags that look like boots before. This is fashion, you don't understand. Well. Lu Xin'an was speechless and choked, wailing in his heart. Actually, that thing is just a hot water bottle. He bought it for dozens of yuan. It is pure PVC, the scientific name is polyvinyl chloride. Where did the new leather bag come from? Can we stop imagining things and take off the filter, brother? Back at the library, Lu Xin'an couldn't help but take out his cell phone and started searching for the matter, and found that all the major marketing accounts had already started a fight. Some said, what a mess, what a mess. What kind of combination is this? The brand is unwilling to claim its own product. What kind of spokesperson would go out holding a hot water bottle, and a bright red one at that? It's so tacky. Some also said, goddesses are daring to wear. A big red hot water bag lights up the whole outfit, builds the visual center of gravity, raises the waistline, and makes the outfit loose and comfortable. All female stars should learn from it. The comment section was filled with a melee between fans and passers-by. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone was paying attention to this hot water bag, but in fact, no one was really paying attention to this hot water bag. Although the hot water bottle brand took advantage of the situation to claim its own product and actively advertised it, it was rejected by fans because its price was not even a fraction of those of luxury brands. What kind of small 18th tier brand dares to touch our sister? Sister, how could you possibly buy something so cheap? Impossible, absolutely impossible, it's just a similar appearance. Don't all hot water bottles look like this? Lu Xin'an was shocked. A hot water bottle worth dozens of dollars was cheap. This was the most expensive hot water bottle he could find. And it was not worthy of my Xiaohan. He turned off his phone indignantly and continued reading. This world was really unreasonable. The days when we focus on studying always go by quickly. It seems like in the blink of an eye, it's time for the second class. This time, Teacher Yang didn't say too much, but went straight to the point and asked the three people to hand in their homework. The first one was Subina, who chose the scene in the movie The Song of Everlasting Sorrow, where Yang Yuhuan committed suicide by drinking poison. In order to play the role of this beauty well, she put on heavy and exquisite makeup today and combed her long black hair neatly behind her head. She looked like a graceful and elegant peony flower. With the word start, Subinol's expression changed immediately. She lowered her eyebrows, pursed her red lips, and looked solemnly at Lu Xin'an, who was acting with her. At this time, Lu Xin'an was playing the role of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and was blaming himself. Yuhuan, I really want to put my head on that plate and have Gao Lisha take it out. Subina just looked at Lu Xin'an quietly, with her hands folded neatly at her waist, dignified and restrained. Her eyes were extremely complicated, as if she had seen through the hypocrisy of this man, and seemed to have forgiven it all, presenting a strange texture like magma undercurrent surging under the volcanic ash. Just this look and expression made Teacher Yang smile with satisfaction. Afterwards, Subina drank the poisoned wine handed to him by Lu Xin'an, turned around and wanted to leave. He had just stepped a few steps on the stairs when he stopped. He looked back for the last time and looked deeply at Lu Xin'an. In his eyes, there was attachment, disappointment, and indelible sorrow. In the end, he said nothing and left resolutely. Lu Xin'an looked at the other person, and suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart. He couldn't help but want to ask him to stay. He staggered forward a few steps, holding the handrail of the stairs with his hands. He looked old and hunched over, looking at Subina's figure. My beloved. At this time, Teacher Yang suddenly called for a stop. Okay, that's enough. You have all made great progress, Subina. You will definitely be right if you follow this path. I look forward to seeing your work on the big screen. Being affirmed by his admired teacher Yang, the sadness on Subiner's face disappeared, and he immediately became full of joy and thanked him repeatedly in excitement. Lu Xin'an also jumped up from the stairs and followed suit to thank the teacher. Next was Xu Yang, who designed a plot of a police interrogating a prisoner. Of course, Lu Xin'an played the prisoner again. Xu Yang and Lu Xin'an sat opposite each other, with a desk lamp between them. Xu Yang leaned forward, holding a pen in his hand, looked at Lu Xin'an opposite him seriously, and slowly opened his mouth to tell a story. If you are the manipulator behind a criminal organization, and the core member of your organization disappears with a confidential document while being chased by the police, that document is fatal to you. This incident is like the sword of Damocles, hanging over your head all the time. Until recently, you found the traitor, and you discovered that he was trying to get close to a policeman. How did you feel? Lu Xin'an listened attentively to Xu Yang's story, his expression solemn. When he heard his question, he immediately answered in a low voice. Like a thorn in the side. Yes. The policeman played by Xu Yang became more and more excited, as if he had completely put himself into the criminal's perspective, and immediately shouted. Why did he approach the policeman? Was he going to give him confidential documents? If the policeman gets the documents, I'll be finished. No, I must get rid of him and the policeman as well. Seeing that he seemed to have lost his mind, Lu Xin'an frowned with a puzzled look on his face and said. It's understandable to get rid of traitors, but getting rid of the police is stupid. Xu Yang immediately looked up and questioned, why? Lu Xin'an raised his eyebrows confidently, taking the initiative, and was quite disdainful. Because getting rid of a policeman only brings in more policemen. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Xu Yang became anxious and growled. What can I do then? At this time, Lu Xin'an had completely entered the situation described by the other party, frowned and immediately replied. It's simple. You get rid of the traitor and then put the blame on the police. As soon as he said this, he was stunned. There was a moment of panic in his eyes. Then he forced himself to calm down and looked at Xu Yang. Xu Yang suddenly calmed down, leaned back in his chair and looked at Lu Xin'an leisurely. Obviously, this story is a trap carefully set to trick Lu Xin'an into talking. It makes full use of the instinct of smart people who cannot tolerate stupid behavior, inducing criminals to speak out their own criminal ideas, which are completely consistent with the actual case and ultimately break through the criminal's psychological defenses. Har, good, this plot is very interesting, Xu Yang, your design is good. It really makes use of your appearance. If you were a mature-looking person, it would be difficult to get the other person to follow your thinking. Teacher Yang clapped his hands with satisfaction and finally looked at Lu Xin'an with a smile. Your acting has indeed improved a lot. At least you can keep up with the two of them. In this case, I won't let you perform, but will only test your theoretical learning results. What do you think is the most important thing for an actor now? This question was so abstract that both Subinar and Xu Yang were stunned. They thought about it carefully but found it difficult to find the most important one. It seems that every factor is important and indispensable. The actor's appearance must match the role so that the audience can accept it, and the actor's pronunciation must be clear enough to convey emotions through the lines. When everyone was silent, Lu Xin'an smiled faintly and answered confidently. I think the most important thing is to be sincere and be sincere to the audience. Oh? Sincerely, why do you say that? Teacher Yang raised his eyebrows, with undisguised surprise in his eyes. Even he had not expected this answer. Lu Xin'an looked at Teacher Yang and explained seriously. Many film and television works nowadays are criticized after they are made. This is because they pursue traffic, profits, and self-expression, but lose sincerity to the audience. They cannot see the works from the perspective of the public and have no empathy with the audience. The things they make can only entertain themselves. Film and television art should first and foremost be the art of the masses, not the art of this small circle. At this time, Teacher Yang interrupted Lu Xin'an, stared at him with a complicated expression, and said seriously. I understand what you mean. This is a good answer and I like it very much. But I hope you won't say these things in public. Protect yourself first. Hearing the deep meaning behind the words, Lu Xin'an nodded slowly, agreed solemnly, and then grinned. Don't worry, my greatest strength is my ability to bend and stretch. Chapter 22 set off to the acting academy. After hearing what Lu Xin'an said, Teacher Yang smiled gently, then looked at Subinol and Xu Yang and said. You two are both very insightful. I would like to invite you to be my teaching assistants. Is that okay? It's my honor. Thank you, teacher. The two agreed at the same time and began their hellish training under teacher Yang. They are called assistant teachers, but because many of the actors who come here to receive guidance are big names in the industry, their acting level will affect their performance if they act with others, so it is basically teacher Yang who acts personally, and the three of them are of no use. More often than not, it is actually teacher Yang who gives them free lessons and targeted guidance. Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang, two poor guys, were extremely grateful for this. They vaguely heard that teacher Yang's tuition fee was extremely high, at least 5 figures, and he was able to teach them for free. This kindness was really touching. After a month, Lu Xin'an's acting skills have been transformed. Although it cannot be said that he has achieved great success, he can be considered to have made some achievements. At least he is no longer stiff when acting with sub-inner. Occasionally, he can get a few words of praise from teacher Yang, and he can be happy for a whole week when he goes back. Today was the last class for the three of them before they participated in the variety show. After the class, teacher Yang didn't say much. He just reminded them of some details, waved his hand, and let them leave. After the few people left, teacher Yang stopped smiling, picked up his cell phone and called an old friend. Hey, why are you free to look for me today? Har, I recently found 3 assistant teachers. They are all young people with great potential and will definitely be able to take on important responsibilities in the future. One of them is a young man whose performance philosophy is very similar to yours. You will definitely be interested in him. You called me just to show off how good your students are? Then I'm hanging up. Wait, I haven't finished yet. They are going to participate in that variety show. What is it called? Acting Academy. Are you a mentor there? Yeah, what, you old-fashioned guy also wants to take the back door. Hearing the other parties teasing, teacher Yang showed a meaningful smile and said slowly. No, I was hoping that you could help me polish them. On the other side, Xu Yang and Lu Xin'an, who were packing their luggage, sneezed loudly at the same time, which scared Li Dongqing, who was catching up on his sleep in bed. What's wrong with you guys? You even sneeze in sync. It's such a waste of talent if you don't use it to drive a 2-person mecha. Xu Yang rubbed his nose and replied unceremoniously. With your eloquence, you should really go do talk shows instead of being bullied on the set. When talking about the crew, Li Dongqing snorted coldly, too lazy to respond, and turned around to continue catching up on his sleep. He had just returned from the set of Secret Love Makeover, and was very angry. Although he was the male lead, because the show was mainly about the transformation of the female lead, his role was very small, and it was finished in just 1 month. But the shadow left by this month is enough for him to heal in the rest of his life. Whenever he thought about those pretentious lines coming out of his own mouth, Li Dongqing would get goosebumps all over his body and then start praying that this drama would not be a hit, or better yet, a flop with no one watching it, otherwise this dark history of his would never be washed away. Seeing that he kept silent, Xu Yang chuckled complacently, picked up his luggage, and set off for the Shujin with Lu Xin'an. Shujin is the largest film and television base in the country. From ancient times to the present, there are real-life buildings for various scenes to rent for crews. Not only that, it also has a complete industrial chain supporting it. From film and television props to extras, it has all the resources needed for filming. Hundreds of large and small crews work here every day. Many actors joke that they can make appointments with friends who they cannot make appointments with at home, but can in the vertical store. Shujin is the actor's well-deserved second hometown. The promotional slogan of Acting Academy is comprehensive observation and recording of the production chain of the actor industry, and it is called a reality show on the set. The program will also tailor roles for these selected actors, shoot a costume TV series, and broadcast it on major platforms. This can be said to be a pioneering actor training system in the entertainment industry. For a program like this, it is most appropriate to choose Shujin as the recording location. Lu Xin'an casually browsed the news about this program in the car and found that this program had attracted a lot of attention before it even started recording. Everyone is curious about how those popular TV series are filmed and how the directors select and train the actors. Among them, the most concerned is the lineup of mentors. The audience is guessing which big names will be mentors this time. After all, in the acting variety shows that have been popular in the past, what left a deep impression on people was often not the performance of the contestants, but the mentors' mutual implications, or even public quarrels. Currently, the program team has only revealed 2 mentors. The first is the program leader Xin'an, who is known as a hitmaker, a hype master, and the king of palace fighting. Although he is a man, he is very good at filming palace fighting dramas. He has made this theme popular for more than 10 years and has produced countless top female stars. The second is Chen Fei, a well-known veteran actor in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, who is famous for his strictness and bad temper. Xin'an can already imagine that this mentor should be responsible for performing, sitting on pins and needles, feeling like a thorn in the back, and often has to stand up and harshly criticize the contestants' acting skills, creating countless hot search topics. TSK, just these two mentors are enough to create full dramatic conflicts. One is a big director who has the final say, and the other is a veteran actor with a hot temper. Won't they quarrel? Add to that the sharp-tongued My Xiaohan, and it's really a show with three mentors, one after another. Thinking of My Xiaohan, Xin'an opened the chat interface and asked sincerely, "Teacher, do you think I need to create a personal image in the show to create topics and attract fans?" The other party immediately displayed, "Input in progress." Then came the familiar My Style sarcasm. "Do you still need a persona? Just curb your true nature. I'm afraid the PR will be so desperate to remove the black trending searches that they vomit blood. Just let him be himself." Xin'an nodded knowingly and put away his phone. Not long after, the two arrived at the vertical store, and after settling down, they rushed to the recording site on time. This is an ancient building with bright yellow tiles and high eaves. Beyond the high threshold, there are rows of stainless steel chairs inside, just like the number-taking hall of a township bank. It was truly a plain and simple work scene. Xin'an's ancient style filter was instantly shattered to the ground. The two arrived relatively late. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the waiting room, both men and women, all of them young and beautiful actors, gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Xin'an spotted Subinol in the corner at a glance. Her gorgeous appearance was so stunning that it made these handsome men and beautiful women look like passers-by. Therefore, even though she is very famous and has a lot of screen time, no actress is willing to sit next to her. After all, no one wants to be a passerby who highlights the beauty of the protagonist. The male actor, on the other hand, is the type who has the intention but not the courage to do it. Everyone knows Subinol, the cool goddess who outshines all other beauties on the red carpet. If you rashly go up to her and chat with her, it will definitely be a flop. If the production crew had evil intentions and edited it into the film, wouldn't I become a well-known bootlicker on the internet? No, absolutely not. I can't be a bootlicker no matter what I do. But Xin'an didn't care about it. He had a clear goal. He pulled Xuyang straight to the empty seat next to Subinner and sat down. Subinner immediately looked up in surprise, showing a bright smile, and picked up 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to the two. "You guys are finally here. I was almost bored to death by myself." Xin'an took the mineral water and handed it to Xuyang, then he unscrewed the bottle and drank it down. His speech and behavior were quite natural, and he was obviously very familiar with Subinol. The male actors who were silently paying attention to Subinol were almost gritting their teeth. Where was the cold goddess? Why did she take the initiative to pass water to this guy? Who is this guy? Why is he so close to the goddess? Is it because he is handsome? Damn, he seems to be really handsome, which makes me hate him even more. Chapter 23 Unexpected Events. The staff have gradually arrived and the agreed shooting time is about to come, but in the meeting room of the program group, there is a tense atmosphere. Xin'an, the program leader, was pacing back and forth anxiously. He frowned and asked the program director, "Is Teacher Chen really unable to come? The show is about to start filming, what's the matter with the instructor being absent?" The other party hurriedly explained. "Today a 17-level typhoon will land on the coast. It is said to be the largest typhoon in 20 years. All flights here have been cancelled. There is nothing he can do. These are not excuses. A show without a mentor is fundamentally invalid. I can't explain to the audience how the show was filmed. I can't accept it." Xin'an waved his hand and said in a decisive tone, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The director on the other side was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he could do nothing. Director Xie was just that kind of person. He always had his way with his work and never considered other people's opinions. Let's start filming. The first episode is expected to take 2 or 3 days. There are 25 actors who will be auditioning, so we will have to cut out a lot of people's footage in the end. When the time comes, only the parts with Teacher Chen will be shown, and the audience won't feel the difference. My Xiaohan, who was standing by, casually flipped through the program schedule and calmly proposed a solution. She has participated in many variety shows and is very familiar with the fancy editing in them, so she is not in a hurry. After all, it is all scripts, and who to promote has been decided in advance. A slight adjustment in the order of appearance will not affect the overall situation. That's all we can do. Let's start filming. Put those newcomers with no background in the front and edit them out later. Xin'an sighed deeply and agreed reluctantly. The program director looked down at his phone and shouted in surprise. Teacher Chen has changed to taking the high-speed train, and will arrive around 5 p.m. Then he took out the list of contestants and made some marks on it. I estimated that I would miss the auditions of about 8 newcomers, but there are only 6 newcomers who haven't signed with the company this time. What this means is that the remaining people are all contracted artists of major companies, so who should be sacrificed? Xin'an and my Xiaohan looked at each other. The atmosphere was a little subtle and no one spoke first. The purpose of this program is mainly to promote the artists of Xin'an's company. He has carefully selected 5 people, each of whom is his favorite, and he is unwilling to sacrifice any of them, so he naturally will not stand up to be the saint. My Xiaohan was also unhappy. Only 3 people from Xin'an company came this time. Subinner was a popular artist and must be given enough screen time. Guaharan was counting on this show to make a comeback and his family was rich, so sacrificing him would easily cause trouble. There is only Xin'an left. Although she is not important in the company, she is the one she wants to protect after all, and she cannot be sacrificed like this. Neither party was willing to sacrifice their own artists, and it was not easy to touch people from other companies, as it would definitely offend people if the news got out. Neither of them wanted to be the bad guy. Seeing that the two were in a stalemate, the 4th mentor Ju Sui spoke up. He had an independent studio and was not signed to any company, so he had no vested interest in the matter. It was most appropriate for him to make the proposal. Not having scenes in the first episode doesn't mean elimination. It's just that the popularity was a little low at the beginning. Artists from the mentor's company will most likely stay later. Otherwise, how about each mentor send one person to take a small loss first? Ju Sui is a popular actor with good acting skills in China. I heard that a big budget movie will be released soon, and he was invited to be a mentor in order to take advantage of the popularity of the movie. So Xin'an still has to give him some face. So Xin'an agreed reluctantly, okay, then I'll take a loss and put our Xin'an in the front. My Xiaohan lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then slowly said, I can also send someone, but I hope that I will give him the test questions. There were no specific regulations regarding the test questions. The instructors would set the questions on the spot after understanding the contestants' situations, so Xin'an agreed readily. Okay, then we'll send Xin'an. On the other side, Xin'an was completely unaware of the undercurrents behind the show and was looking around bored. The recording has begun. The first part is a simulated actor audition. Each actor will go in individually to interview the mentor. In the end, 12 people will be selected from the 25 to stay, and the rest will go home. At this time, 5 contestants had already entered, and the rest could only sit in the hall waiting. Several cameras were surrounding everyone and filming, making everyone feel a little nervous. Due to concerns about the content of the variety show being leaked, all contestants had to hand in their cell phones. At this time, everyone could only stare blankly besides chatting. At the beginning, Xin'an was chatting with Xu Yang with great interest, but after a long time, the two had nothing to say. The remaining 20 contestants are roughly divided into 3 circles, corresponding to the 3 major film and television schools in China: Capital Academy of Drama, Capital Film Academy and Oriental Academy of Drama. Most of the contestants are relatively young, either still in school or having graduated a few years ago, so their main network of contacts is still in school. Now that they suddenly meet in a variety show, they instinctively start to build relationships, calling each other senior brothers and junior sisters very affectionately, and when they get together they start to recall their youthful days on campus. Xin'an watched silently, and gradually figured out what was going on. Among the 3 circles, the Capital Academy of Drama was the most united, the Capital Film Academy maintained a superficial warmth, and only the Oriental Academy of Drama didn't even bother pretending, and ignored each other. There's nothing we can do. It's because the program crew is so good at selecting people. Only 5 people came from the Oriental Drama Academy, who happened to be Xin'an and his 3 companions, Gwaharan and his girlfriend, the sweet girl driving the baby pink Ferrari. It's good enough that these 2 groups of people don't fight. Instead of expecting them to show their alumni friendship, it would be better to just kill Gwaharan directly. Everyone at the Capital Academy of Drama mainly gathered around a handsome guy named Yu Jingju. He was their first in the major and their leading actor in the Academy's drama. All kinds of high titles were thrown at him, which attracted photographers to take pictures of him, making him look like the moon surrounded by stars. Even the students from the Capital Film Academy next to him were talking about him in low voices. He's the one who joined the theater right after graduation. I heard a senior student mention him, saying that he was too aloof and only wanted to act in dramas, otherwise he would have been famous a long time ago. Even so, he also participated in the recent 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, which was a popular TV series for a long time. Then why is he participating in the variety show now? Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Is he going to let other men live? This made Xin'an curious. If someone likes acting in drama, then he must be Lee Dongqing plus. Let him take a look at who he is and go back to share his experience with Lee Dongqing. Thinking of this, Xin'an stood up, wandered over to the group of people from the Capital Academy of Drama, and pretended to casually glance at Yu Jingju in the center of the crowd. It would not matter if you didn't look at him, but once you did, even Xin'an was a little surprised at how good his appearance was. Yu Jingju was only wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans. He was tall, with a small head and broad shoulders, and looked very masculine. His facial features were regular and his bones were superior. Just by sitting there, he had a dignified and noble temperament. The most amazing thing was his eyes, which looked so affectionate that he could even look at a dog. Isn't this the chosen affectionate male second and the female lead's white moonlight? Give him a good look, and he can be popular forever in the video mashup. Feeling Xin'an's gaze, Yu Jingju turned his head and the two of them happened to meet each other's eyes. Xin'an was not nervous either, and nodded at him with a smile. Yu Jingju smiled gently in return, looking quite modest and gentle like jade. Favorability, 60. Xin'an was surprised. So tall? They were clearly meeting in a competitive situation, but there was no hostility at all. Could he really be a good person? Walking back to his seat, Xin'an asked Xuyang curiously. Do you know Yu Jingju from show opera? I think he is my strong competitor. Xuyang raised his head from his doze, glanced at Xin'an, and said comfortingly. Don't worry, with your 2 tricks, you are not his competitor. He has been the top student since he entered the school. He is a university bully with great hard work and talent. You have to work hard for at least a few more years before you can be compared with him. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Just continue sleeping. Xin'an was extremely disappointed by his big truth. He waved his hand impatiently and turned to look at Subinner, wanting to find out what was going on. But he saw Subinner with a small book on his knees and his hands gesturing in the air, as if he was practicing hand seals. Is this some mysterious ritual? Xin'an came over curiously and wanted to take a look at the contents of the book. Feeling him approach, Subinner panicked and covered the book on his lap with both hands, and explained with a wondering look. It's not a ceremony. I'm practicing sign language. For an actor, knowing more languages is an advantage. Sign language is also considered a language. This idea is a bit strange. Then is knowing C language an advantage? But seeing that she didn't want to say it, Xin'an didn't ask any further questions. Maybe she had already received the relevant role, but just didn't want to say it in front of the camera. Just as he was about to continue dozing off, the staff suddenly shouted. Xin'an, is Xin'an here? It's your turn. Chapter 24, a thrilling improvisational assessment. Pushing open the carved antique door, Xin'an walked into the audition site. The layout of the room is very simple. The mentor sits in the front and there is a monitor in front of each person to watch the contestants' previous performances and observe their performances. The camera is very strict about the actor's appearance. Some people look very beautiful to the naked eye, but become weird on the screen. Therefore, the instructors prefer to watch the actors' performances through the monitor. On the left is a row of seats with numbers from 1 to 12. They should be the seats for promotion. There is only one boy sitting there at this moment. The rest of the pending contestants sat dejectedly in the corner, some of them were secretly wiping away tears, obviously having suffered a great blow. As soon as they saw Xin'an looking around with pure curiosity, they knew that he must be a newcomer and immediately cast sympathetic glances at him. These mentors are all ruthless people who speak without mercy. I don't know how Xin'an will be bullied. Several mentors lined up in order. Sitting on the far left was the great director Xin'an. He looked very kind, wearing black framed glasses and looking quite bookish. In the middle is an old acquaintance, my Xiaohan. Today she wore only light makeup, a casual shirt and jeans, with her hair tied in a ponytail. She looked as pure as a college beauty, probably to fit in with the busy atmosphere on the set. Finally, there is Ju Sui, who is currently in the limelight. He is not handsome, but he is very distinctive, with a temperament that is both good and evil. Several of his works have become popular this year, and he is considered by the industry to be the strongest contender for the Best Actor award. But why is Chen Fei, the veteran actor from the Hong Kong entertainment industry, not here? Xin'an didn't ask any more questions, but just waited quietly for the instructors to go through the process. Xin'an smiled at him, and then began to introduce today's rules. This time, we are mainly going through an audition process. Please take a photo first, and then introduce yourself. The camera at the side turned slightly and faced Xin'an. He immediately stood up straight and took photos from the front, side and back. This is the standard process of the audition, which can be used as a reference for the director and producer, and can also be given to the costume designer and makeup artist to design the look. My name is Xin'an. I'm a sophomore at the Oriental Academy of Drama. I'm 186 centimeters tall. I like painting. I've participated in the following projects. When Xin'an heard that they were all web dramas that he had no impression of, and obviously there were not many resources, he immediately showed a look of understanding. Ju Sui also frowned and watched a clip of Xin'an's performance. He immediately showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. He couldn't bear to look away. It was an eye-opener, really an eye-opener. From the costumes and props, to the plot, to the acting, none of it is worth watching. They had the resume of each contestant in their hands, so they naturally knew that Xin'an was the unlucky guy who was sacrificed by my Xiaohan. Seeing his relaxed expression, he might even think that he had an advantage by entering the field early. Xin'an Company is well known in the industry because it only looks at appearance rather than acting skills when signing people. After recruiting them, they will try their luck in various projects. If they become popular, they will be promoted. If they don't become popular, they will be left alone at home. Although this extremely commercialized operation route has received mixed reviews in the industry, it has indeed made a lot of money, and the company has also gained a certain status in the industry. Judging from his resume, Xin'an should have just signed with the company not long ago and has not had time to join the crew. Otherwise, with his appearance, he would not have only acted in a few shoddy web dramas. That makes sense. Xin'an felt relieved. No wonder my Xiaohan chose to sacrifice Xin'an. He was just a newcomer and had no hope in the first place. It wouldn't be a big loss if he was cut off in one go. So he went with the flow, actively fulfilled his promise to my Xiaohan, and took the initiative to give the opportunity to ask questions to my Xiaohan. Teacher Mai, how about you take a look and give him some test questions? My Xiaohan nodded, raised her eyes, and looked Xin'an up and down as if they had just met, and smiled gently. You said you like painting. Well, let me give you a little exercise. You play a painter who has an affair with a model and is discovered by his ex-girlfriend, so they break up. Now it's midnight and you're drunk. You knock on your ex-girlfriend's door because you still love her but you just couldn't control yourself for a moment. Painter, model, ambiguous, and still in love with his ex-girlfriend. Xin'an frowned and listened to the questions carefully, but the more he listened, the more confused he became, and his CPU was about to burn out. What the hell is going on? She's his ex-girlfriend, but he still knocks on the door in the middle of the night. Isn't that just stupid? He also said he couldn't control himself for the moment. What a classic scumbag guy's words. This question is too tricky. Does my Xiaohan have a grudge against him? Xin'an and Ju Sui on the side were also a little confused. Such a complicated question was given to a newcomer. Was my Xiaohan trying to praise him or make things difficult for him? Judging from his previous performance clips, this kind of question would be a death sentence for him. I can't imagine how awkward it would be for him. No, this is not what my Xiaohan would do. Zhu Suwei frowned and glanced at the other contestants. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. There are still relatively few people coming in, and among these contestants, there happen to be no girls, which means. As expected, after explaining the question, my Xiaohan looked at the contestant seat, looking embarrassed and surprised. Oh, I forgot. There's no girl here to act with. My bad, my bad. I should change someone. Xin'an is indeed a master of hype. He was like a hound that smelled the scent of prey and immediately started to cheer excitedly. Then please ask Teacher Xiaohan to come in person, and let us see if Teacher Xiaohan can perform well and play the role of the ex-girlfriend. But My Xiaohan's smile froze on her face, revealing a bit of helplessness. She was about to refuse, but before she could finish her refusal, everyone immediately applauded excitedly. Who wouldn't want to watch the queen's performance up close? Zhu Suwei even revealed a meaningful smile, clapping and cheering. Superior. He really wanted to see what kind of newcomer was worthy of my Xiaohan's intention to include himself in his calculations and force him to become famous. Xin'an was so focused on creating hype that he didn't react and foolishly made the assist. In fact, my Xiaohan's plan this time was overt. She set the questions, but the questions involved the ex-girlfriend. She was the only actress on the scene at the moment, so naturally she had to act with Xin'an herself. The queen demonstrated the performance herself, so how could such explosive content be cut? The whole film must be released in the program, and Xin'an's exposure would be guaranteed. Maybe it would even become a hot search because it aroused too much jealousy. It's a textbook way to promote newcomers. This operation directly reversed Xin'an's original sacrifice script and turned it into the highlight of the show. It can be said that it was well-intentioned. Because it was an impromptu assessment, Xin'an and the others were not given much time to rehearse. They simply dragged 2 boxes to act as door panels to be knocked, and then briefly went over the process and stood there waiting for the filming to begin. Until now, Xin'an is still completely confused. How could things develop into this situation? Why did my Xiaohan, the mentor, come out to act with him? Why is she still playing the role of an ex-girlfriend? Isn't she his current girlfriend? The current girlfriend plays the ex-girlfriend. This is too cool. He has never seen this kind of play in the learning materials of the island country. But there is no point worrying about this now. There is only one chance for the impromptu assessment. If his performance is too bad and he fails to even make it to the pending list and is eliminated, he will have to pack up and go home. He must put aside all distractions and show his acting skills. But this topic really made Xin'an not know where to start. After all, he didn't even have an ex-girlfriend, so how could he understand this kind of twisted emotion of "you love me, I love you, but we just don't want to be together" tilde? He would definitely be exposed as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no other way but to add some more. Xin'an silently said in his heart, "Report the current points balance." The current points balance is 1,400.8 points. There will be many occasions for performances in the future, and we cannot continue to spend points on temporary attribute enhancements. However, the points currently available are only enough to permanently improve your abilities by 14 points, but performance abilities include dialogues, body shape, expressions, and martial arts. How should you allocate them? According to the style of Xin'an's previous works, he will most likely be filming a costume idol drama in the future, which does not place much emphasis on martial arts skills, so there is no need to add points for this item. Idol dramas like to give close-ups of actors at the climax of the plot, such as a fairy crying or something, so the expressions must be exaggerated. According to Mr. Yang's evaluation, his lines and body movements are not bad, so they can be added less. For an actor, the most important thing is to show his highlights. As for the other parts, it's fine as long as they are up to standard. After a brief analysis, Xin'an decided on the plan to add some points. Expressions are permanently increased by 10 points, and appearance and lines are permanently increased by 2 points each. 1,400 points have been deducted, and 0.8 points remain. Hiss. I'm completely penniless this time. I have to work hard to improve my favorability. He and Subinol have known each other for such a long time, so why has her favorability towards him never increased except for the first time they met? Is his charm so unattractive? Forget it, let us get through today first and then consider other things. At this time, the stage manager stepped forward, picked up the stage manager board, and said in a serious tone, "Actor Xin'an is having an interview for the acting academy. With a click, the interview assessment performance officially began. Chapter 25. I will be on the hot search as a dark horse. Knock, knock, knock. Xin'an bent his fingers and knocked on the box, making a clear sound. My Xiaohan sat on the chair, raised his head, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Who is it? I. Xin'an lowered his head and leaned weakly against the box, looking like a drunk who could not even stand steadily. Yet he answered with confidence, as if my Xiaohan should open the door for him immediately, completely forgetting that they had broken up. He really brought the drunken and cowardly look to life, even the subtle and vivid confused look was displayed just right. Xin'an raised his eyebrows in surprise. A newcomer's expression was so dramatic, no worse than those veteran actors. Is this guy a hidden talent? Impossible, this is too far from his previous performances. It must be because he was often drunk, so his acting was particularly good. My Xiaohan recognized the voice of the person coming and shouted impatiently. It's late, let's talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Hearing the other party's refusal, Xin'an became more depressed. He sat down next to the box and continued to knock on it, shouting vaguely. Xiaohan. At this time, the contestant next to him stood up and acted as an extra, cursing. What time is it? Why are you yelling? Can't you let me sleep? Xin'an was suddenly scolded. He shrank back for a moment, then his face turned red and he scolded back. I'm not knocking on your door, what does it have to do with you? What a scoundrelly behavior. The contestants and mentors beside him couldn't help but laugh. That's right, how can a man who gets drunk in the middle of the night and harasses his ex-girlfriend be a good person? Zhu Sui stared at Xin'an's cheeks, which were swollen and then fading, with great interest. This boy was really good at controlling his physiological reactions so well. Even Xin'an himself was secretly surprised. Just now he was just imagining that he was excited and his face turned red, and then he actually felt heat on his cheeks. This was too awesome. Mom will no longer worry about no one believing me when I lie. Fearing that Xin'an would continue to disturb the neighbors and embarrass herself, my Xiaohan angrily opened the door and looked at him impatiently. What's up? When he suddenly saw the other person, Xin'an didn't know what to say. He opened and closed his mouth several times, his eyes wandered, and he didn't dare to look my Xiaohan in the eye. My Xiaohan raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting for him to speak with a complicated expression. Xin'an said only this one word with his tongue stuck out, and then he habitually wanted to hold my Xiaohan's hand. The next second, he was ruthlessly pushed away by my Xiaohan. He was anxious and wanted to reach out, but he saw my Xiaohan retreating again and again, blocking himself with one hand and pointing at him with the other, and whispered a warning. Don't come near me. Xin'an was really hurt by this defensive posture. He immediately raised his hands, took 2 steps back, and was about to explain. My Xiaohan suddenly exploded. I told you not to get close to me. I hate drunk people the most. The reason you were with her was because you were drunk, right? She accused and pressed on, her angry eyes forcing Xin'an to have no place to hide, so he could only lower his head and avoid her gaze. How many times have I told you not to talk to me when you're drunk? Get out of here, get out of here. Facing her surging anger, Xin'an hugged his neck in pain, as if he had really become a criticized scumbag. Shame, grievance, regret, all kinds of emotions surged into his heart at the same time, and finally he could no longer suppress it and exploded completely. He walked forward and growled with a look of grievance. I didn't mean to do that. I drank that day, but only a little. She was the one who took the initiative and approached me. My Xiaohan didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so she turned her head and said irritably. Stop shouting. If you don't live here, I will have to live here. Then, seeing that Xin'an was still insisting and wanted to explain, she could only suppress her anger and pointed at the chair and ordered him. You sit down, you sit down. Then he turned around, performed a tea-pouring performance without props, and walked over to hand it to Xin'an. Drink your tea, then leave and stop making trouble. Xin'an took the tea, his eyes became full of nostalgia, as if he was recalling the warm times in the past. He couldn't help but wanted to hold her hand, but was violently pushed away. This time, my Xiaohan couldn't stand it anymore and cried out in dismay. This is already the 4th time. Don't use being drunk as an excuse anymore. Being drunk is not a reason for you to act like a rogue, nor is it a reason for you to cheat on me. I can't accept it anymore. She stared at Xin'an with eyes wide open, a tear slipped down the corner of her eye unconsciously. She looked like a crystal statue about to break, so fragile that it made people feel pity. When Xin'an thought that he was the one who made her cry, he immediately felt ashamed. He lowered his head and kept apologizing. "I know, it's my fault, my fault." When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but redden his eyes, tears slowly fell down his cheeks, and he looked like a wronged child. The two instructors on the side looked at each other and nodded silently. Xin'an commented in a low voice. "The opponent is really important." Xin'an was a little stiff at the beginning, but now he has been brought up and is completely immersed in the emotions. "It's really good." Ju Sui also agreed. He showed all the reasons why a scumbag can be forgiven. A man is most touching when he is vulnerable. Sure enough, seeing Xin'an's aggrieved and fragile expression, my Xiaohan could no longer speak, but tears continued to fall from her face drop by drop, silently accusing Xin'an of betrayal. These tears made Xin'an feel more and more guilty. He slowly raised his hand, held my Xiaohan's hand, and whispered, "No more drinking. I won't drink anymore. I just want to live a good life with you now." As he spoke, his hand slowly moved up and gently held my Xiaohan's arm. He then tentatively held her head and slowly pressed his forehead against hers. For a moment, the two looked at each other, and could even clearly see the tears hanging on each other's eyelashes. There were bursts of gasps all around. This newcomer was so bold. How dare he get so close to the goddess? Ju Sui also felt that the situation was not good. The two of them were obviously completely immersed in the role, and they might kiss each other next. Even if it was a kiss with a substitute, it would definitely cause an uproar. My Xiaohan's fans will not let this arrogant newcomer go. By then, it will not be just a matter of jealousy and envy, but may even trigger crazy cyber violence. He was about to call for a stop when he discovered that Xin'an quietly held his hand and shook his head slightly at him, his face full of uncontrollable joy. Ju Sui understood immediately. Yes, how could he forget that Director Xi liked uproar the most and was least afraid of cyberbullying? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The bigger the public opinion storm, the more attention it attracts. Shadao is such a fisherman in the public opinion field. Forget it. After all, Director Xi is the producer of the program, so he should stop interfering. Ju Sui slowly put down his hands and continued to look at the monitor intently. At this time, Xin'an and my Xiaohan were still staring at each other. Xin'an felt that the other's eyes were like whirlpools on the sea, with endless attraction, which made him unable to help but move closer to see more clearly. "I want to see what the heart in the vortex looks like." Chapter 26. I'm really afraid you'll kiss my goddess. As the distance got closer, Xin'an suddenly felt the airflow blowing on his face become disordered. No, it was my Xiaohan's breathing that became disordered. He suddenly came to his senses, forcibly stopped his momentum of getting closer, turned his head to the side, and reached out to hug my Xiaohan tightly. My Xiaohan had already prepared for the kiss, but was caught off guard by him hugging her. Her hazy eyes immediately cleared up, and she slowly raised her hands and hugged Xin'an back, with an indescribable complex expression on her face. The two of them hugged each other like this, and complex and sour emotions quietly spread across the field. The contestants on the side were all silent. Even though they were not convinced, they had to admit that this guy's acting was really good. He was not suppressed at all when acting opposite the goddess, but instead seemed to be evenly matched with her. The intensity of the emotional outburst was also just right, neither too strong to be embarrassing, nor too weak to make my Xiaohan's performance fall short. Seeing that the scene was coming to an end, Ju Sui smiled and shouted, "Okay, stop." Xin'an immediately let go of his hand, pulled himself out of his emotions, and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry." While apologizing, he took out a tissue and wiped away the tears that had rubbed against my Xiaohan's cheeks. My Xiaohan waved her hand casually, looked at him with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "It was a good performance." No, it was an exceptionally good performance. Gained 5 points of favorability from the key target, my Xiaohan, and the current points balance is 501 points. Our favorability increased again? This time my Xiaohan no longer says one thing and means another. Xin'an was stunned for a moment before he earnestly thanked my Xiaohan and watched her walk back to the tutor's seat with a smile. Seeing Xin'an's reluctant attitude, Ju Sui couldn't help but joked, "I'm so scared of you kissing my goddess." Everyone burst into laughter, and my Xiaohan couldn't help but chuckle. Only Lu Xin'an, under everyone's gaze, realized belatedly that he had almost made a big mistake, and scratched his neck awkwardly. It was a close call. Although they had kissed before, if they had kissed on the show, he would have topped the list of who should be killed among my Xiaohan's fans, especially male fans, before the show even aired, and would have received a lot of pursuit. What's more, he now lives in the same room with a person who is my Xiaohan's #1 die-hard fan. Hiss. No, he has to move out of the room overnight, otherwise after Xuyan watches the show, he will stand at his bedside with a knife in his hand at night. Xilingyun watched my Xiaohan sit down and immediately shouted. So everyone see how important a good opponent is. Let's give teacher Xiaohan another round of applause. My Xiaohan smiled modestly, waved his hands repeatedly, and praised Lu Xin'an. No, he acted very well. The atmosphere became quite harmonious for a while. Xilingyun then looked at Lu Xin'an and commented with a smile. I think you acted very well. You were able to carry on teacher Xiaohan's role. And the kiss at the end, oh no, their hug, was a great hug. The love was immediately apparent. Most people wouldn't dare to hug a diva mentor. It shows that you were immersed in the role without any distractions. I think you can stay. Hearing Xilingyun's affirmation, Lu Xin'an quickly bowed and thanked him. Next came Zhu Sui, who propped his chin with one hand and nodded with satisfaction. I really like actors like you. You have a good look and temperament. You really acted very well just now. Lu Xin'an met his eyes and saw that his favorability had risen from 57 to 65. He felt relieved and was about to continue thanking him when he heard him change the subject. But teacher Xiaohan is amazing. He has a strong sense of conviction and always has a firm grasp of the rhythm and the relationship between the characters. He can help you get into the role. So I'm not sure if that was your true level. My opinion is to wait and see. I want to see you perform one more time before making a decision. When these words were spoken, many people showed surprised expressions. Teacher Zhu Sui was obviously very easygoing before, and he was mostly positive towards the contestants. Why did he become strict with Lu Xin'an? Lu Xin'an's expression was blank for a moment. Was there something wrong with the favorability system? Zhu Sui's favorability was clearly rising, so why was it voted to pending? But he still forced himself to calm down, nodded, and thanked Zhu Sui. There are 3 mentors. Zhu Sui's pending appointment does not mean that Lu Xin'an will also be pending appointment. Now, his fate will depend on my Xiaohan's opinion. My Xiaohan was very annoyed at this moment. It was obvious that Zhu Sui came here for fun. He had clearly seen that she wanted to praise Lu Xin'an, but he had to raise this question and put her in trouble. Originally, she joined the show to help Lu Xin'an. In order to conceal this purpose, she acted for a long time to make the audience believe that this was a coincidence. But now, one of the other 2 mentors has advanced and the other is pending, so the decision-making power is in her hands. If she votes for advancement again, it would seem that she is biased towards Lu Xin'an. In addition, the fact that Lu Xin'an signed a contract with the Xin'an company is public information. By then, the internet will surely be flooded with allegations of connections and backroom dealings. Once such labels are attached, it will be difficult to save Lu Xin'an's popularity with the audience. Therefore, considering Lu Xin'an's long-term development, he must not be allowed to advance smoothly at the moment. Thinking of this, my Xiaohan bit her lower lip, gave Lu Xin'an a soothing look, and then said, Teacher Zhu is right. It would be unfair to other contestants if I were to act with them, so my opinion is pending. I hope Lu Xin'an can continue to perform well. Lu Xin'an's heart sank, but she still kept a smile on her face. She bowed to her instructor to thank him, then turned around and walked to the waiting area. The other contestants patted Lu Xin'an on the shoulders and consoled him. Brother, you acted really well. The mentors probably don't want to fill up the qualifying spots too early. It's unfair to their contestants behind. They will have to squeeze the qualified ones out when the time comes, which is embarrassing. Yes, you will definitely advance in the end. You are so handsome, and the audience will not agree if you don't go. Lu Xin'an was amused by this group of people. He smiled and waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. Then he sat down and watched with everyone else with a normal expression. He was indeed a little disappointed, but then he thought, one should do one's best and leave the rest to fate. He had done his best, but if the tutor still found fault with him, what could he do? Maybe it was just like they said, the tutor would always consider more for the sake of the overall situation. But what's the matter with my Xiaohan also being undecided? Didn't we agree to be his financial backer? Why is he trying to get involved at the last minute? Only to be kicked in the back. Forget it, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. I won't try to find it. I'll just let it be. As I said, as long as you have a face, you have a kingdom. The worst that can happen is that you can become an internet celebrity and set up a personal image as a handsome guy explaining the major mechanics to you. It should be eye-catching and attract enough fans. Oh, when you think about it this way, being an internet celebrity doesn't seem bad. Just when Xin'an was unable to extricate himself from RQ's happiness, the next unlucky guy appeared. It was Xin'an's good brother Xu Yang. Xu Yang pushed the door open and walked in, and immediately made eye contact with Xin'an, who was squatting beside him. He glanced around and immediately understood the current situation. I couldn't help but grin at Xin'an and said with mocking eyes, "Hey, Laolu, no, you didn't get selected, so you're just squatting here." Xin'an responded with a mocking tone. "Don't worry, you'll be squatting next to me in a while." Chapter 27. The Fun Mentor is really scary. Xu Yang walked forward confidently and introduced himself in a proper manner. The instructors looked down at Xu Yang's past performance clips for a while and nodded one after another. Shilingyun praised him unabashedly. "Your positioning is very accurate, your appearance and temperament fit the role very well, you are a very mature actor." My Xiaohan also smiled and said, "Yeah, you're probably going to be a professional police officer in the future." When it was Zhu Sui's turn, he narrowed his eyes and gave a meaningful smile, which made Xu Yang feel nervous. "Yes, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you look like an upright person. It's not challenging for you to play those old roles. So, I want you to play a person who stole something from a supermarket. You stole the things to give a birthday present to your brother who depends on you for everything. Play a thief." Xu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had never really thought about how to play this kind of role. Unexpectedly, Zhu Sui thought the questions were not difficult enough and continued to make them more difficult for Xu Yang. No, the dramatic tension is still not enough. Oh, by the way, Director Xu, isn't there a handsome guy among the contestants who has starred in 24 Bridges Moonlit Night? His name seems to be Yu Jingju. Yes, what a coincidence, he is in the next interview. Let's call him in. After saying this, he smiled at Xu Yang. You go out first. I will discuss the problem with him alone. What? He was not allowed to listen to the entire question. This tutor was too cruel. How much hatred did he have against him? Xu Yang was panicking inside, but he still took heavy steps and walked slowly towards the door. He just passed by Yu Jingju, who was looking surprised. The two looked at each other with sympathy in their eyes. After a while, Xu Yang walked into the room again and was met with Xin'an's gloating smile, which made him so angry that his teeth were itching. It was obvious that the troublemaking teacher Zhu must have arranged some tricky questions for Yu Jingju, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Sure enough, Yu Jingju, who was always gentle and polite, couldn't help but avoid Xu Yang's curious gaze at this time. He was unwilling to say much when discussing the rehearsal, for fear of failing to complete his task. Okay, you want to provoke infighting among the contestants, right, to see who can beat who. Although Yu Jingju, have won numerous honors and are a well-known academic master, but when it comes to actual combat, he, Xu Yang, is not a coward at all. With a determined heart, Xu Yang stopped panicking and sat on the chair, honestly playing the role of a younger brother who was caught stealing. As the sound of hitting the board rang out, Yu Jingju walked in with a sullen face. He had done several sets of high leg raises and squats outside before, so he naturally showed signs of being out of breath and sweating profusely at this moment. As soon as he appeared on the stage, the audience could feel the hard work of this big brother. A candidate was pulled out to play the role of a shopping mall security guard, who said to Yu Jingju unceremoniously, "Look, your brother is sitting in the security room. As the eldest brother, you should persuade him. Don't be so stubborn. The surveillance camera has captured him and the detector has sounded, but he still refuses to admit it." Yu Jingju hunched his back slightly, and quickly took out a box from his pocket, pretending to take out a cigarette, and handed it to the security guard, saying repeatedly, "I'm sorry to trouble you." The security guard took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, nodded, and walked away. A habitual little action reveals the mercenary spirit of the eldest brother that has been honed by life. When the instructors saw this, they all nodded and smiled with satisfaction. This first place in the major of show opera is really something. Coincidentally, the late mentor Chen Fei just came in from the door at this time. Seeing the contestant performing, he did not want to interrupt, so he squatted next to the camera and watched carefully. Immediately afterwards, Yu Jingju walked to Xu Yang, took a deep breath, and patted Xu Yang on the shoulder. Xu Yang turned his head and looked over. When he saw it was his eldest brother, he immediately showed a look of aggrieved and angry. He clutched the backpack tightly in his arms, stood up and was about to pull him away. "Brother, let's go. I didn't take anything from them. Let's go home." But Yu Jingju pushed him back into his chair. "We are upright and have nothing to fear. Why should we leave?" Feeling guilty, Xu Yang immediately jumped up in a hurry, looked around with his eyes slanted, and when he saw that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and said to Yu Jingju, "Brother, let's go. I didn't take it, so they have no right to look through my bag. It's still not too late to leave now." As he spoke, he wanted to walk to the side. This time, Yu Jingju was completely sure that his brother had stolen something. With a surge of grief and anger in his heart, he roughly pushed Xu Yang back and yelled, "I didn't take it, why are you panicking?" The embarrassing thing was that Xu Yang was too tall and too strong. Although Yu Jingju was also over 1.80 meters tall, their weight difference was too big. Xu Yang just staggered and did not step back. It was only when he reacted and pretended to stagger a few steps that everyone did not get distracted. But even so, several instructors still frowned, showing expressions that they couldn't bear to look closely. Chen Fei was even more surprised and said silently, "Oh tilde." Xu Yang fell down on the chair, looked at Yu Jingju in shock, his face full of grievance, and yelled back, "You actually yelled at me, I said I didn't take it, go away, go away." Yu Jingju grabbed Xu Yang seriously and whispered, "If we don't resolve this matter today, we won't go anywhere." My Xiaohan shook his head helplessly, took off his headphones, and looked at Zhu Sui next to him. He's starting to pull at it again. Why doesn't he just take the bag and see if there's anything there? Hearing this, Zhu Sui also laughed and sighed. "I'm so anxious tilde." As if sensing the instructor's emotions, Xu Yang also felt that he couldn't continue talking in circles like this. He took the initiative to open his backpack, took out his cell phone, handed it to Yu Jingju, and whispered, "The 1st of next month is your birthday. Let's go while they don't know and they can't open my bag, okay? Brother, let's go." Yu Jingju looked at his phone and closed his eyes in pain. Hearing his brother still being stubborn, he could not help but turn his head and yell at him, "I can't celebrate this birthday, and I won't take your stolen presents." Xu Yang was stunned when he heard this, frowned and muttered, "Brother, what are you talking about, why can't I celebrate my birthday?" Yu Jingju pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, threw it at Xu Yang's face, and yelled, "Liver cancer. It's been confirmed. Are you satisfied? I worked so hard to support your education, and this is how you repay me? You stole something for my birthday. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" The continuous yelling made Xin'an couldn't help but lean back slightly, trying to avoid the sonic attack. This guy's voice is too loud. Does he rely entirely on yelling to output? Are all actors in stage plays like this? The instructors frowned, with complicated expressions, but they still wanted to persist and see Xu Yang's reaction. Xu Yang took the paper in a panic, unfolded it with trembling hands, looked at Yu Jingju in disbelief, and read it again with wide eyes. Then he squatted on the ground in pain and muttered, "No. Impossible, this is not true. You lied to me, right? I know I was wrong. I will return the phone to them. Brother, please don't do this." This impromptu performance finally made the instructors smile. They deliberately did not let Xu Yang listen to the entire question, just to see if he would act out when he suddenly learned the bad news. This kind of accident is the best way to test whether an actor is truly immersed in the role or is just memorizing the answers. Zhu Sui looked at Xu Yang's throbbing hands and trembling muscles, nodded with satisfaction, and called out to stop, "Okay, that's enough." Then he looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "How do you feel about yourselves?" Chapter 28 The Sense of Oppression from the Old Actor. Yu Jingju was a little nervous, but still admitted frankly, "I think it slowed down the pace a bit, but if I were to express myself, that's how I would like to express myself." "Wow, you are worthy of being a brother who loves acting in dramas," Lu Xin'an was secretly shocked. He is just arrogant. Ordinary new actors dare not express themselves, they just do whatever the director says, it all depends on the director's wishes. My Xiaohan and Xin'an looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Faced with such an arrogant, great artist, they really didn't know how to guide him. It's not good to say that he acted badly, but he did have solid basic skills and strong explosive power. But to say that he acted well, how many directors would like to use such a self-centered actor? Isn't he just trying to make things difficult for himself? Zhu Suwei smiled knowingly and commented. I found that when you act, you pursue it a lot. Whether you are happy or not, you must make yourself happy. You know, in many places, you can give your opponent some response, but you are unwilling to do so. Xin'an nodded in approval and asked seriously. Do you think that performance is for the audience? Is the audience experience important, or is your own pleasure the most important? Lu Xin'an looked at Xin'an in surprise. He didn't expect that this seemingly amiable director could speak so harshly. These are heart-piercing words. No matter how arrogant Yu Jingju is, he can't admit on the show that he doesn't care about the audience's thoughts. That would completely ruin his popularity with the audience. Sure enough, Yu Jingju swallowed his saliva and replied. The audience and yourself are both important. Lu Xin'an almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is too arrogant. He refused to say even a polite word and still insisted on expressing himself like an actor until this moment. But after laughing, Lu Xin'an actually had some genuine admiration for Yu Jingju. He was a real hero if he could stick to his own principles. The real fear was that someone wanted to express himself but didn't admit it, and lived a twisted and painful life. Xin'an laughed dumbly and continued. You've been playing the show all the time, totally ignoring the rhythm. At this moment, Chenifei came out from behind the photographer and said with a smile. My angle is good, it's from the back, I can see what you are thinking from the back, you are thinking about the lines, and you are thinking about the characters. When Yu Jingju was pointed out that his mind was full of lines, his face froze. He turned his head to look at Chenifei, and when he saw the familiar face, he immediately restrained his expression and looked respectful. Chenifei has been working in the Hong Kong entertainment industry for decades, from a supporting role to the leading role. His performance style is original and full of courage. He is a well-deserved representative of Hong Kong in the eyes of these young actors. They all grew up step by watching Chenifei's movies and imitating his performances. When they suddenly met him in person today, they were naturally trembling with fear and no longer dared to show the slightest arrogance. Lu Xin'an could probably understand this feeling. To make an analogy, it would be like a student studying advanced mathematics who suddenly saw Newton, Lagrange or Taylor, and had a wonderful feeling as if a god had walked out of a painting. Everyone saw that Chenifei's denim jacket was full of water stains, and it was obvious that he had traveled through wind and rain to get here. They immediately stood up and applauded to welcome him. Zhu Suwei even walked up to him enthusiastically to hug him, and said with a smile, Welcome back. They have worked together on several films, so Zhu Suwei is the most familiar with Chenifei among everyone present. After Chenifei sat down, he did not continue to comment on Yu Jingju with others, but looked at Xu Yang. I think you performed well. You kept a clear mind the whole time. You didn't forget the top priority, and you weren't disrupted by him. You basically completed the task. At this time, Xin'an remembered that in addition to this top student in the first play, there was another contestant who was also taking the test in this play. He smiled and looked at Xu Yang. Yeah, it was great that you took out your phone. You were proactive, which shows that you were calm enough during the performance and could step out of the role and see the overall situation. I think you can stay. My Xiaohan also smiled slightly and agreed to advance. At this moment, Zhu Suwei started to find fault again. He tilted his head, thought for a while, and said, I think Yu Jingju is too self-centered, which makes you look good. But in fact, your performance can only be considered acceptable. Let's wait and see. I want to see more of your performance. Xu Yang's face froze, but he still thanked him humbly. Finally, he looked at Chenifei expectantly. Since he had just praised him, he should vote for him to advance. This veteran actor is highly respected and his words must carry great weight. If he recognizes me, then there will be no problem in advancing to the next level. But what he never expected was that Chenifei pondered for a moment and gave the same answer as Zhu Suwei to be determined. So Xu Yang walked dejectedly to Lu Xin'an and sat down next to him, and the two of them became real brothers in distress. Lu Xin'an patted Xu Yang on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, there are not many people sitting in the promotion seats yet. We can't just ask everyone to get out. The seats that belong to us must be ours." At the same time, Chen Fei was mercilessly pointing out Yu Jingzhou's biggest problem. Supporting a play is not a big deal. The audience only looks at the final effect. The problem is that there is no love in your performance. Yu Jingzhou looked puzzled and stared at Chen Fei with wide eyes. The greatest dramatic tension in your title lies in the conflict between love and stealing. The elder brother loves his younger brother, but he must correct his wrong behavior. But you have no love. You treated him like a security guard treats a thief, very roughly, only wanting to enforce justice without considering how to reduce the harm to your brother. To put it bluntly, you can't act like this. The three words, "not good looking," were like a huge rock, hitting Yu Jingzhou's proud back hard, making his pride crumble. After hearing this profound analysis, several instructors began to applaud at the same time, and the students nearby also showed admiration on their faces. He is indeed a veteran actor, he sees things directly to the core. Lu Xin'an couldn't help but sigh that the Hong Kong entertainment industry back then gathered all kinds of geniuses and eccentrics, with all kinds of strange methods and a variety of styles. Therefore, they are not like today's academic actors who pay attention to methods and rules. They only look at the results, as long as it looks good, they don't care how you shoot it. Xin'an once again used his talent for hype, keenly aware of the dramatic effect, and immediately took advantage of the heated atmosphere to start making a fuss. "Then please ask Teacher Chen to demonstrate for us. Teach everyone how to perform love. Please welcome Teacher Chen." This proposal brought the atmosphere to a climax again. The young contestants blushed with excitement and shouted in unison, "Teacher Chen, Teacher Chen." Chen Fei wanted to refuse, but he spread his hands and said shamelessly, "Forget it, I take back what I said before, they all performed very well, and they all advanced, I have no objection tilde. It's a pity that his status in the contestants' minds is too high, and these polite words can't extinguish their enthusiasm at all, but can only be exchanged for more enthusiastic cheers." Unable to withstand everyone's booing, Chen Fei reluctantly put down his backpack, took off his hat, and reached out to smooth his hair. When he looked up again, his previous casual and friendly attitude was gone, leaving only a serious look on his face, which startled the crowd who were making a fuss, and no one dared to speak anymore. Just by changing his expression, his whole temperament changed drastically, from the friendly uncle who seemed to be at first sight, to a ruthless gangster who lives on the edge of a knife. At this time, anyone who dares to make trouble would be looking for death. Chen Fei glanced at the candidates waiting to be decided, and then landed on Lu Xin'an. He smiled slightly. "You are the most handsome, so you should act with me." Lu Xin'an widened his eyes in surprise, and couldn't help but point his finger at himself. He opened his mouth slightly and asked silently, "I?" Chapter 29, An Unintentional Planting of Willows. A crisp sound of hitting the board was heard, and Chen Fei came out from outside the door with a flattering smile on his face. He kept bending down to thank the security guard outside the door. Then he turned around, restrained his exaggerated smile, put on a bit of seriousness, walked silently to the chair where Lu Xin'an was sitting, knelt on one knee, and said gently, "Tell me, what did you take from them?" The tone was relaxed, as if it was just a casual question. Lu Xin'an forced a smile and looked at Chen Fei. "I didn't take it." "You didn't take it? Why are you sitting here if you didn't take it?" When asked about the key point, Lu Xin'an's eyes were evasive. "They wouldn't let me leave." "If you don't leave, call the police." Chen Fei supported his chin with one hand, still looking relaxed, in stark contrast to Yu Jingzhou's hysteria and shouting just now. Several instructors nodded and exchanged opinions. "It's different. It's different right away. It's a very lifelike performance. That's what a brother is like. An elder brother is like a father." After hearing this, Yu Jingzhou looked calm and focused on watching Chen Fei's performance. At this moment, he had no time to be angry about his own embarrassment. He just wanted to seize this opportunity to see clearly where the gap between himself and the veteran actor lies. Such an opportunity is hard to come by even at the Capital Academy of Drama. He must seize it. At the same time, facing Chen Fei's repeated questioning, Lu Xin'an finally had nothing to say. He just lowered his eyes and remained silent. Before going on stage, Lu Xin'an added all the 500 points he had just earned to his facial expressions, so his expressiveness improved again. At this moment, just a lowered gaze and tightly pursed lips were enough to make people see his uneasiness, guilt, and embarrassment. My Xiaohan, who was sitting in the mentor's seat, smiled slightly, feeling more at ease. She had not expected that Lu Xin'an had improved so quickly, and his performance was even more natural than before. Was it because he was not good at love scenes, or was it because his opponent was her? Oh, so innocent and cute. Seeing that Lu Xin'an was still holding on and refusing to admit it, Chen Fei's expression gradually became serious. He stopped squatting and stood up, looking down at him. You took something. Hurry up, I don't have time. At this moment, Chen Fei's aura was fully open, and the gangster boss familiar to the audience was back again, causing the mentors and contestants to hold their breath unconsciously. Shilingyun even covered his chest exaggeratedly, looking like he was still frightened. Lu Xin'an, who was at the center of pressure, swallowed his saliva and lowered his head silently, not daring to look him in the eye. The stubbornness just now unconsciously subsided, leaving only guilty conscience. Seeing him lower his head, Chen Fei put one hand in his pocket, raised his hand to ruffle his hair, then stroked his shoulder. His attitude softened slightly. What did you get? Come on, pack it for me. As he spoke, he reached out to take the backpack from Lu Xin'an's arms. Just like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Lu Xin'an instinctively tightened his arms to protect his school bag. This completely angered Chen Fei. He sneered, propped his hands on the chair, bent over and looked at Lu Xin'an. You didn't take anything, why are you holding the bag? Then he lowered his voice, speaking in a dignified manner. You want me to beat you up? Do you want me to beat you up? At this moment, Lu Xin'an felt that he was not playing a thief, but a gangster traitor. The Chen Fei in front of him was a boss with a dagger hidden in his smiling face. He seemed kind and easygoing, but in fact he could turn hostile at any time and call a bunch of younger brothers to drag him down to feed the pigs. But the more times like this, the more you can't be timid, otherwise you will waste this performance opportunity. You don't know how long you will have to sit in the waiting area. You must control the rhythm and leave a good impression on the instructor. So he pursed his lips nervously, suddenly took out his cell phone from his bag, handed it to the other party, and said pleadingly, Brother, I just wanted to give you a birthday present. Faced with such a gentle and strong big brother, Lu Xin'an couldn't use any of the lines he had originally designed, because it was obvious that the big brother played by Chen Fei would never run away with him. If you want to advance the plot and not appear too passive at this time, you can only take the initiative to throw out key information, reveal your true feelings, and thus seize the initiative. After hearing this, Chen Fei burst into laughter, and his favorability quietly increased by 10 points. Then he asked back. Have you ever asked me if I want something you stole as a gift? This question made Lu Xin'an feel ashamed. He opened his mouth, but still couldn't say anything. He just lowered his head silently. Guilt and grievance appeared alternately on his face, allowing everyone present to feel his complicated mood. Chen Fei reached out and rubbed his head again, smiling and saying, Let's go and return it to the owner. After saying that, he snatched the phone from Lu Xin'an's hand and held it in his hand. Lu Xin'an stood up hesitantly, and was then dragged over by Chen Fei. Let's go, what are you waiting for, Tilda? The two of them walked towards the exit silently, one after the other. A huge family crisis was thus averted, and the younger brother's signs of error were also cleverly and firmly extinguished by the elder brother played by Chen Fei. In this education, there is no shouting or mutual accusation, only the brothers' firm love. It seems to be a story that happens to ordinary people in life, and the actors who are used to exaggerated, dramatic expression are deeply touched. At this time, Zhu Suwei raised his hands and clapped vigorously, and the others suddenly realized that the performance was over. They were all still immersed in Chen Fei's performance, always feeling that something would happen next, and perhaps things were not that simple. Perhaps, this is what Chen Fei meant by good-looking before. After they realized what was happening, everyone couldn't help but applaud excitedly, and the applause lasted for a long time. Yu Jingju was so excited that his face turned red. He no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. He was as happy as a child who had opened a rare blind box. It seems that although he is proud, he is not arrogant. He is indeed serious and obsessed with acting. Chen Fei bowed to thank everyone, then walked back to the instructor's seat. His eyes fell on Lu Xin'an, revealing a rare satisfied smile. You acted well. You didn't let me suppress you and you didn't add to your drama. You completed your task very well. Why are you sitting in the waiting area? I think you can advance. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The contestants looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that this veteran actor who was famous for his strictness would unexpectedly take care of the newcomer and take Xin'an out of the waiting area. Isn't this obviously going against the other three mentors, and it is easy to offend people? Fortunately, Ju Sui was not a petty person. He turned his head and glanced at Chen Fei's expression. Seeing that he was not joking, he also voted in favor. We kept him on hold because we wanted to see how he performs. He is doing really well. He can handle the wind with him and withstand the wind against him. He's doing a good job. I also think he can advance. The only person who had sung a different tune turned against them, and the situation suddenly became one-sided. My Xiaohan and Yun both voted for advancement. Xin'an sat in the promotion zone with a confused look on his face, becoming the second contestant to advance after the show started. This caused the rest of the contestants who were still in the waiting area to look at him with envy and jealousy. How could this guy be able to act with two mentors, be the ex-boyfriend of the Queen of the Night, and be the younger brother of the movie Emperor, and finally be lucky enough to advance? Is he a lucky guy or someone with connections? It's too good. Not to mention the other contestants, even Xin'an himself was a little dazed. What a twist of fate. He was full of confidence before and thought he had performed well and could advance, but he was stuck in the waiting area. Now he started to play badly and had no hope, but suddenly he was picked up by a big boss. After he sat on the chair numbered 2, he greeted the first qualified contestant with some discomfort, but the other party just glanced at him, smiled reluctantly, and turned his head away, obviously not wanting to waste any more words with him. So cool. Where did you come from? Xin'an glanced at the name tag on the other person, Xin'an, and went back to search. His gaze returned to the field. At this time, Yu Jingju was standing in front of the mentors, calmly accepting their scrutiny. Chapter 30, Mute Mother. Yu Jingzhou's strengths and weaknesses are very obvious, like a piece of unpolished jade, which will shine brightly after being carved, but the problem is that he has not signed with any company. No matter how beautiful a gem is, if it doesn't belong to you, what's the point of carving it? Yun and my Xiaohan are essentially businessmen, and they will not do business at a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Yun looked aside and said, Teacher Ju Sui, what do you think? This means Ju Sui will take the lead in the charge, and they will follow behind and pretend to be good guys. Xin'an was now sitting in the promotion area, feeling much more relaxed, and gradually noticed the undercurrents between the mentors. Yun and my Xiaohan both came here on behalf of the companies behind them, and have complicated relationships with the circle, so every word and action must be based on the overall situation and give enough face. Only Ju Sui, who has works and acting skills to his name, and runs an independent studio, has no psychological pressure when confronting others, so he is often used as a gun by Yun. But he doesn't care, because he really likes to argue with people. But this time, I'm afraid I can't do what Yun wants. Ju Sui smiled faintly and replied, I admire his pride, so I hope he stays. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Yun's face disappeared immediately. If Yu Jingju were to stay, one can imagine how many female fans such a proud and handsome actor would attract, and it would then be even more difficult to suppress him. If any link is not done properly, it may easily trigger a public opinion crisis and cause attacks from netizens. The worst case scenario is that he shines so well in the show that the artists from Yun's company pale in comparison, and then this plan to promote a new talent would be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Yun looked at my Xiaohan, trying to reach a consensus with her to let Yu Jingju wait and see, and finally eliminated him regretfully. My Xiaohan smiled meaningfully, looked away, and decided not to take the initiative. She is different from Yun. In terms of appearance alone, everyone in her company is comparable to Yu Jingju, so she is not worried about being outdone. On the contrary, if Yu Jingju advances, the program will have one more topic to hype, which will be beneficial for her to promote newcomers. Anyway, she never expected that her artists would dominate the show. As long as they can attract fans and be popular, they will make money. Teachers, I volunteer to wait. Just as several mentors were secretly competing with each other, Yu Jingju suddenly spoke. The other contestants were immediately shocked and started muttering to each other. The scene turned into a vegetable market in seconds. This caused Chen Fei to raise his eyebrows slightly and look at him in surprise. Before, Chen Fei also had the idea of cherishing talent and wanted to keep Yu Jingju to see how far he could grow. But his connections are all in the Hong Kong entertainment circle. Although he is highly respected, his influence is limited after all. Here, he still has to consider Shi Lingyun's attitude. So he didn't speak rashly, but just watched the situation. Now that Yu Jingju took the initiative to break the deadlock and voluntarily entered the waiting list, his eyes brightened and he became interested in this young man. He secretly made up his mind that he had to keep him no matter what. Even Xin'an couldn't help but have some respect for Yu Jingju. Everyone knows the principle of retreating in order to advance, but it is difficult to do. The more people want something, the more they will stretch their hands to reach it, and it is difficult to temporarily let go of their obsession and take a gamble. Yu Jingju is so young, but he can do it at such a critical moment. He is obviously a man of courage, and Xin'an admires such people the most. Not only Xin'an, but several other teachers couldn't help but look at Yu Jingju with a higher opinion of him, and their attitudes became much gentler. Shi Lingyun took the opportunity to say, "Okay, we will definitely let you act with us later, so go and take a rest first." After that, several more contestants came in, completed their performances in a proper manner, and then walked into the waiting area in a proper manner. At this time, the contestants realized that Chen Fei was still the same Chen Fei. Facing these contestants whose acting skills were not outstanding, he had only one attitude: wait and see. On the contrary, Zhu Sui, who had been playing the bad guy before, opened the floodgates after Xu Yang, and everyone who came to vote was promoted. Xu Yang almost gritted his teeth when he saw this. Was this person really targeting him? But he didn't know Zhu Sui. What bad luck. It was not until Subinol walked in that everyone saw hope of advancing again. Subina didn't wear any makeup today because she has naturally bright facial features. Once she put on makeup, she would look too delicate, which makes her unsuitable for playing realistic roles and would easily distract from the show. Now she stood in front of the instructors, like a beautiful jade, with glowing white skin. Even if she was only wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, she was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. Wow, beautiful lady, you really make our room more beautiful, Tilda. Shi Lingyun held his chest exaggeratedly, and smiled and blew rainbow farts. Then he looked at my Xiaohan and sighed teasingly. I really envy you, teacher Xiaohan. Where did you find all these handsome guys and beautiful girls? If I could find one, I would wake up laughing in the middle of the night, Tilda. My Xiaohan smiled modestly and started to brag about business. Their acting skills are not as good as your company's artists. When they are filming, they are not as smart and charming as you. After several rounds of flattery, Shi Lingyun looked at Subinner and said with a smile. Har har, as soon as I saw you, I felt a strong desire to create. Your eyes are so charming. I want to see your eye acting. How about this, please play the role of a mute mother whose daughter is lost and now needs help from passers-by. As for this passerby, you can pick any one in the field. They will definitely be happy to play with you, Tilda. Dumb? Then shouldn't we use sign language? Xin'an was keenly aware of this special thing, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Judging from previous situations, Shi Lingyun and my Xiaohan should have reached some kind of cooperative relationship, supporting each other's newcomers, while Chen Fei and Zhu Sui simply acted as mentors, earning some extra money and promoting new works. When it comes to artists from his own company, my Xiaohan will most likely ask Shi Lingyun to cooperate in order to reduce the criticism from those who are connected. At this time, Shi Lingyun specifically gave Subinner a dumb question, which seemed to be embarrassing, but in fact it was to praise him. By the way, was T. Subinner reading the sign language textbook while waiting for his turn? Was it just for this scene? This isn't necessary. Xin'an was a little unsure for a moment. There were probably not many people present who understood sign language. What was the point of putting effort into such an unimportant thing? Just as he was struggling with this, he suddenly felt someone's eyes on him. He raised his head and met Subinner's expectant gaze. Was she looking for him to act with her? Why is it him again? He is too busy. Is this the trouble with being handsome? Xin'an was speechless, but due to consideration for the relationship, he could only nod silently and take on this hot potato. Chapter 31. The Clown is Me. Acting with Subinol is a very tricky job. Firstly, she has too many fans, and most of them are irrational, so it is easy to get into trouble because of normal contact during the filming process. Secondly, anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is already so popular, and coming to the variety show is just to gild her reputation, mainly to establish herself as an acting talent. So when acting with her, you have to be willing to play a supporting role to highlight her good acting skills, otherwise who knows what will happen in the later stages. This was a thankless task for all their contestants present, so after much hesitation, Subinner decided to ask Xin'an for help. Just because he has already advanced, letting him play a supporting role will have the least impact. After deciding on the candidate, Xin'an and Subinol went outside and discussed the general process. Then Subinol picked up his backpack, took out his mobile phone, took a photo of Xin'an, and then tapped his fingers to operate it. When he showed the photo to Xin'an again, he looked drastically different in the photo. After several layers of funny filters were applied, his face was still recognizable as Xin'an's, but he looked like a child, grinning foolishly at the camera with a missing front tooth in his mouth. Xin'an couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Technology is great, but mentality is even better. Subinner smiled shyly, without any explanation, did some warm-up exercises on his own to get himself in an excited and feverish state, and then walked into their house first. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately got into character, her face turned red with anxiety, and tears seemed to be about to fall from the corners of her eyes. She eagerly grabbed a contestant, took out a photo from her mobile phone, showed it to the other person, and then anxiously used sign language to try to express her meaning. Unfortunately, the other party could not understand sign language. He just frowned, looked at Subinner in confusion, shook his head, and left coldly. Subinner stood there dejectedly, clutching the hem of his clothes helplessly, then looked down at the child's smiling face, and suddenly reacted. He picked up his mobile phone and typed big, eye-catching words on the photo, "For your old boy, just lost, I am mute, please help me find the child." Then she held up the photo and continued to ask for help from passers-by one after another, but all to no avail. The instructors beside them nodded with satisfaction when they saw the photos and text. Chenefei couldn't help but turn his head and said to Xin'an, "This is not bad. At least the details of the mute's daily communication with others were considered, and the performance has a sense of reality." Xin'an responded with a meaningful smile. "Yes, they all come from life experience." Just when Subinol was about to fall into despair, Xin'an appeared. He took the initiative to walk up to Subinol, took the phone, and asked softly, "Have you called the police? It would be faster if you could just check the surveillance." Seeing someone offering a helping hand, Subinner widened his eyes in surprise, opened his mouth, made a babbling sound, pointed at his mouth, then pointed at his mobile phone, and then shook his head violently to indicate that he could not call the police. Xin'an nodded in understanding and handed the phone back. "Write down today's situation on your phone, including the time, location, and clothing your child was missing, and I will call the police for you." Subinner seemed to have finally found his backbone. He excitedly grabbed Xin'an's arm and expressed his gratitude using sign language with tears in his eyes. Xin'an lowered his eyes reluctantly, tapped his phone, and urged, "We can talk about this later. Finding the child is the most important thing." Only then did she calm down and began typing on the keyboard. "Okay, stop." This time, the one who called for a stop was the usually aloof Chenefei. At this moment, he was all smiles. He looked at Xin'an, then at Subinner, and nodded continuously. "You guys are pretty good. You look good and act well. You have the potential to be the protagonist. Has the potential to be the leading role, is simply the highest compliment for a new actor." Xu Yang squatted in the waiting area, looking at his two friends who were taking the class together. He was so angry and grief-stricken that he wanted to smash the box next to him. When would he be able to advance to the next round? When would he be praised like this by the best actor? Then, Chenefei's eyes fell on Subinner and asked curiously, "Your sign language is very standard and the meaning is correct. Did you learn it specially?" Subinner clenched his fingers nervously, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I have participated in activities to care for deaf children before. In order to communicate with them, I learned some basic sign language." "Oh. They are really kind-hearted. Did you learn these little details from them?" Xin'an immediately took over the conversation and continued to ask. "Yes. They don't like to communicate with outsiders. I can only observe them first and then slowly integrate into the group. Look everyone, this is how you experience life. How do good acting and good details come from? This is how they come from." As if setting an example for a three-good student, Xin'an raised his chin slightly and shouted to the other contestants. Most of you are from academies. You have a lot of theories, but when you act, it makes people feel out of place and embarrassed. In the final analysis, it's because you lack life experience. After teaching the other contestants, Xin'an looked at Subinol with admiration. You acted very well, I think you can stay. My Xiaohan followed closely behind and cast a vote for advancement. Zhu Sui pondered for a long time, so long that my Xiaohan thought he was going to use the same trick again and give Subinor a pending result. At this time, he smiled faintly and cast his vote for promotion. In the end, Subinol successfully advanced with the best result in history with a unanimous vote. This time, the other contestants did not react. It would be strange if a contestant with such traffic did not advance. They are not on the same track as others. Why should they care? Subinor sat down on the seat marked 3 with a happy look on his face, and immediately smiled and thanked Xin'an. Thank you so much for being willing to act with me just now. When you came, I felt like I was back at Teacher Yang's house. I immediately felt less nervous. Xin'an was feeling a little complicated at the moment. He just smiled and nodded without saying anything more. It was not until now that he understood that learning sign language was not for a better performance, but for telling a story, establishing a character, and giving the mentor an excuse to bring up the story of Subinor's volunteering, thereby guiding the audience to change their view of her and improve her popularity. It's such a big game. Xin'an is indeed a well-known screenwriter and director. If he hadn't happened to see Subinor learning sign language, he might have believed it. Xin'an felt something stuck in his throat when he thought that he had become a supporting role in the play within the play. He thought he was Subinor's friend, but in the end, he was just a tool for him. No wonder his favorability did not increase, the clown turned out to be himself. Seeing Xin'an so cold for the first time, Subinor lowered his head in frustration and grievance, shrank back into his seat, and began to reflect on what he had done wrong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was full of mistakes. Was it because the instructor had revealed the questions in advance, which made him angry, or was it because he had grabbed his arm during the performance, causing him trouble? She wasn't going to lose her friend Xin'an, was she? Absolutely not, this is her only friend in the circle. I must find an opportunity to apologize properly. Chapter 32 Suspicion hurts the heart of old friends. Not long after Subinor advanced, it was time for the filming to end. The mentors were taken to a restaurant for dinner, but the contestants only had boxed lunches to eat. Xin'an took the lunch box, opened it and took a look. It contained both meat and vegetables, which was pretty good. He decided to just eat it. He picked up the lunchbox and walked to Xin'an, ready to find a corner to eat and chat. At this time, Subinor quickly stepped forward and shouted to Xin'an. Where are you going to eat? Wait for me. Xin'an turned around and glanced at the lunchbox in Subinol's hand, his face full of surprise. You didn't go to dinner with your mentor. Judging from her status and relationships, Subinol should undoubtedly eat at the table. If paparazzi caught her eating box lunches like other contestants, the program crew would probably be overwhelmed by angry fans. Subinor's heart sank. Did Xin'an mean to draw a clear line between them? He really was bothered by the fact that the instructor had revealed the questions in advance. Maybe he no longer considered himself a friend. Her face was full of bitterness, her cherry-pink lips were bitten white, and after hesitating for a moment, she explained. You misunderstood. I want to explain it to you clearly. Xu on the side was full of confusion. He hadn't seen Subinor practicing sign language, so he naturally didn't understand. Everything was fine before entering the venue, so why did the two of them need to talk it out after the show? Xin'an sighed and said to Xu. Find a seat first, I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Although Xu was confused, he was a straightforward person. If they didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't listen. It was enough for him to know that Xin'an and Subinor were his friends. After Xu walked away, Xin'an took Subinor to a corner, looked down at her, and said helplessly. Say what you want to say. Subinor lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, struggling over how to start the conversation, but afraid that if he continued dragging it out, Xin'an would get angry. Finally, he remembered the word sincerity that Xin'an often said, and then he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked directly into Xin'an's eyes. My assessment topics were indeed set in advance, and using charity activities to improve my popularity is also part of the company's plan. Hearing Subinner admitted himself, Xin'an pursed his lips tightly and was speechless. This entertainment industry is much more complicated than he imagined. Are there still real friends in this circle? As if he had heard his inner voice, Subinner suddenly reached out and grabbed Xin'an's arm, and shouted firmly. But our friendship is real, and so is the bond one have with those kids. Xin'an was caught off guard by her and stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Sobinol thought he still had doubts, so he immediately took out the little book on sign language from his pocket, spread it out and handed it to him, pointing at the graffiti on it and explaining. I didn't show it to you before, not because I wanted to hide it from you, but because there were a lot of random words written by me and the children. I was afraid you would laugh at me. Xin'an followed her fingertips and looked at the pages of the book. He saw many dialogues written in colored pen on this basic sign language textbook. One of them has a more mature handwriting, while the rest are children's handwriting. This is beautiful. It can be used to describe a good-looking person. Sister is the most beautiful. When you say sorry, you should tap your chest twice. I always forget. I hope my sister won't use the word trouble so that she can be happy every day. And Subinner would reply seriously to every naive word. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, I'll remember that. This thin textbook, because it had to bear the heavy responsibility of communication between the two parties, became wrinkled and extremely heavy. When it was in Xin'an's hand, it felt heavy. If he had doubted before that Subinner's charity activities were just a part of her image building, he now completely believed in her sincerity towards the children. Children are the most sensitive. They really like Subinner, otherwise they would not have been able to write down so much content one stroke at a time. After closing the booklet, Xin'an looked up at Subinner, only to see that she had tears in her eyes and a red nose, and looked like she was about to cry. Xin'an was so scared that he quickly looked around, fearing that he would be photographed by some crazy paparazzi. He would never be able to clear himself from the blame even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Tomorrow's Weibo hot search headlines would definitely be: Subinol was bullied by his senior and was forced to cry. Shocked. The goddess was insulted like this. The rising star shed tears on the set. How dark is this circle? Just thinking about it, Xin'an felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Subinner, saying softly, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I just signed with the company and don't know much about these operating methods, so I'm making a fuss. Subinner took the tissue and wiped her tears without any restraint as a beauty. Then she blew her nose loudly, which stunned Xin'an. She threw the tissue into the trash can in anger, then put her hands on her hips, raised her head proudly, and announced, You don't have to treat me so cautiously. I don't want to pretend anymore. I have to pretend to be a lady and establish a persona according to the company's requirements every day. It's really annoying. Everyone says behind my back that I'm pretentious, but I don't want to be that way. It's the company that says that since I'm so beautiful, I have to create a silly, cute and harmless persona, otherwise my popularity will be even worse. But I'm just an ordinary person. Every day I just want to check my phone, read some silly jokes, and make friends with everyone. Why do I always end up being hated by everyone? I want to make friends, hang out with everyone, and live a normal college life. At the end, she was simply crying out in grief and indignation. All the depression accumulated from disguising herself for so long, and the grievance of being shunned by others, all burst out at this moment. Xin'an frowned, feeling a little helpless for a moment. The last time he saw a girl crying like this was the time before. Oh, it was at my Xiaohan's house. These female stars look glamorous, but why do they all have some psychological problems? It's not a big deal that makes them so upset. How should I comfort her at this time? Should I just point it out to her directly and give her a good lecture like I did with my Xiaohan? Seeing how Subinner is in such a state of internal strife, he might collapse directly, and be so ashamed and angry that he would buy a plane ticket and fly away overnight. No, you have to be gentle. How can we gently guide others? Xin'an searched through his poor emotional memories, and suddenly the figure of Chen Fei flashed through his mind. Yes, isn't the elder brother played by Chen Fei very gentle? He is also a good person and even managed to get himself into the promotion zone. At this moment, his memory was fully enhanced by the joy of promotion, and he completely forgot the fear he felt when facing Chen Fei. Recalling Chen Fei's movements and expressions, Xin'an slowly placed his hand on the top of Subiner's head, pressed down slightly, then bent down and tilted his head, his eyes level with hers, and said with a smile. Work is work, life is life. It is normal to wear a mask at work, but in life, when facing us friends, you can be yourself tilder. But at this time, Subiner could no longer listen to what Xin'an said. She only felt that the other person was like a mountain, completely shrouding her in darkness. Against the light, she couldn't see Xin'an's expression, but she could clearly feel the big hand above her head grabbing her head like a basketball, as if with a little force, he could easily break her neck and take her off to kick like a ball. Is she still hated after all? Chapter 33, Just a Trick of a Young Couple. Not far from Xin'an and Subiner, Yu Jingju and his friends were holding lunchboxes and looking for a suitable place to stay. A few people wandered around the antique building, but found that all the good spots were taken, so they had to look for another place. After turning a corner, Yu Jingju suddenly caught a glimpse of two people in the corner. A tall boy was holding down the petite girl's head tightly, and the shadow cast by his body completely blocked the other person. Even from a distance, he could feel the girl's fear. Is this a gangster robbery? How could such a thing happen on the set? Yu Jingju immediately stepped over there. Just as he was about to speak out to stop them, the clouds dispersed and the sun illuminated the figures of the two people. He then saw clearly that the two people were actually Xin'an and Subiner. Although he did not see Xin'an's first assessment, he was deeply impressed by the scene where he and Chen Fei worked together. As someone who has played this role once, he knows better than the other contestants how difficult the role of the younger brother is. If he is too weak, the older brother will have nowhere to play, and if he is too arrogant, the audience will be embarrassed. But Xin'an's performance was just right. Not only did he establish the character, allowing the audience to empathize with the younger brother and ignore his stain of stealing, but he also took on Chen Fei's emotions very well, making the emotional struggle between the brothers real and lifelike. So he was convinced that Chen Fei helped Xin'an advance based on this scene. Therefore, he had a good impression of Xin'an. He was handsome and had good acting skills. Who wouldn't he like him? But I didn't expect him to do such a thing, openly bullying the actress from the same company on the set. Did he really think there was no one around? He hesitated for only a moment, and the situation over there suddenly changed drastically. Subiner, who was originally trembling, suddenly stretched out his hand, hugged Xin'an, buried his head in the other's chest, and did not look up for a long time, just like a little kangaroo that has grown up and is trying to get into its mother's pouch. Yu Jingju stood there in a daze, his brain froze for a moment. So this is the kind of relationship they have. Maybe, what just happened was not extortion, but a trick played by a young couple. He immediately took a few steps back in embarrassment, lowered his head and hurried away. It was a close call, he almost became a part of their play. When his companions saw him coming back, they thought he had found a good place and asked expectantly. How about it, is there any place over there? No, don't go over there. Yu Jingju immediately spoke out to stop them, then dragged them away. Their backs looked so flustered as if someone was chasing them. On the other side, Xin'an was also very panicked. Seeing that Subiner didn't react, he patiently repeated his words. This time, the other party did react, but the reaction was a little too big. Xin'an raised his hands awkwardly and let Subiner bury his face in his chest. He felt the wetness slowly spreading across his chest and felt helpless. He didn't dare hug her and comfort her, nor could he push her away and ask for money to clean her clothes. So he could only empty his mind and think for no reason, men and women are really unfair. If the situations were reversed and he buried his face in Subiner's chest, he would have been slapped away. Although she always wears loose clothes and her figure is hard to see, judging from the photos on the red carpet, her chest is probably quite substantial. After an unknown amount of time, Sobinol slowly raised his face, covered his embarrassed appearance with his hands, and said sullenly. You said this yourself. No matter what I look like in the future, you are not allowed to despise me and continue to be my friend. There's no such thing as dislike between friends. As long as you treat us as friends, Xu Yang and I will always be your friends. By the way, my other roommate has also returned recently. I can introduce you to him next time. Hearing this, Subiner slowly lowered his hand, revealing a pair of big, swollen eyes, and looked at Xin'an expectantly. You said you would always be my friend. Don't go back on your word. No matter how many people scold me in the future, you must stand by my side. Why does this sound a bit wrong? Lu Xin'an felt something was a little strange, but still agreed gently. Okay, no matter what others say from now on, you are a good person and my friend to me. After getting the promise she wanted, Subinner finally put down her hands, revealing a pretty face that was red from crying and looked a little embarrassed. She sniffed her nose hard and smiled. That smile was like a geranium blooming under the blue sky and white clouds, simple yet with an eye-catching color. Well, it's a deal. As she finished speaking, the system in Lu Xin'an's mind suddenly gave a prompt. Gained 10 points of favorability from the key target, Subinner, and the current points balance is 1001 points. This time, can I be considered to have become her true friend? Lu Xin'an blinked and responded with a gentle and sincere smile, finally feeling relieved. Afterwards, Lu Xin'an went back to eat with Xu Yang, while Subinner got into the nanny car and ate her lunchbox while applying ice to reduce swelling. The agent beside him was busy with his work. When he heard the noise of Subinol eating, he couldn't help but look up and frowned at her. What's wrong with you today? You have such a good appetite, and you even ate the cold lunch box. Is this variety show so tiring? But you still have to control yourself. You still have a red carpet to walk on, and you have to go try on dresses in advance. Your body size can't change too much, otherwise you won't be able to wear them later. If it were normal times, Subinner would definitely put down her chopsticks immediately. After all, she makes a living by her looks and cannot be careless. But today, she just felt in a very good mood, with a big appetite, and she wanted to eat every grain of rice. So she quickly shoveled all the food into her mouth and hurriedly put down her chopsticks before her agent gave her final warning. Then he picked up the water cup and gulped down the water. When he felt there was no space left in his stomach, he burped loudly, took a long breath, relaxed in the chair, and touched his slightly bulging belly. The agent's eyes twitched as he watched, but he finally chose to ignore it and turned his head away silently. Well, as a celebrity, she is under a lot of pressure, and there are no outsiders here, so just let her indulge herself. At the same time, Xu Yang and Lu Xin'an were sitting in the corner, eating in silence. Xu Yang's eyes occasionally swept over the dark water stains on Lu Xin'an's chest, his face full of hesitation to speak. Xu Yang didn't say anything until they finished eating. Lu Xin'an put down the lunchbox helplessly and took the initiative to ask. What are you looking at? Just say whatever you want to say. You're ruining my appetite by being so shy. I have no appetite but I still eat so cleanly. Who said I wanted to lose fat and get in shape before? As soon as he refuted, Xu Yang's momentum dropped again. He frowned and looked at Lu Xin'an with a complicated expression. Finally, he spoke in a heavy voice. Old Lu, I know girls like you. But boys still have to protect themselves when they go out. If you have any problems, tell your brothers and don't let others bully you. At worst, we can just give up this meal and go back to the northeast. We still have land to farm and won't starve to death. Lu Xin'an narrowed his eyes, his face full of confusion. What was going on? Why should he follow Xu Yang back to farm? No, this guy really has land, and he is right to be called the landlord's stupid son. Chapter 34. Brother, please shut up. After eating their boxed lunches, the contestants returned to their waiting hall. They would also be interviewed in the evening to talk about their impressions of other contestants and introduce their own acting experiences. These interview clips will be edited into the finished film, interspersed as explanations and supplements, to help the audience better understand the actor's daily work status. However, the filming space is limited, and the contestants must go in one by one to be interviewed. If they encounter some talkative contestants, the interview time will be seriously exceeded, making the people outside wait anxiously. As he waited, Lu Xin'an's fatigue accumulated today slowly came up, his head nodded, and he was about to fall asleep while sitting. At this moment, the staff suddenly shouted. Lu Xin'an, it's your turn, come here quickly. Lu Xin'an then shuddered all over and barely came to his senses. He scratched his head and walked straight into the preparation room. Facing the dark camera, he sat down on a chair, smiled tiredly, and said to the staff. You ask. The staff flipped through the documents in his hand and asked a routine question first. May I ask why you want to participate in this program? Lu Xin'an lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then raised his head and answered a series of clichés with a sincere face, such as improving acting skills, bringing better works to the audience, etc. The staff nodded repeatedly. They interviewed quite a few contestants, but these people either couldn't utter a single word for a long time, or they kept talking endlessly about irrelevant things, with few words being useful. The contestant in front of them was not only handsome, but also had a lot to say, so he was worthy of an in-depth interview. So the staff skipped other routine questions and went straight to Xin'an's personal experience. Why did you want to be an actor in the first place? For this type of question, most actors will talk about the influence of their family members, or which celebrity artist influenced them. At the very least, they will thank their mentor. This is a question that is very helpful in establishing their character and building relationships. For example, Yu Jingju, who was interviewed before, talked about his grandfather and parents, and successfully labeled himself as a member of an performing arts family. And Xu Yang, in this question, expressed his admiration for my Xiaohan, and successfully contributed a lot of laughs to the program team. Therefore, the staff paid full attention and prepared to listen carefully to Xin'an's story, but unexpectedly, this guy's answer confused him. In fact, I wanted to be an idol at first, because it requires less professional ability, or a singer would be fine. But I found out that actors still have the highest income and status in the entertainment industry. Idols are restricted by the platforms, and the record market is not doing well. So, after all, actors still have a higher ceiling for development and a clearer growth path. Huh? The staff was confused and started to complain in their hearts. How come he seemed to have accidentally entered the entertainment industry analysis report site? No, brother, your dreams, your feelings and artistic pursuits, you are really just here to work. What is the upper limit of development and what is the growth path? Isn't this what you should consider? Shouldn't you look up at the sky at a 45 angle with starry eyes, smile and talk about your idol and your favorite film and television work? Why does it seem like that HR has been killing fish in RT Mart for 10 years, with a heart as cold as a knife and no emotions? What's wrong? Xin'an looked at the staff member in confusion. Why didn't he speak? What's the next question? Let's finish the interview and let him go back to sleep. He can hardly open his eyes. Ahem. The staff member coughed lightly a few times to calm his restlessness and comfort himself. Maybe Xin'an was annoyed by these trivial questions and was deliberately arguing with them. Let's talk about something more interesting. So he turned directly to the last page of the information and asked a powerful question. How was your experience acting with mentor my Xiaohan? She seems to be the boss of your company. Are you nervous? Nervous? This little scene was nothing. He had experienced more nervous and exciting ones. Xin'an thought for a moment and smiled slightly. Teacher Mai is a very professional actor with a strong sense of conviction. So when I was acting with her, I didn't feel that she was a mentor or a boss, but just my lover. So I wasn't nervous. If I had to say, I felt more like I was uneasy, because... Okay, thank you for your answer, let's move on to the next question. Before Xin'an could finish his words, the staff member suddenly started coughing violently, interrupting him and winking at him frantically, suggesting that he should be careful with his words and not say such misleading words again. Xin'an blinked, thinking that he had talked too much and delayed the progress, so he nodded seriously, reaching some kind of strange consensus with the staff. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief and asked another person. You also acted with contestant Subinner today. Do you feel there is any difference in acting with the mentor? Xin'an kept the brief request in mind and replied after a slight hesitation. It's mainly the difference in role positioning. With Subinner, it's just a simple friend who lends a helping hand, as long as he shows kindness in one direction. With teacher Mai Xiaohan, it's a couple with complicated feelings, torn between love and betrayal, and finally returning to. Cough 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 cough. This time, the staff member was coughing so hard that tears were about to come out. No, brother, if you want to talk about Subinner, just talk about Subinner. Why do you have to bring my Xiaohan along? Do you think you don't have enough evidence in your hands in the later stage? Aren't you afraid that they will edit these words into the acting clips and directly trigger the hatred of fans? Or is this guy also a deeply hidden die-hard fan of my Xiaohan, who feels uncomfortable if he doesn't mention that he and his idol play a couple, and he wants to parade through the streets with this performance clip? It's really horrible, I can't let him continue talking about actresses. The staff member flipped through the documents in his hand before picking out a security question from the corner. Contestant Yu Jingju performed the same topic as you. What do you think of his performance? As for the male contestants, we are still asking about their acting skills. There should be no mistakes, right? No matter if they are blowing hot air, praising openly or criticizing secretly, or being sarcastic, just say it all. The battle between popular contestants is the best fuel for the popularity of the show. When mentioning Yu Jingju, Lu Xin'an thought for a moment and came up with a brief and accurate evaluation. He's a very charming and talented guy and I admire him a lot. The staff nodded slightly in agreement. Well, the style of painting is very serious. I think he and my Xiaohan are the same type of actors. As long as they strike a good balance between ideals and reality, they will improve quickly. Like my Xiaohan, her early days. Okay, thank you for your answer. The staff was already numb, and they just wanted to yell at Lu Xin'an, brother, please shut up. You can't talk without my Xiaohan, right? Show off, if you keep showing off, you're done for. Lu Xin'an watched the staff's favorability levels fluctuate repeatedly and finally plummet, and suddenly a kind of evil joy arose in his heart. It's nice to have your favorability improved, but it's even more exciting to be hated by others but unable to change your attitude. He didn't want the program to release his interview clips. This kind of comments about others are the easiest to offend people and leave room for gossip. If he becomes famous in the future, it might be used as a black spot. So after much deliberation, he decided to tie up my Xiaohan, so that the program team would definitely not let her go easily in order to take the feelings of the mentors into consideration. Even if it is to be released, it will be given to my Xiaohan for review, which will be a layer of protection for Lu Xin'an. In the end, the staff could only politely send this man out and end the interview hastily. All the traps and routines that had been prepared were useless, and they only got a bunch of outrageous remarks that could not be broadcast. The staff were filled with grief and indignation, but had nowhere to vent their anger, so they could only swallow it silently and continue working. Guaharan, it's your turn, come here. Chapter 35, How to Develop Greasy Acting Skills. The next day, everyone arrived at the shooting site early and sat down according to the seats from yesterday. The first contestant to come in was Lu Xin'an's old acquaintance Guaharan. He was wearing a refreshing white shirt and jeans today, walking briskly and smiling brightly, exuding the aura of a sunny boy, which made several mentors' eyes light up, especially Xin'an, who immediately lowered his head to look through Guaharan's resume. The more he read, the deeper his smile became, and he was obviously very satisfied. Hello, teachers. My name is Guaharan. I am a student at the Oriental Drama Academy. I am 181 centimeters tall. I like playing basketball. I have starred in Summer of 17 and Round-Based Love, both of them were played as the male lead. It's amazing. I won't play it unless I'm the male lead. Ju Sui flipped through his resume, glanced at the male protagonists, and sighed with a smile. Guaharan had heard about the mood swings of this mentor, so he did not dare to be arrogant and said modestly. It's all thanks to the director's appreciation and the company's training. Indeed, after so many performances, there has been no improvement at all. Chenefei took off his headphones, stretched out his hand and pressed hard on his brow. He had suddenly watched a bunch of extremely embarrassing youth campus dramas, and he had suffered considerable mental damage. Hearing this, Guaharan's face froze, and he barely maintained a smile. So I want to seize this opportunity and work hard to improve my acting skills. When a man has not been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Lu Xin'an raised his eyebrows in surprise. If Guaharan had heard such harsh words last time at Teacher Yang's house, he would have been furious. But today he was so calm. Seeing his correct attitude, Chenefei nodded and looked at the other instructors. Then let's start the show. Xin'an smiled slightly and began to ask questions. You said you like playing basketball. Let me give you a question. You are the captain of the basketball team. Today, you lost miserably to a weak team. Now you go back to the lounge alone and start your performance. This question is a definite easy one for Guaharan, as he has played many similar roles before, and he also plays basketball frequently and has life experience. Lu Xin'an understood in his heart, well, this person was probably another person who would be given special attention. Xu Yang in the pending area was even more furious. Why did they give him questions that challenged himself, while the questions given to Guaharan were just to stay in his comfort zone? This was too obvious of a bias. The other contestants had similar thoughts, but they were used to it. There has never been fairness in the entertainment industry, and this is even more so in variety shows. Strength? Strength can only be compared after all resources have been used up. The sound of hitting the board rang out. Guaharan, who had just finished frog jumps, walked into the house with sweat all over his forehead and a flushed face. He threw the towel in his hand on the ground, then sat down, supporting his forehead with his hands tiredly. Seeing this series of lifelike movements, several instructors exchanged glances with satisfaction on their faces. My Xiaohan was also quite surprised. The great progress made by Subiner and Xin'an was within her expectations. After all, Yang Wensong's Problematic Acting Research Center was well known in the entire circle. But wasn't he Guaharan rejected by Yang Wensong? Yet he has made such great progress. Guaharan stared into the camera, smiled, and answered the call. Hey, Mom, have you eaten yet? Is Dad asleep? Yes, I just finished the game. The painting style starts to get a little weird here. Chenefei's face suddenly wrinkles up into a ball, his butt looks like it's on fire, and he moves back and forth on the chair, vividly demonstrating what it means to feel like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in the back, and like a fishbone stuck in the throat. But Guaharan was completely immersed in the script he wrote and continued to talk on the phone. We won, we definitely won. I, your son, am the MVP of the previous session, and I lead a championship team. How could I possibly lose? What? You saw the results online. At this moment, Chenefei was completely desperate. His hand moved from his chin to his cheek, and then supported his forehead. He changed 3 postures in 1 minute. His eyes stared at the ground and then looked up at the sky. He just didn't want to watch Guaharan's overly sensational performance. I know you don't want me to continue, but this is my dream. Just think of it as my willfulness. No matter what happens, I will. The other contestants all showed expressions of laughter. Has this guy read too many hot-blooded comics? Why does he start talking nonsense all the time? Is there really anyone in the real world who would shout out such words? Stop. Okay, that's enough. The mentors could no longer tolerate it and stopped Guaharan's performance, with expressions that were indescribable. Shilingyun took a deep breath, his mind working rapidly, trying to find excuses for Guaharan. I feel like this type of actor actually represents a phenomenon in the industry, where they like to show off their body shape, looks, etc., which is what people often call greasy. I find it puzzling that before you made the call, why were you laughing? There was no one around. Maybe this is a common problem among male actors with good image, they are more narcissistic. Ju Sui commented with a chuckle. The situation had come to this point, even though Guaharan was an artist of a Sin company, my Xiaohan had to criticize him. It's just that the performance attitude is not rigorous enough and the situation is not grasped. Greasy, narcissistic, and not rigorous, these 3 comments were like 3 sharp blades, piercing Guaharan's heart. It made him feel as if he was back at Teacher Yang's home, once again experiencing the feeling of being criticized for being worthless. Even Xin'an, who was standing by, felt a little reluctant. He realized that Teacher Yang had not asked Guaharan to perform a specific topic before, but to find a teacup. It turned out that it was not a humiliation, but a consideration. After the other 3 mentors finished their comments, Chenefei looked at Guaharan seriously and asked. Haran, tell me honestly, when the other teachers were evaluating you just now, were you focusing on feeling down or thinking seriously about how to improve yourself? Isn't this the familiar question that Teacher Yang asked Guaharan back then? Xin'an opened his eyes wide immediately and looked at Subinol beside him. Both of them were incredulous. Could it be that all the veteran actors in the world share the same textbook? They were all so surprised, not to mention Guaharan himself. He almost thought that he had entered some kind of time and space cycle, and would keep repeating the horrific experience of performing being criticized, soul questioning being driven away. Fortunately, he learned from his mistakes and this time he took note of the teacher's comments so he was not speechless. Guaharan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and uneasiness in his heart, then raised his head, looked at Chenefei seriously, and replied. I'm thinking about this very seriously. Chapter 36, I seized the chance to start over. Seeing Guaharan's frank answer, Chenefei's expression became serious. Come, repeat the comments made by the instructors just now. Exactly the same, it was as if fate had given him a second chance so that he could make up for his mistake. Guaharan was filled with mixed feelings. He slowly straightened his chest and repeated those harsh comments with a smile. Teacher My Xiaohan said that I didn't grasp the requirements of the situation and my performance attitude was not rigorous enough. Teacher Ju Sui said I shouldn't smile before making a phone call. I have committed the common problem of male actors with good image narcissism. Teacher Xin'an said. Every word he spoke was calm and accurate, without the slightest hesitation, as if the person being criticized was not him but someone else. The content is not a complete repetition of the tutor's words, which shows that he has indeed thought about and understood it on his own. Such a serious and frank attitude made several tutors look much better. Although the child's level is a little lower now, at least his attitude is correct. Chenifei also looked at the other instructors and began to speak for Guaharan. At first I thought he definitely wouldn't be able to answer because I felt like he wasn't really listening. But he repeated them one by one, which made me feel like he was still open-minded and willing to listen to advice. Then he looked at Guaharan seriously and sighed. Your character is really rare in the martial arts world. Normally, based on your performance, I would let you go directly, but this time, I think, let's wait and see. On the Jianghu. The contestants on the side laughed out loud. As expected of an old actor in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, he spoke in the style of nostalgia. Teacher Chen, please restrain yourself a little. The crackdown on gangsters and evil has been strict recently. Feeling Chenifei's preference for Guaharan, the other mentors also gave him face and cast their votes for pending, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Guaharan bowed deeply to the instructors, turned around and walked to their waiting area. There was no disappointment on his face, but rather one full of excitement. He did it. He seized the opportunity to start over. This time, he was not eliminated directly, but stayed. He did not repeat the same mistakes and did not make them again. His efforts paid off. After that, after half a day of performance assessment, the contestants in the waiting area were pulled out to act again. Some successfully advanced, while others continued to be waiting. Among them, Xu Yang and Yu Jingju both advanced successfully and took the few remaining seats. Among the remaining contestants, the only one who impressed Xin'an was Guaharan's girlfriend, the big-eyed sweet girl who drove a Bobby pink Ferrari, named Xin'an. I thought she and Guaharan were of the same quality, playing the roles of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick in the youth campus drama, but I didn't expect her acting skills to be unexpectedly good. Xin'an was given the task of confessing to a married man whom she had secretly loved for many years. Such a twisted situation, where one could easily be wrong, was undoubtedly a great test of the actor's acting skills. But Xin'an handled it very cleverly. She did not confess her love directly, but made a feint and confessed her love to another classmate to fool the object of her secret crush. This cautious sense of distance successfully moved the mentors and contestants present, and made many boys hold their hands to their chests and say that their hearts were moved. The mentors were also very considerate and voted for her advancement in unison, so that she didn't have to suffer the pain of being pending at all and was directly promoted to the next step. After 2 days of intensive assessments and auditions, the first phase of Acting Academy has finally come to an end, and 12 contestants have been selected to advance. The remaining undecided contestants are not without chances, as each of the fermentors will select one person to serve as an auditor. Auditors may not necessarily be able to participate in the filming of the finale, but they can learn from their mentors and improve their acting skills. Not everyone is willing to spend 2 or 3 months auditing classes and not necessarily get a role. As soon as the requirements for auditors were announced, many pending contestants stood up and left, leaving only 7 or 8 people standing there, looking at the instructors with anticipation. Among them is Guaharan. My Xiaohan chose a beautiful girl with mediocre acting skills. Zhu Suwei chose a girl who was not from a professional background and was self-taught in acting. Xin'an hesitated for a moment and chose a boy who was quite talented but lacked professional training. Seeing the opportunities disappearing bit by bit, Guaharan lowered his head in disappointment, and the fighting spirit that had been ignited gradually died out. It seemed that no matter how hard he struggled, it would not change the final result. I'll choose Haran. He has a serious problem, and I may not be able to cure him, but I still want to try my best. I don't want you to be laughed at again. At this time, Chenifei spoke. He looked at Guaharan helplessly, with a conflicted expression of trying every possible means. Such a reluctant attitude suddenly made Guaharan's eyes light up. This time, he stayed. He finally changed his ending. Xin'an looked at the changes in Guaharan, and suddenly a classic joke from the internet in his previous life emerged in his mind. Can you tell me again the story of how you chose me from a group of puppies? They look alike, too alike. Even if Guzi came in person, he might not look more like Guaharan than he does at this moment. Looking at Guaharan's sparkling puppy eyes, Veteran dog lover Lu Xin'an suddenly had an idea and felt that Guaharan was a pretty good person. He was stupid, rich, and simple-minded. If they could be friends, he might be a great help at a critical moment. The audition is over and we are about to enter the second phase of the program. Xin'an called together the remaining contestants and held a celebration banquet directly at the snack street of the store. Except for my Xiaohan, who was unable to attend due to schedule conflicts, the other three mentors happily ate at the food stalls with the contestants. Several long tables are put together to form an extra long table that can accommodate dozens of people. The table is covered with white plastic film and filled with bowls and chopsticks. The unique atmosphere of the night market immediately hits you. Garlic-flavored crayfish, 13-spice crayfish and wajia crayfish of 8 different flavors were placed on a round platter and brought to the table by the chef, attracting the contestants to take photos and post them on Moments. What is a luxurious midnight snack? This is a luxurious midnight snack. Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang sat in the corner, concentrating on eating the dry pot bullfrog in front of them. It smelled so good. It was worthy of being a vertical store with diverse food. The bullfrog was more authentic than the Sichuan cuisine window in the school. Green and red peppers enhanced the flavor, and perilla leaves were used for seasoning. It was spicy but not greasy, and it could be eaten even without rice. Leave some for us. You young people really have no moral principles. The chairs next to them were pulled away, and Jusui and Chenifei sat down next to them. As soon as he got the chopsticks, Jusui immediately picked up a bullfrog leg and put it in his mouth. With a gentle sip, the tender and tasty leg meat went into his mouth, leaving only 2 long leg bones. This was not enough. Jusui moved his chopsticks deftly and stuffed the frog's knee cartilage into his mouth and bit it off with a crunch. Well, this seasoning is authentic. It's the Star City-style bullfrog recipe. You should try it, it's very fragrant. And it goes well with wine. Chapter 37 Dry Pot Bullfrog brings us together. Lu Xin'an looked up from the bowl at Jusui, and seeing that he was also a bullfrog lover, he immediately felt a sense of mutual admiration. He raised his hand and dragged the bullfrog pot in front of the two of them to make it easier for them to pick up the bullfrogs. Har har, I told you to leave some for later. I didn't say you can't eat it. Keep eating. When he was not a mentor, Jusui was a cheerful person. He pushed the pot back, then unceremoniously picked up a large piece and put it in the bowl. Seeing that he was not putting on airs, Lu Xin'an also relaxed a lot. He glanced at the empty seat next to Xin'an and asked in confusion. Director Xu has reserved a seat for you, aren't you going over there? Over there? They are all flatterers. It's better not to go. Besides, what's so delicious about crayfish? You have to suck the juice for a long time to get a tiny piece of meat. It's better to eat bullfrog. Jusui explained a few words casually without even raising his head, and continued to kill the bullfrogs in and out of the pot with his hands. It seems that the mentors are not all harmonious. Lu Xin'an pondered the deep meaning behind the words and did not continue asking. Instead, he stood up, took the skewers not far away, and pushed them in front of Jusui. Teacher, you are eating skewers. This thing has a lot of meat. Har har har. You look dull, but you are actually quite sensible. Thank you, Tilder. Taking the skewers, Jusui bit off all the meat in one breath, filling his cheeks. He chewed it twice quickly and swallowed it. Then he took a big gulp of beer, washing away the greasiness and leaving only the fragrance on his lips and teeth. Great Tilder. He burped heroically, raised his beer and clinked it with Chenifei. Chenifei had been sitting silently beside him, eating meat with his head down. When he saw Jusui raising his glass, he raised his head, clinked the glass lightly, and took a sip of the wine. After leaving the set, he looked very low-key, as if he was an ordinary worker who had just finished a day's work and was about to have a drink, eat some midnight snack, and then go back to sleep. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle would actually be a veteran actor in the Hong Kong entertainment industry and the male god in the hearts of a generation of young people? Don't you have something to say to him? Seeing that he didn't say a word, Jusui scratched his head helplessly and asked. Chenifei then raised his head, rolled his eyes at him, and muttered. Alas. I don't want to write a bad check. What's the big deal? Aren't many projects discussed over a drink? We'll see if it works out later. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang looked at each other, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement. Is this the movie Emperor trying to pull them into the project? Before Chen Fei could speak, Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang immediately recommended themselves. Teacher Chen, we believe in your vision. As long as it's a project you introduce, we are willing to play any role. Yes, we'll follow you. We'll act even if there's no pay. Chen Fei was very pleased with their flattery. He coughed a few times, suppressed the smile on his face, and said casually, I can't let you work for nothing. I've been an actor for so many years, so I just want to try being a producer and bring these old brothers out for some fun. But if all the leading actors are old men, the film won't sell well. This is not because you look good and your acting is passable, but most importantly, I think you will be famous in the future. While your pay is low now, I'm going to bring you over to work. Maybe I'll have to rely on you to sell tickets in the future. Although his words were impolite, Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang both felt the intention of support in them, and they quickly patted their chests and agreed. But you don't have any decent works right now. If I bring you into the group, there's no guarantee that the investors won't run away. So I have a condition. You have to strive to participate in the finale of the variety show. It would be best if you can get the leading role. If you get the role, I will sign a contract with you immediately. Now that the pie is painted, it's time to put forward conditions. Sure enough, Chen Fei then made a request to the two. They must win the subsequent casting assessment and get the role before they can sit at the table and drink the soup. The variety show, Acting Academy, has a built-in TV series, known as the finale drama, which will select actors from the contestants to perform and record the filming process, forming a content structure of a TV series plus reality show variety show, which will divert traffic from each other. After the first round of auditions, the remaining 12 contestants will compete for roles in the drama and strive to reap the most benefits from the show. Therefore, the request put forward by Chen Fei was the purpose of their trip, so they naturally would not refuse. Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang agreed directly. Okay, that's great. Chen Fei chuckled and raised his beer to clink glasses with them. Lu Xin'an saw that the favorability in the other party's eyes rose again to 70. He felt much more at ease and raised his drink glass decisively. The glass cups made crisp sounds in the air, but they were drowned out by the noise of the night market and no one looked over there. They all stared at Xin'an in the middle of the long table. At this moment, he stood up, raised his cup high, enjoyed everyone's gaze, and announced, Next you will go to see the dormitory. I'm sure you will be very surprised. Because it's so luxurious. It's exactly the same as the accommodation conditions of big names like my Xiaohan and Zhu Sui in my crew. Athletes' dormitory building. Unity and struggle, tension and liveliness, seriousness and earnestness. Lu Xin'an raised his head and looked at the big bright red words on the wall of the gym. Suddenly he had the illusion of traveling through time again. What a nostalgic slogan. When I turned my head, I saw the door of the room next to me, with Shujin Guesthouse clearly written on it. Guesthouse, this is what it smells like. Xu Yang walked behind him and pulled him away. What are you looking at? Come on, I got the room card. Let's go see what the room is like. When you walk into the room, all you see is yellow wooden furniture. There is no balcony or private bathroom, only a bed, a wardrobe and a table. Although simple, it is clean and tidy. There is a large shared bathroom, dining room and living room outside, and the gym is located in the living room. In a hotel like this with so many film crews, this is considered a pretty good accommodation. Lu Xin'an and Xu Yang continued to live in the same room, while Subinner and Su Yunjin became roommates. The funniest thing was Guaharan. He had no friends, so he could only draw lots and happened to live with Yu Jingju, who was alone. It's really strange. Lu Xin'an was puzzled. Wasn't he Yu Jingju the male idol of the first play? Why was he left alone? Maybe they are just classmates. Or maybe the male idol has some unbearable quirks in private, such as grinding teeth and snoring. Forget it, there's no need to worry about other people's affairs. Lu Xin'an shook his head and stopped thinking. After washing up, he went back to his room and fell asleep. After a few days of rest, the contestants gathered in the conference room again. Xin'an sat at the end of the long table, looked at the energetic young people with satisfaction, and announced, Next, we will conduct a casting assessment to determine the role allocation for the finale. I will first announce the character's personality, and everyone will perform according to the personality in the prescribed modern situation. Whoever performs more in line with the role will win and get the role in the end. Lu Xin'an nodded, not quite understanding. Was it like writing a fanfiction? using the same character settings but interpreting different plots. This is a good way to select actors. You can intuitively feel the degree of fit between the actor and the role, just like going to an internship at a company. Then, Yoon raised the corner of his mouth and changed the subject. But don't think that everything will be fine once you get the role. During the filming of the finale, if you perform well, I will give you more scenes, but if you don't perform well, you will have to finish filming immediately. So during this process, we don't know how the plot will go. Everything depends on your performance. As soon as this was said, the whole room was in uproar. Is there still a way to shoot a TV series like this? Is this the physical meaning of stealing the show?